Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part What If Harry was banished to a darker world by Voldemort's final curse. Here is short summary. After Voldemort's final curse backfires, Harry is banished to a darker world where he never existed. With war looming and familiar faces twisted by fate, can he rise again? This time, from the shadows. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Regulus stared at the necklace in Harry's hand, before he spoke stiffly, his expression far more wary now. How did you get that? Harry tilted his head, narrowing his eyes slightly, from an underground cavern in the middle of a lake. You left it there. You are, Rab, correct? Regulus stared at Harry without response, his gray eyes boring into Harry's. Harry was about to say something when Regulus suddenly darted forward, clearly intending to attack Harry. Regulus made it exactly 3 steps before he was petrified mid-stride, an expression of anger on his face. Harry narrowed his eyes in anger at the assault. Regulus wouldn't have made it past the first step, but Harry's first cast had produced no result. When nothing happened, Harry had instantly realized his mistake. There must have been at least a standard magic suppressing ward on the cell. Probably an extra strong one, given the prison. A problem for most people, and given half an hour, Harry was sure he could have dismantled the ward. Instead, he went for the easy route and simply poured more magic into his subsequent cast, overpowering the strength of the ward. Harry glared at the frozen Regulus in front of him. The only part of Regulus that was able to move was his eyes as he blinked in impotent fury. Okay. I wanted to do this the easy way. But you've given me no choice. Harry narrowed his eyes further as he met Regulus' eyes. Without a word or a movement, he dived into Regulus' mind using a legilimency probe. Harry found himself in Regulus' mind and he pierced through a set of pitiful occlumency shields. Harry was certain that he likely had better mind protection before he'd ever heard of the wizarding world. And that was with a connection to a psychotic soul piece connected to his mind. Harry could tell that Regulus was attempting to resist the probe of his mind, but Harry barely felt the slightest pushback. He had truthfully felt light breezes to be more forceful than any resistance than Regulus was able to muster. Harry plunged through Regulus' mind, nearly unimpeded as he began to search for relevant information. Harry frowned as he delved deeper into Regulus' mind. He searched for a memory of Regulus with the locket. He saw Regulus casting spells at the locket and getting frustrated. Harry could tell that Regulus was clearly trying to destroy the locket. Harry frowned as he continued looking through Regulus' memories. Harry saw Regulus give the locket to Creature, with instructions to hide and only to come if he was summoned by Regulus himself, or asked directly by the head of the Black family. Then he told Creature that in event of Regulus dying he was to take it to Sirius with a letter. Harry saw Regulus searching the Black Library for ways to destroy the Horcrux. He saw Regulus' trial, where he didn't say anything in his defense, and had shown his dark mark almost defiantly. Harry felt confusion. If Regulus was trying to destroy the Dark Lord, why would he go to Azkaban as a loyal follower? As if asking the question brought the answer out, Harry found the answer and pulled out of Regulus' mind sharply. You have got to be f***ing kidding me. Harry half said, half demanded. Regulus of course remained absolutely frozen, though there was pure rage in his expression. Harry waved his wand, and with a push of his magic, released Regulus' head from its frozen state. The rest of his body still remained petrified. The moment Regulus could speak, he snarled at Harry. So you know the truth. Do your worst. The Dark Lord may have sent you to his dirty work, but you can tell him that his lifeline is out of his grasp. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose, barely listening to Regulus' diatribe, so his reply just brought confusion to Regulus. I swear, the stupidity of wizards never ceases to amaze me. You'd think eventually they'd get to the point that they're incapable of shocking me with their sheer idiocy. But every time I think I've gotten to the very rock bottom, wizards pull out some shovels and some blasting curses and begin to dig. Harry sighed. Well, they're consistent if nothing else. Regulus frowned at Harry's description. The confusion was still on his face, though he attempted to keep his pride, as he replied. You can kill me, but it's not going to get your master his soul piece back. Harry rolled his eyes. Okay. Let's get a few things straight. First of all, I don't serve Voldemort. I intend to see him destroyed. That's why I'm here. How can I trust you? Regulus demanded. Harry visibly sighed, and there's that wizarding stupidity again. He ran a hand over his face. Let's review, shall we? You're frozen and helpless. I can get any information I wanted at any point from your mind. Oh, and I haven't killed you. Regulus couldn't say anything in reply to that statement. So in the interests of curing your particular case of wizard stupidity, why don't we start with why you're here? Harry half stated, half asked. Regulus tilted his head. You saw my memories. I know there was nothing I could do to stop you. What more do you want me to say? Harry frowned and gestured. Well, how about the fact that you're here in Azkaban, despite the fact that you worked against Voldemort, had a trial, and had a chance to plead your case? Regulus scowled. What was I supposed to do? Spew out the Dark Lord's secret in full court? I wouldn't even have made it out of the courtroom. And you didn't try and tell anyone privately? Harry demanded through narrowed eyes. Who was I supposed to tell? Dumbledore. He was half the reason I joined the Dark Lord in the first place. Regulus spat out. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. That was one thing he hadn't heard before. What do you mean? Regulus scowled. I didn't agree with everything he did. But at least Voldemort was a force for change. Of course, that was before he went completely round the twist. Regulus trailed off. Regulus seemed to refocus on Harry. Dumbledore has his fingers in everything in the magical world. He has no respect for bloodlines or family traditions, yet he makes no true overtures to the liberals who want more rights for mudbloods. Because he doesn't want any change in our society. It threatens his view of this perfect world. He dumbs down education to the lowest common denominator. Merlin forbids someone explore something he doesn't approve of, throwing around the label, dark arts. If it's not approved by Albus Bloody Dumbledore, that automatically makes it evil. Quote. Harry ignored Regulus' casual slur, and instead snorted in a bit of amusement, and shook his head. Fair point. I'm not exactly a card-carrying member of the Dumbledore fan club either, but surely you had other options. Regulus frowned and challenged. Like who? Name one person. Harry tilted his head and frowned. If memory serves, you had a brother who wasn't a follower of the Dark Lord. This time it was Regulus who snorted. My brother. I don't think he worships the altar of Dumbledore, he's too contrary to do that. But he is friends with too many people who follow the old man like he was a god. Though he was my last failsafe for Creature. Besides, Dumbledore's followers had at least one traitor and probably more, so anything told to that group would instantly get back to Voldemort's followers. Harry nodded slowly. And your decision to go to Azkaban? Regulus looked around at the blocks of his cell. You saw my occlumency barriers, or lack thereof. Anyone with even a modicum of skill in legilimency could pick that from my brain. That's why I killed the wizard that I did. He had picked out my thoughts. No one could know I turned traitor, especially not before I found a way to destroy the locket. Harry frowned, and rolled his eyes. You decided to hide in the hell that is Azkaban because you couldn't make decent occlumency shields. Wizards and their stupid plans. Regulus frowned and sounded defensive. You need someone to enter your mind to help you build those barriers. I couldn't trust anyone entering my mind once I discovered what the Dark Lord was up to and that I was going to stop him. At least not until I destroyed his foul creation. Why didn't you hit it with fiendfire? Harry asked curiously. Regulus rolled his eyes. That was one of the first things I tried. Nearly burnt down part of a forest trying. Somehow Voldemort made it resistant to fiendfire, and that's the most powerful destructive spell I know of. Harry frowned and tilted his head. Okay, that's new. Fiendfire worked on his other ones. Regulus blinked in surprise. What do you mean, his other ones? What other ones? Harry shook his head slightly. What? A wizard as paranoid and arrogant as Voldemort, do you honestly think that he would be content with just one protection on his continued existence? Regulus beeped in a sharp breath. He made more than one. Merlin. I know of at least two others that he's made. Though one has already been destroyed. Harry replied honestly. Regulus looked up sharply. Destroyed. How? The expression on Regulus' face was almost desperate. It was clear that this answer, above all, was one that he needed to know. Harry nodded. Basilisk venom. Regulus frowned. I never thought of that. Of course, basilisks are so rare that getting venom is a nearly impossible task. Harry chuckled softly. I am fairly certain I can get my hands on some. Regulus frowned a little, and seemed to ponder his words before he blurted out, Are those the only reasons you've broken into Azkaban? To mind rape me and find out why I allowed myself to be captured. Keep it up and I'm not going to get you out of here. Harry replied with a note of annoyance in his voice, though he couldn't blame Regulus for the anger. He didn't like violating a person's mind in such depth, and he had done it so casually. Regulus scowled. I'm in here for a reason. A bloody stupid reason. Harry shot back. You've got access to one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, and I don't feel like going after Sirius and forcing him call creature for it. We'll get it and destroy it. Oh, and what happens after you take me out of here? They start a giant manhunt. My cousin is the only one to ever escape Azkaban and I have no idea how she did it. The Aurors questioned me about it. One day she blew apart the wall between her and the ocean. Regulus replied. Harry nodded. You go into hiding where no one can find you. Where am I going to hide that is warded strongly enough to prevent all forms of tracking? And that I won't be turned in as a fugitive? Regulus demanded. Harry grinned. That I've already thought of. We're going to hide you somewhere they'll never be able to find you. Not that I want to stay here. This place is a hellhole after all. But how can you be sure that they won't be able to find me? Regulus asked cautiously. Harry chuckled softly, but his voice held an edge. I know somewhere to take you that right now only 2, maybe 3 people can get into, and I intend to restrict that to 1 person very shortly. Regulus shook his head slowly. While that might seem like an excellent solution, my dark mark has been darkening slowly for the past few months. If the Dark Lord manages to return, I can still be summoned through all but the very strongest of wards like the ones Azkaban has. He will definitely do so if I don't go to his side. Harry shook his head. What I have in mind is under some of the safest wards imaginable. More powerful than even Azkaban's wards. And besides, if he comes back, you know assaulting Azkaban will be near the top of his priority list, so it's not like you're safe here. Harry resisted the urge to rub his temples. How many people would argue to stay in this hell on earth? Regulus nodded slowly, as he considered Harry's words. If you can do that, and help me destroy that locket, I will be in your debt. Though, I'd appreciate it if you could unpetrify me first. Harry nodded and with a wave of his wand, unfroze the rest of Regulus' body, which fell to the ground in a heap. Now, to get you out of here. Harry stepped forward to help Regulus to his feet. He was preparing to flame them both out of there. Harry knew he could probably overpower the anti-apparition wards around the prison, though they were more powerful than the ones at the World Cup, by a level of magnitude. But Harry thought if he did that, the ward might take a bit to come back to full power, and other convicts could apparate out. He was just about to gather his concentration to flame, and was considering the outcry that would occur when another convict escaped from Azkaban as an idea struck him. He immediately tried to discard it, but couldn't help the small grin that crossed his face as the idea refused to go away. He turned to the door of the cell and cast several diagnostics on it, to figure out exactly what wards were on the door. He frowned. The wards would take quite a bit to take down completely. Of course, any above-average wizard with a wand could probably blow the door out, but that would ruin his newly conceived plan. I could just get you right out of here with no muss and fuss, but how would you like to cause some old friends of yours some trouble? The grin that crossed Harry's face was almost maniacal. Regulus frowned speculatively, the look on Harry's face making him cautious, but he slowly nodded his head before Harry began to explain what he wanted. Gregor Hamish was serving 5 years in Azkaban because of a crime he stupidly committed shortly after exiting school. He was lucky, if one could be called that, to be imprisoned in one of the lower levels of the fortress prison. The lack of a continued Dementor presence meant that he had kept his mind relatively intact during his stay, for which he was through 3 years of his 5-year sentence. He knew it could be worse except for the extreme boredom that encompassed his day-to-day life. On this particular night, Gregor woke up from a restless sleep, to hear raised and excited voices coming from the hallway that led past his cells. He opened his eyes and peered through the cell bars, and saw a pale man with a scraggly unkempt hair and beard, being led by Minister Cornelius Fudge of all people. Green bowler hat and all. Though oddly the minister didn't have any other of his retinue that he brought for his yearly visits. "I cannot thank you enough for this, minister." The dark-haired man was practically shouting so every person in the cell block could hear. "Oh, nonsense, Emboy," the minister responded in an irritating nasally voice. He practically strutted through the hallway with a wide smile on his face. How such a man could achieve a position of power was beyond Gregor's knowledge. "Who is responsible for this?" asked the unknown man. The minister coughed, and it was easy to see he was uncomfortable with the question. "Ah. Yes, well, you see, my good friend Lucius was concerned about the cousin of his wife. He paid quite well for me to get you out of this place. He was most insistent. Of course, Lucius Malfoy is a very good friend. I am only too happy to help." The minister paused and then chuckled. "He paid me good galleons like he always does when he wants me to get something done for him. He knows the value of friends in high places." Fudge continued arrogantly. "It's amazing how simple it is for a man in my position to get things done." He paused slightly and looked abashed and tacked on somewhat lamely, "Of course you are innocent of the crimes we convicted you of. I'll have to be sure to thank Malfoy in person very soon. Perhaps a visit to his manor is in order." The prisoner chuckled, his voice filled with amusement. Gregor and several other prisoners in the low-security cells all watched in shock, and no small amount of jealousy as Fudge essentially admitted to taking a bribe from Lucius Malfoy to set whoever that man was free. 2 days later, when the escape of Regulus Black was reported, nearly every prisoner in the section gleefully told the investigating OR teams exactly what they had heard as the duo walked by their cells. That they were eager to do so under Veritaserum only made things better. Once they got out of earshot of the cells and passed toward the warden's office, Harry, glamored to look like Cornelius Fudge, whispered, "That was brilliant." Regulus gave Harry a smile, though it was a tired one. Even walking and keeping up an excited, energetic front for such a short period of time had left him hovering on the verge of collapse. When Harry entered the warden's office, he felt it start to get colder, signaling the presence of a Dementor in the close vicinity. He felt Regulus tremble beside him. The man was clearly exhausted, and in horrible physical shape. The effects of Dementors didn't help Regulus at all. Taking a breath, Harry gripped Regulus' shoulder and flamed the both of them to the outcropping of rocks he had left Draco hiding at. Draco jumped slightly when he saw the flames and then gasped when he saw Cornelius Fudge and a scraggly man who was being supported by Fudge to keep from collapsing. "What the hell?" Draco exclaimed in shock, his wand pointing at the new arrivals cautiously. Regulus fell to his knees next to Harry. "That, actually wasn't a horrible way to travel," he muttered, half in disbelief and half in wonder. "Huh." Harry blinked at the caution in Draco's voice before he realized what the issue was. With a wave of his wand he dispelled the glamour on himself. "Malfoy, it's me, you twit," growled Harry. "Were you expecting someone else?" Harry was bent over at the waist with his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Harry had his eyes closed for a few moments while he shook off the drained feeling. Flaming from one place to another with someone else in tow was tiring. Far more than apparition. Flaming himself wasn't a problem. That wasn't a significant drain on him. However, he had now flame transported Regulus twice, in a short span of time. Once from inside the cell to just outside the lower security area, and once from the warden's office to here. "No, I just didn't expect to have Minister Fudge pop out of nowhere," Draco responded dryly, moving forward to help Harry, who quickly waved him off. Regulus was frowning as he looked up at Draco's form, his eyes suspicious, though he couldn't see Draco's face because of the cloak. "Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy. You said you were an enemy of the Dark Lord. Malfoy's practically has the title of Chief Bootlicker for Voldemort." Draco shook his head, and after a gesture from Harry took the hood off of his face. "Not Lucius. That's my father. I'm Draco Malfoy. And we don't serve the Dark Lord." Regulus scowled as he looked up at Draco's revealed face, once more surprised at the youth, how can I trust you? Even if your lackey got me out of Azkaban. Draco coughed and looked surprised at the lackey comment, but it was Harry who replied as he stood up. Well, like I said, we could have just killed you instead of getting you out. But if it will make you feel better, Harry held his wand out. I swear on my magic my goal is to kill Voldemort once and for all. There were a small surge of light that gathered around Harry. Then he cast a quick charm above their heads to keep the drizzle of water that had just began to come down off of them. Regulus looked mollified by Harry's use of the oath, as he stopped cringing away from the two of them. Draco spoke up, and he's not my lackey. Harry snorted, damn straight. Malfoy is my lackey. Draco looked affronted at this and opened his mouth to comment, but Harry continued blithely. Anyway, down to business, said Harry. First thing is first. Regulus, can you please call Creature here? Regulus nodded after a moment's hesitation and another glance at Malfoy. Harry could still see there was some distrust there, but for better or worse, he was now committed to this path. Creature. There was a few seconds' pause, and then with a small snap the familiar elderly curmudgeon of an elf appeared, a puzzled expression on his face until his eyes fell on Regulus and his eyes morphed into surprise. Master Regulus. Instantly, Creature moved forward to grip the ragged and threadbare cloth covering Regulus' shoulder, as if confirming it was really him. Master. Master. You've summoned Creature. Harry could honestly say he had never seen the thing look any happier. Actually, it was rather eerie how much Creature reminded Harry of Dobby of his old world and Dobby's attitude toward Harry. Harry was happy to see that, however jaded Regulus was, he leaned forward and hugged the filthy old elf who was literally bouncing on his toes. It's good to see you, Creature. Creature returned the hug, still bouncing with excitement. Creature was so worried for Master Regulus. Beings locked inside nasty prison. Creature could not even bring Master food. Master is free. Master is, okay. Creature suddenly looked at both Harry and Draco suspiciously as if they might attack Regulus at any moment. Regulus shook his head, drawing Creature's attention back to him. I am out of prison. They helped me. Do you still have the necklace? Is it secret? Is it safe? Regulus' voice took on a note of concern and urgency. The house elf nodded enthusiastically. Of course, that meant his entire body bobbed up and down with the movement. Yes, yes. Creature has done as Master Regulus asks. Creature protected it from everyone. Creature not talk to anyone about it. The mistake never asks for Creature at all. The mistake. Harry couldn't stop himself from asking. Regulus looked half amused, and half abashed. That's what my mother referred to my older brother as after he was sorted into Gryffindor. Creature took a liking to the name. Harry raised an eyebrow. Based on what I know of your mother, I am unsurprised. Though I'm certain Creature would have stopped using it if you asked him to. Regulus shrugged with an innocent expression. Keeps slipping my mind. He replied blandly, though the effect was lost somewhat as he swayed slightly with exhaustion. Harry smirked and shook his head. Sirius had never told Harry much about his brother, beyond a similarity in looks, which Harry could see Sirius had massively underplayed. He had mentioned that Regulus adhered to his family's belief in blood purity and traditions, and been a follower of Voldemort. He had never mentioned his brother having an animagus form, nor a sense of humor that was eerily similar. Harry wondered if that was an effect of Azkaban, or if Sirius just wanted to distance himself from anything related to his family. Harry shook his head of those thoughts and then cleared his throat with a glance at Creature. Regulus took his cue and nodded slightly. Creature, please bring the locket here. My friend here is going to destroy it along with other things like it for me. Before he popped away, Creature gave an inscrutable glance at Harry, then he vanished silently with a snap of his fingers. Seconds later, the elf returned, with the all-too-familiar heavy gold locket with a serpentine S done in emeralds. Harry waved a wand over it, tossing a quick diagnostic spell at the locket, though he could practically feel its darkness without touching it. When the locket gleamed black for a moment, Harry knew it was the right one. He held out his hand, though Creature didn't drop it in right away, instead looking to Regulus. Regulus spoke quietly. Please give it to him, Creature. He'll take care of it. Creature handed the Horcrux to Harry, and Harry felt a shiver go up his spine. He could immediately feel the presence of the vile thing bound to the ancient piece of jewelry. He was far more sensitive to magic now, something that had come as he aged, and it wasn't difficult at all to sense something as putrid as this. Harry nodded to himself and then conjured a small box to drop the locket into, snapping it shut and then sealing it with a spell. Regulus watched the process with a bit of wariness in his expression. "What are you doing with it?" Harry glanced down at the box in his hand. "I'm going to hide this in a secure location. The same place I've got another of these foul things hidden. Why not destroy it now?" Regulus asked with his eyes narrowed suspiciously. Harry shook his head. "Part of the Voldemort's soul is in these items. If they are destroyed, any one of the destructions could alert him that his fail-safes are being destroyed. I don't want to tip my hand sooner than I have to. The faster he knows, the faster he can react to what I'm doing." "The other item you have, you know it's secure?" Regulus asked. Harry nodded. "He won't begin to know where to look. I promise. I just want to keep it hidden while I try and figure out where the others are." Regulus nodded reluctantly and took a deep breath, somewhat shakily. "What no?" His words dragging out a little bit, as he blinked a bit, struggling to stay conscious. Harry frowned and gave Regulus an appraising once-over. "Now we get you to a safe place." Harry had intended to apparate the two of them back to the edge of Hogwarts. But it had become increasingly clear that Regulus was extremely weak from his time in captivity. Now that the adrenaline was off, he looked like he was going to pass out at any moment. Harry made a decision quickly. "Draco, I don't want them able to trace apparition from anywhere in this area directly back to Hogwarts. Can you apparate half a dozen times to different places before you go back?" Harry asked. Draco frowned and then nodded. "I can do that." Harry hesitated and then grinned slightly. "If you can apparate near your home but outside your wards so you don't trip them as your first stop, that would be even better." Draco had a confused expression cross his face before an expression of understanding followed. "If they do manage to trace an apparition residue so far ahead, that might cause my father some trouble." Harry chuckled a little bit. "Even more if they interview the prisoners." Seeing Draco's confused expression, Harry waved him off. "I'll explain later. Get to the entrance to the secret passage we used. I'm going to secure this, and then meet you there with Regulus." Draco nodded and was about to leave when Regulus interrupted. "Hogwarts. You're going to Hogwarts? Are you crazy? You break me out of Azkaban and expect me to survive anywhere close to Dumbledore?" Regulus demanded. Harry frowned a little bit. Regulus was starting to slur his words more as he spoke, a sure sign of exhaustion. Harry nodded a little bit. "I promise we'll have you hidden in a place that Dumbledore can't get." "No, I won't let you take me to him." Regulus was slurring his words more now and his eyes were becoming unfocused. A few seconds later he collapsed to the ground unconscious. "Master!" Creature called, shaking Regulus in sensate form frantically. Harry kneeled down, waving his wand over Regulus, casting a quick diagnostic before speaking soothingly. "It's okay, Creature. He's exhausted and worn down from his time in prison. He needs a long rest. We're going to take him someplace he'll be safe." "Creature go with Master?" the elf half asked, half demanded. Harry tilted his head, considering. "You can go with Regulus if you swear not to contact anyone but myself and Master Regulus until we have Master Regulus better, and I say it's okay." Creature nodded quickly in agreement. Creature won't contact anyone. Master Regulus tells him not to years ago and he didn't. The elf stated proudly before turning back to his master. Harry looked around once more for any sign of danger or activity on the rocky outcrop of the shore. Once he was satisfied that there was nothing, he turned to Draco. "Okay, I'm going to take this back. Draco, go ahead and apparate back. Creature, you stay with Regulus. If anyone comes, you take him somewhere safe and then come find me. Otherwise just stand guard." Creature nodded emphatically, while Draco cast a frown at him, before Draco shrugged and turned, disappearing with a soft crack. Harry sighed, hoping Draco remembered to disillusion himself when he got back to Hogwarts, and then disappeared in a flash of flame. Harry reappeared in the foyer of the Flamel's house. A few seconds later, Nicholas poked his head out of the study. He had been up doing some reading and was alerted when Harry flamed politely into the entranceway of the house. He grinned as he greeted Harry politely. "Harry, welcome back. I wondered if we might see you tonight. Harry nodded and held up the box he had conjured. I broke into Azkaban and got what I was looking for. Perenelle chose that moment to join them. What did you do with the prisoner? She asked curiously. At the moment, Harry asked. He's on one of the cliffs about 5 miles from the prison and overlooking the ore transport station for the ferry that takes the prisoners to and from Azkaban. Perenelle rolled her eyes at the avoidance of the question, and where will the boy be taken next? Harry chuckled a little bit at Perenelle's habit of calling nearly everyone besides Harry himself, boy. She had taken Harry's demand of Nicholas to heart and had never slipped in calling Harry that, and Nicholas had only done so once or twice. The only place which I can keep him close and keep him perfectly safe. Hogwarts. She raised her eyebrows. How are you going to do that with Dumbledore there? Harry smirked a little bit. The Chamber of Secrets. Her eyes widened at that statement and then narrowed in thought as she considered it. She sat down in a nearby chair, and leaned back, completely lost in thought. You must be cautious. Have you studied the wards in the chamber? Harry nodded a little bit. Yes, but only preliminary. The wards in the chamber are not part of Hogwarts wards. They operate completely independently of the rest of the wards. The headmaster tacked on some alert wards to the bathroom entrance. I moved them to a window. Perenelle nodded. That's a good step, but there's no telling what truly is down there. Harry snorted and nodded. Yeah, we discovered that today. Nicholas made his way over to the seat next to Perenelle as she sat forward at that statement. What do you mean? Harry frowned. I wanted to examine the chamber, and discovered that Iris apparently did kill the basilisk there. It's there and very dead. So is another one. A very alive and apparently very young one. Nicholas frowned. Did you kill it? Harry shook his head, and actually looked abashed for a moment, running a hand through his hair. No. It sorta thinks I'm its mother. There was silence for several seconds before Nicholas started to chuckle, a chuckle that turned into a full-blown laugh. Harry huffed in faux irritation. Go ahead, laugh it up. You try explaining to a 10-foot-long baby snake that your name isn't Mommy, and that he can't eat people. Nicholas just laughed harder, and even Perenelle was laughing at the mental image, though she calmed herself first. It didn't try and attack you. Harry shook his head. It said that I smell like a snake. Perenelle frowned a little bit and then nodded slowly, as she considered it, probably the venom in your body. It didn't kill you, but it's saturated your body. So I'm unsurprised that snakes think so. I admit I can't say I'm exactly surprised that Salazar left some safety precautions in his little hideaway. Harry nodded a little bit and then looked thoughtful. You know, that reminds me. I need to talk to you about what happened with the Sorting Hat. But I don't want to leave Regulus there alone too long. I have to flame him to Hogwarts and get him in the chamber. Perenelle frowned and then nodded. Okay, just remember. I don't know what kind of wards or anything else is down there. Nicholas and I were never able to find Salazar's chamber. He probably got a kick out of it. He was very noble when it came to honor, and history has treated him far worse than he deserved, but he had a streak of mischievousness in him. Possibly bigger than my husband's, only it was a somewhat perverted sense of humor. Who knows what that pervert probably had hidden under the castle. I always thought the Chamber of Secrets was probably a bad name for a brothel anyways. Harry resisted the urge to laugh at her casual appraisal of historical figures, and prepared to leave, when Perenelle caught his attention with a final comment. Just be careful. I never explored the chamber, so I don't know anything about the wards, anything that might alert the headmaster if it's put to extended use, though I confess I doubt it. Salazar probably meant it to be an absolute secret, and he was one of my best ward students. So just be cautious. And you can't just leave the boy down there with a week's worth of meals and forget about him in between, added Nicholas. You do have plans for amenities, and things to keep him entertained with, yes. Harry frowned. Probably to get him healthy and caught up on current events first. Then we'll go from there. I figure the fallout when they realize he's gone will make sure that we have to keep our heads down. Though, Harry paused and grinned at Nicholas. I think you'll enjoy it. Nicholas frowned. What do you mean? Harry just smirked and pointed at the conjured box he placed on the end table. Put that with the goblet, would you? Before he disappeared in a flash of flame. Harry flamed back to the outcropping of rock and found Regulus right where he had left them. Harry crouched down over the still unconscious Regulus. He turned to Creature, who hadn't moved away from his master. Creature, can you get to Draco at Hogwarts? Creature scowled and glanced at Regulus and then nodded. Creature can get to Hogwarts. Harry nodded. Go on then, I'll join you with Regulus shortly. Creature gave one more look at Regulus and then glared at Harry for a moment, a glare that dissolved into a puzzled frown before he disappeared with a soft snap. Harry had been tempted to apparate or have the elf teleport Regulus to Hogwarts. But given the shape he was in, Harry felt that Regulus might be hurt when they tried to travel that way. Neither was a particularly gentle way to travel. Flame travel was far more comfortable, but when Harry traveled with someone it was far more taxing. It wasn't magically exhausting, but it was physically draining. When he was by himself, it was as easy as breathing, he could flame pretty much non-stop. However, when someone else weighed him down, Harry emerged feeling like he'd run a marathon. Harry was already winded and knew this would probably exhaust him, but didn't see a way around it. For just a moment he was tempted to enervate Regulus and get him to change to his animagus form. Harry paused a moment and snorted at that internally. For as much as the serious Harry remembered seemed to dismiss his brother, Harry couldn't help but be amused at some of the very stark and striking similarities between the two. Harry took out his wand and disillusioned Regulus with a quick wave of his wand. Another odd quirk of flame travel they had discovered through trial and error. While flame travel didn't dispel glamours, it did cancel out the effect of a disillusion spell on the person who flamed, but not on anyone else. Yet more quirks that he had always wondered about but never got around to trying to figure out. Then Harry stunned him for good measure, so that he wouldn't wake up and panic and cause problems. Harry leaned down and awkwardly picked Regulus up. He tried holding Regulus bridal style, and couldn't balance the older man, and ended up dropping him twice. Harry would have transfigured Regulus into a small animal to make the trip easier on himself, but given Regulus' state, Harry wasn't excited about the idea of inflicting that sort of change on Regulus' weakened body. Thankful for the foresight to stun Regulus, Harry finally just tossed Regulus over his shoulder, thankful that Regulus didn't weigh much after a long stay in Azkaban. After one last look around, ensuring that they hadn't left anything behind, Harry disappeared in flame once more. Harry appeared in flame at the edge of the wall of Hogwarts. He immediately staggered forward and caught the nearest tree to keep himself from falling over, gasping for deep breaths of air. Harry's vision swam for a minute and Harry thought he might lose consciousness completely. His entire body felt like he had gone a dozen rounds with a bludger. Harry had been tempted to try and flame right into the chamber, but given how many times he had flamed with Regulus this evening, he didn't want to tempt fate and risk ending up half lodged in a wall, especially when he hadn't had a chance to examine all the wards of that place. He managed to focus long enough to look up and see that he had reappeared close to their initial departure point. Just at the edge of the forest between the lake and the castle. Harry began to stagger toward the secret entrance. The dark of the night would keep him relatively safe, and at the moment the only battle Harry was capable of fighting was the one to retain consciousness. Harry did his best to keep upright and keep from tripping on random roots as he walked along the edge of the forest. He kept moving as dark spots fought for dominance in his vision. In his hurry, he was completely unaware that he was now being followed as he carried the invisible weight of Regulus along the edge of the forest. Harry was more concerned with getting to the secret passage and not passing out from exhaustion. He finally arrived at the entrance and, before he said anything, the passage opened up. Draco poked his head out and saw Harry. "Where's Black?" Draco quietly demanded, looking puzzled. "Disillusioned," Harry muttered in reply as he shifted his shoulder slightly for emphasis as he stumbled forward. Harry didn't think he would ever be grateful to see Draco in his entire life. But for the briefest of moments he was as he staggered into the passage. Draco didn't say anything but quickly shut the passage behind Harry. Harry's entire body was drenched with sweat and his eyes were glassy and unfocused as he still breathed deeply, as if he had just played a particularly exhausting game of Quidditch. "Creature," Harry stated after Draco had shut the door, his own voice sounding empty and vacant to his own ears. "Creature here. Master is okay," Creature demanded insistently. "Yes. Catch us." Harry said as he finally lost the battle to remain conscious. His eyes rolled up in his head and he toppled forward. Fleur walked back toward the entrance gates, completely lost in thought. She had gone for a walk in the evening, along the edge of the lake. She felt unsettled and waved off offers from Amy to join her on her walk. She had also managed to avoid one of her classmates who was one of her more stubborn suitors. It was late enough that Madame Maxine had raised her eyebrows when Fleur had departed the carriage, though she had ultimately held her tongue. Madame Maxine was relatively relaxed with her older students about their comings and goings. Beauxbatons trusted them to know when to come and go, and when to go to bed. Those privileges worked on an individual basis. If someone abused them by going out and then made a habit of missing class or their work suffered, or they got into trouble, then they lost those privileges. Fleur had spent the time since she had departed the carriage circling the lake. Her mind had been unsettled ever since the World Cup. The physical effects from the cruciatous exposure were no longer present, but the mental after effects were still very much affected her. Fleur vividly remembered the agony of the curse as it coursed through her body. The only thing that Fleur was relieved by was the fact that her little sister hadn't been on the receiving end of the spell. Gabrielle was still upset by what she had witnessed while Fleur had protected her. Her younger sister was plagued with worries for Fleur's health and safety, and now almost compulsively checked up on Fleur regularly. Another downside of their mutual experience was that Gabrielle had been plagued by nightmares every night for the past week. Fortunately, she had actually slept through the night for the first time 2 evenings prior. However, Fleur suspected that was from sheer exhaustion on her sister's part. Fleur and her mother were both keeping an eye on the young girl and took turns comforting her when she woke up from the nightmares. Fleur had not admitted that she had her own problems with sleeping and nightmares, though they were getting better. Her mother had been supportive and let Fleur know that she was around if Fleur needed, but gave her daughter the respect to sort out her own feelings and thoughts. However, it was more than the nightmares that bothered her. She had been utterly at the mercy of the Death Eaters who tortured her for sheer amusement. Fleur hated that fact. If not for the surprising intervention of the extremely powerful stranger, then Fleur was certain she and her sister would have been BPD and left for dead. Fleur huffed in irritation. Once more her thoughts had turned to the events of that night and the stranger with eyes of green fire. Focusing on him helped alleviate the fear and inadequacy that often boiled up within her when memories of that night began to overwhelm her. She couldn't get the sense of his magic out of her mind. Nor could she shake the feeling that whoever it was had been close by recently. Fleur was pulled from her thoughts by the distinctive crack of an apparition nearby. Her hyper-vigilant state had her pulling her waned into her hand and moving to the nearest bit of cover, which was a tree along the edge of the water and forest. She searched for the sound and frowned as she saw the arrogant blonde that she had encountered earlier in the day. He had appeared ahead in the forest and was looking side to side furtively before he moved toward the gate of Hogwarts. Fleur frowned, wondering if he had snuck out of the grounds without permission. He certainly seemed to be in a hurry. Acting on her curiosity, Fleur followed him toward the school. She kept close to the edge of the forest and watched. She was puzzled as she saw him avoid the main gates to the Hogwarts grounds and instead move to the side of the castle wall. Her eyes widened as he cast a spell on the wall, and the stones seemed to separate from the wall, opening. Fleur frowned, though she made no move to get closer. She continued to look around, and only chanced to look in the direction of the forbidden forest when, at the very edge of the ominous trees, she saw a burst of flames. Fleur's eyes widened in shock as she saw a dark-haired figure stumble forward into a tree. The dark-haired figure braced himself against the tree before he began to stagger toward the same direction the Bee-Owned had taken. Fleur watched with wide eyes as the figure stumbled and staggered toward the wall where the blonde had gone. Twice, Fleur was tempted to call out and ask if the figure needed help. He was moving, and he seemed injured. He turned his head at one point and Fleur got a look at a profile of his face. On one hand, seeing his face was a shock to Fleur and her jaw dropped even as she instinctively shrunk a bit into the shadows. On the other, after seeing the blonde from earlier, she was slightly less surprised by his companion. Fleur continued to watch with wide eyes as the arrogant Bee-Owned poked his head and half pulled Aries into the passage. Fleur shrank back behind a tree when Draco looked around the area before the passage shut and seemed to seal against the wall. Fleur could only stand and stare at the now blank wall from her hiding space within the trees. She could do nothing but stare as her mind burst with a sudden cascade of understanding. Ares Flammel. He had just appeared in a burst of flame. Something her father thought might be an illusion while a ministry-charmed portkey whisked him away. But she had just seen him appear in fire. She reviewed her memory deliberately as some of the pieces fell into place. She still didn't have the complete picture. But she knew one thing. Somehow, Ares Flammel had been the one who saved her at the World Cup. It was no wonder they hadn't been able to find him. They were looking for an older, experienced wizard. Her father had guessed that the wizard had to have been at least 40 given his combination of spell control, power and obvious experience. Her father was splitting his time using any and all of his connections to scour the globe for any reports of anyone skilled enough to have been the one who had saved her and her sister. At the same time he was fighting an impossible battle to try and figure out the identities of all of the attackers that night. He was meeting with no success in the search for the one who saved them, and middling success on suspects of people who might be involved. Not that the British ministry was willing to touch them anyway. Someone who was young enough to be in school hadn't even entered into any sort of consideration because there were almost no prodigies with the sort of power displayed, but absolutely none with the power, control and experience. And yet despite his youth, Fleur guessed he was possibly even a little younger than herself. Fleur was certain she had just discovered his identity. He had saved her, and then had talked to her that very morning. She knew to have irrefutable proof she'd have to get close to him when he was using his magic again to be sure that his presence was the one she had felt at the World Cup. But as she recalled that morning another thought struck her. Miss Delacour. That is what he had called her that morning. Her friend hadn't supplied her last name, but Fleur hadn't spared a thought for the young man knowing her last name. She had made an entrance the night before with her school and it was entirely possible that a student had heard her name or had asked around. No, it was the way he said her name. An odd combination of respect and concern. And as she tried to examine and reconcile the two memories, Fleur was relatively sure that the voices were the same. Confident, reassuring, caring and resolute all rolled into one. But even as she felt that some pieces were falling into place, in some ways it seemed to confuse the larger picture. How did he already know her name at the Quidditch World Cup? The Flammels haven't been public figures in a social or political manner since before either of her parents were born. She was sure that this morning was the first time she had ever spoken to Ares Flammel. How did Ares even know who she was at the World Cup? Her eyes narrowed slowly as she stared at the still blank wall. She had spoken to him that very morning. He had completely ignored the power of her allure. Something that still left her stunned. What was more is that he had spoken to her as he might any stranger or very mild acquaintance, almost as if the act of saving her life was nothing. That it meant nothing. Fleur scowled. She needed time to process her thoughts and see the whole picture, but she was certain of one thing. No one was allowed to dismiss her as nothing. Consciousness came quickly to Harry. He cracked open an eye and looked around furtively, while he tried to remember where he was. It took a minute to realize he was in his room in Slytherin and he was safe. He allowed his eyes to close for a brief moment, letting out a deep breath. Once he did, Harry's eyes snapped open and he sat up quickly. He felt his muscles respond despite the stiffness and accompanying soreness that reminded him vividly of the rest of the previous night's events. Harry remembered not wanting to try and flame through the wards to the chamber. He had regretted this choice as he had been violently woken up the night before in the secret passage with the sensation of creature smacking his face, none too gently. Harry had pushed the demented house elf off him with a groan, every muscle in his body sore. When he had glared at Draco, the Prat had merely smirked and said in an innocent voice, "Well, I thought of enervating you, but your friend Granger was always spouting off about the Muggle way of doing things. I would have done it myself but Creature offered and I let him do the honors. I must say they might be on to something, I rather enjoyed that." Harry had groaned but had been too tired to retaliate at the moment, merely filing away a mental note to exact vengeance at a later date. They had worked their way back through the secret passage, Draco leading the way, while Harry moved slowly and stiffly behind him. Creature brought up the rear, since he was tasked to levitate the still unconscious Regulus behind him. When they reached the end of the secret passage, Harry decided it was time to bring out one of the few things he retained from his parents. Something he hadn't used in years, and not since he arrived in this world, but it was custom made for sneaking around the castle. He reached into the moleskin pouch and pulled it out. Draco watched curiously as Harry pointed to the parchment and murmured quietly, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Harry watched as the familiar reddish ink and flowing cursive script filled the parchment, declaring it the Marauder's map, proudly for anyone to see. He watched as the map filled out the familiar map of the castle. But then it stopped. Harry watched the map with expectation, but nothing further happened. There was no spread of names anywhere. Harry tapped his wand to the parchment and repeated the phrase only to have no change. Harry cursed softly under his breath, as much irritated with the map not working, as he was for assuming it would and not having checked himself already. He made another mental note to get the map to work as soon as possible. "We'll just have to keep a sharp eye out," Harry said shortly, while he ignored Draco's puzzled look before Harry opened the secret passage quietly. They made it to the girls' bathroom without incident. Harry left Draco in the bathroom before venturing down into the chamber, and had gotten Regulus into the chamber with surprisingly little hassle. He gave Creature the option to stay with Regulus or come back upstairs. Predictably, the house elf immediately volunteered to stay and care for his master. Harry ordered the elf not to go anywhere beyond the chamber, but the point became moot when Creature realized that he couldn't teleport in and out of the chamber. Something in the wards of the chamber prevented elf travel. Harry handed Creature the shrunken picnic basket they had brought with them initially, and brought out a few blankets from his trunk so Regulus didn't get cold in the admittedly damp chamber. Harry was then forced to reconsider his earlier stance on not killing the basilisk when he had to give a nearly 20-minute explanation to the large snake that Regulus and Creature were not food and they were not to be eaten. The snake seemed to have trouble grasping the concept that food could exist and yet it couldn't eat it. When Harry was stiff and sore and wanted rest, explaining the concepts began to tread upon the last frayed edges of his patience. In the end, Harry resolved to bring it food the next day. Snakes didn't eat often, so he didn't think it would be too much trouble for it to wait a bit longer. Harry made it back to the entrance and had Draco summon him back up the pipe. Draco was rather disappointed when Harry didn't even let out the smallest cry. Their trip back to the common room was slow, but it was eventually made without incident. Harry had enough presence of mind to tell Draco that there would be no swim in the morning before he stumbled toward his room. Flaming 2 times with a passenger had taken a lot out of him. It wasn't that he felt magically tired, as flaming like that was a direct drain his physical stamina rather than his magic. When he'd collapsed into bed that night, Harry hadn't even been certain he'd be able to move his stiff muscles the next morning. He pulled himself out of his memories, and frowned as he stood up. He stretched his frame out, and realized that he was nowhere as stiff as he expected to be. He also noted that he had passed right out in bed without even taking time to take off his armor, though he chalked that as much up to habit as he did to tiredness from the evening before. He was so tired he realized he hadn't bothered to even secure his room before he fell asleep. He was thankful that the Fidelius charm on his room prevented anyone from entering it, since only Draco knew the secret. That thought stopped him cold. How had the world flipped so upside down that Draco knowing a secret filled him with reassurance? After a quick tempest on his wand to tell the time, and determining that it was still before dawn, Harry pulled his trunk off his neck, and removed his cloak and armor, taking time to set it in his trunk, before pulling out some of the clothing he had gotten with the Flamels the previous week. He took time to cast a few Scourgifies in lieu of a shower. Because it was a Saturday, Harry slipped on a black turtleneck, and slacks, taking time to make sure to refasten the wand holster over his clothes. He brushed his hair out of his eyes with some frustration. It would be much more convenient and comfortable cut shorter, but emphasizing the resemblance between him and James Potter wouldn't be smart. The way his hair liked to behave was far too distinctive. He wasted no further time in exiting his room. One step was all it took to see that the wards from the previous night had worked. Harry smirked a little bit, but didn't stop to observe his work. He made it out into the common room, and after a careful look around and a quick hominum revelio to make sure no one was watching, added some finishing touches to some of the wards. He hadn't had the chance the night before because the common room was never empty enough to add enough effects. He wanted to really give the students something to talk about this morning. He slipped out of the common room without interference and moved through the pre-dawn quiet of the castle from the dungeons to the 7th floor in the quickest route he knew. He had one more piece to collect before he had every Horcrux that he knew about and could put his hands on. As he walked back and forth opposite the tapestry that depicted Barnabas the Barmy and his unhealthy, if hilarious, obsession with trolls, Harry concentrated on his need for the room of hidden things. Exactly like he expected, a door appeared, where before had just been blank wall. Harry entered quickly to find a somewhat familiar room filled with a huge amount of miscellaneous items. Harry blinked in surprise as he looked up. The room was even more full than he remembered it being. After a moment, he began his careful investigation of the room. He moved through the room, and decided to try starting vaguely where he remembered finding it last time. Despite the size of the room, having a starting point helped his search immensely. He spotted the diadem relatively quickly. It was only the work of a few moments to break through the various notice-me-nots and repulsion wards around the Horcrux itself. On the surface of the diadem was the quote, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," and though the surface was tarnished and dull, it was clearly a valuable piece of jewelry, especially with the large blue, oval-shaped, sapphire that was affixed to the front. Harry cast several charms to determine that there were no spells or traps surrounding the artifact, and that it was indeed a Horcrux. He quickly conjured another stone box and summoned the diadem right into it, closing it tightly. Glancing one more time about the room, Harry wondered what other secrets the room might hold, and added a thorough exploration to his to-do list. Unfortunately, there were several major items of concern on his to-do list first, and exploration and potential profit schemes would have to wait. In the next moment, Harry disappeared in flames. Harry flamed into entryway of the Flamel's house, a location he was becoming somewhat accustomed to flaming into. Perenelle looked up from a book she was reading in the living room, as she sat at the edge of the couch. "Harry, I wondered if we'd see you this morning. Would you like some tea?" she asked, though she didn't wait for an answer to stand up and head past Harry to the kitchen. "I didn't expect to see anyone up this early," Harry stated, with a curious lilt to his voice, though he followed her through to the kitchen, carrying the box he had conjured containing the diadem. "Of course, I tend to be an early riser, though I've never needed much sleep." Perenelle moved to the kitchen and had the kettle of water over the flame on the stove quickly. On his third day with the Flamels, Harry had asked why she didn't use a heating charm on the water, and skipped the need to boil. Perenelle treated him to a 15-minute lecture on the proper taste of any drink requiring heat from an external heat source, from tea to coffee, to hot chocolate. And how all drinks required proper boiling and not a lazy heating charm. Perenelle glanced up from grabbing a pair of mugs. "Is that another one then?" she asked, gesturing with a tilt of her head and expression of disgust at the box Harry was carrying, as he set it on the counter. "It's the last one that I'm certain exists and can get my hands on," Harry confirmed, frowning. Not knowing about the ring bothered him a great deal. "What about the one you suspect is in the girl?" Perenelle asked, taking the kettle off the heat just as it was about to steam and then pouring 2 mugs of hot water, before adding a teabag to each mug before passing one to Harry. Harry took the mug and added some sugar to his tea before settling into a chair at the kitchen table. He stirred his tea slowly, eyes with a faraway expression. "I'm not certain. I'll have to figure out a way to be sure." "You don't know?" Perenelle asked, as she settled down in a chair opposite Harry. She was watching the young man curiously. Harry shrugged a little bit. Some of the circumstances seemed to be right, though not all of them. And this isn't the kind of thing I want to make assumptions about. Some of the circumstances. So some are different. Aside from the obvious. Perenelle nodded her head at him for emphasis, though her voice was curious. They'd talked a little bit about the circumstances in the other world, but Harry had been reluctant to go into specifics and they hadn't revisited this specific topic. Harry frowned thoughtfully and took a sip of the tea. "Well, in my world, my mother, Lily Potter, sacrificed herself to protect me, creating a protection that reflected a killing curse from Voldemort. Now, I admit I'm not an expert on rituals, but parts of it makes sense and parts of it don't. Perenelle regarded Harry intently. Do tell. Harry frowned. Well, on one hand, there's the fact that it reflected the killing curse, and that the protection stayed with me. I know that much since, at the tender age of 11, I killed my first defense professor when he was possessed by the Dark Lord. My touch literally burned him. It was a protection that remained until he used my blood to resurrect himself. Perenelle was listening intently and tracing her thumb along the handle of her mug. Sounds like fairly strong protection to me. Harry nodded. Then his expression turned skeptical. I also have been told that my mother's sacrifice could be tied into wards then created with her Muggle sister's blood, protecting that home from attack for as long as I lived with them. Perenelle frowned at that, but remained quiet, watching Harry closely. The wards were supposed to protect me from, well, I was told Voldemort, but I have no idea if that was just Voldemort. Or if that included his followers as well, or if it was broad enough to affect any magicals that intended to harm me. I was always fuzzy on that. However, I am sure that the protection never actually protected me from general harm, considering the muggles I was forced to live with. Harry said blandly, his voice somewhat thoughtful. He was still bitter about his upbringing, but there was nothing to do about it now. Perenelle's eyes narrowed at the implications in Harry's statement, but let it pass because of his bland tone and the realization that there was nothing she could do about it either. Besides, she was waiting to hear Harry's analysis of his own history. They had talked early on, and even Nicholas had realized, while Harry was willing to answer general questions, he didn't react well to pressing for more information, unless a good reason could be explained for it. He had been very reticent about the specifics of his own personal history. Harry had paused to take a sip of his tea before continuing. Further, the protection upon me, or my body directly, was imperfect at best. It didn't seem to stop a piece of Voldemort's soul from latching onto me. It didn't protect me from a connection that rendered me nearly catatonic in pain every time Riddle threw AF. King temper tantrum or he came near me. Perenelle scowled and tapped her fingers against her mug as she considered thoughtfully, as someone who does have some experience with blood wards. I can tell you with some level of certainty, some of what you said doesn't make sense. Harry looked unsurprised and took a sip of tea, listening with a curious expression on his face. I would actually love to hear your perspective on it. Perenelle's expression was thoughtful. I have never heard of a ward scheme to protect a residence that was powered by a sacrifice. Especially such a specific ward scheme as the one you describe. More importantly, I assume you know the vulnerability of intent-based wards. Harry nodded a little bit, sipping his tea. Of course, they have two weaknesses. If a person doesn't think they're doing anything wrong, or is truly convinced they have good intentions, the ward can completely miss them. Though that can be avoided by basing the intent wards on what the caster of the wards believes is best for whatever it's protecting. That was especially true for the Slytherin dorms. Harry had based all of the wards on his beliefs about being protected where you sleep. Something that bothered him not at all. Harry continued, they can be overpowered because they're based purely on the amount of power of the caster puts into them, and can be brute forced past with enough power and a basic understanding of wards. His mind flitted to the ward schemes that he had used to protect the different rooms in the Slytherin house. He doubted that any of the Slytherins would be able to tear his wards down. Though, because of the circumstances, even Dumbledore would have trouble with them. It wasn't that he'd poured an obscene amount of power into the wards. But the wards of Hogwarts as a whole made dismantling them incredibly complicated, especially as he made some of them hard to discern from other general wards in the castle. And, if Dumbledore, or some Slytherins working together, overpowered the wards. Harry suppressed a smirk. The intent-based wards were only the first line of defense. Perenelle smiled, pleased at Harry's response. She had discovered that she really enjoyed engaging with the young man. She had worrying concerns about his emotional health and well-being, but he had a major interest in wards, one of her two areas of expertise and more importantly a massive amount of talent for it. She nodded. Wards cannot be attuned against a powerful nebulous foe without possessing their blood to ward against, or specific magic to ward against. Harry nodded. That's true, though Dumbledore had a pet Death Eater that was marked with Voldemort's mark. So he did have a sample of Voldemort's magic. Perenelle smiled a bit, enjoying the discussion, though her tone was thoughtful. A ward like that would be incredibly complex and difficult to unravel. Guarding against Death Eaters, the Dark Lord, and any ill intent. I might be able to come up with something that would do that, if I had a decade, a Death Eater and a sample of the Dark Lord's magic, maybe. I'm still not certain it would fulfill that purpose though. And blood wards doing it? Not a chance. Yes, I know. I've never known wards to behave like that. Then again, I have very little experience with blood wards, and there's no history or literature on them that I was able to browse. Whatever resources my mother used was destroyed, looted from their home, or were never there to begin with. And by the time I knew enough about wards to analyze them, the wards were long gone. Harry replied. Perenelle gave him a sharp look at this admission. So you have no one's word about the true behavior of those wards except for what you were told? Harry nodded with a bit of a sigh. Pretty much. Perenelle nodded, her eyes watching Harry closely. You mentioned that you lived with your mother's Muggle sister. She watched his expression closely, and while he didn't flinch, his jaw tightened and his eyes narrowed in expectation of the following questions. That gave Perenelle all the confirmation she needed. While tying in the wards to familial blood can strengthen intent-based wards in general, requiring more power to overcome them, they also draw the magic powering them from the magic of the people involved. Harry frowned as he turned that information over in his head. I was the only one in the house with any magic. My aunt was a squib or a muggle, and my uncle and cousin were both muggles. Perenelle nodded slowly. In that case, the wards would have used the connection of you and your aunt's blood, while drawing power exclusively from you, a drain that would have been intensely magically taxing on you. Harry looked thoughtful at that statement and then shrugged a little bit. I don't really know how to determine how taxing it might have been. I wasn't really sensitive to magic at that point. Perenelle waved off Harry's statement easily. Of course not, you were a child. Few children have any sort of magical sensitivity. In a very few it develops through puberty, but most remain ignorant to it throughout their lives. Back to my biggest point, there are no wards that I am aware of that would be localized to a single person as protection, and expand to cover a household residence. So you're saying it can't be done? Harry asked curiously. Perenelle opened her mouth to reply and then shut it, to chew on her bottom lip for several seconds as she considered that. Harry just waited patiently for her response. I know of no ward that is capable of doing that. However, there are very few times I like to say something is not possible with magic. And further complicating things is that, I have spent the past decade trying to come up with a ritual that could stop a killing curse, and have gotten absolutely nowhere. Harry raised an eyebrow, but otherwise kept his face blank. The Dumbledore of my world told me that it was my mother's sacrifice that gave me the protection. Perenelle snorted. The same Albus who you have repeatedly said didn't give you the whole truth or outright lied to you, your entire life. Think about it. In the hundreds of years the killing curse has existed, you think your mother was the first to die in defense of a family member or loved one. Harry shook his head, but didn't have time to reply as Perenelle continued, of course not. So yes, there are even rituals that escape me with my experience. Assuming it was a ritual, of course, and not something else. She sighed, and put her hand on her head. Dignity and proper decorum forgotten. Harry, it is far more likely that those wards were never used to protect you from Voldemort or his Death Eaters, any more than it would have protected you from Grindelwald and his Reapers half a century ago. Perenelle frowned. Obviously, I'm just speculating here, but Albus more than likely put up wards redirecting wizards in general away from that house. Only those he personally allowed to ever visit. And then used your blood and magic to actually power the wards. That was as much safety as they would generate. A scheme like that would do nothing to protect you from actual intended harm from anyone. Harry frowned as he sipped his tea as he genuinely considered Perenelle's analysis, unable to deny the logic she put forth. That would explain why my relatives never tripped it. Harry mused. Perenelle's jaw clenched a moment before she let the comment go, once more reminding herself there was nothing she could do to them, and sensing if she pushed Harry would retreat. It also doesn't explain your scar, she said with a pointed look at the area they both knew was hidden by his hair and a small glamour. How so? Harry asked curiously. There are so many things wrong with that I barely even know where to start. Perenelle stated. First off, If your mother protected you with her sacrifice, which supposedly was a sacrifice strong enough to power household wards no less, then why wasn't it strong enough to actually stopping a piece of his soul from becoming embedded into your head? That protection continued to exist, protecting you from him, except, the piece of him attached to you. I'm sorry. I find that incredibly difficult to accept. Perenelle said flatly. I always wondered how that could escape the notice of Dumbledore and the school nurse for as many times as I was in the infirmary. Harry replied dryly. Perenelle frowned. Honestly, I could probably understand how that was missed. You can? Harry asked, obviously surprised. Yes, for two reasons. Firstly, soul magic is volatile and dangerous, and not 1 out of 100 healers would likely have picked up on what was in your scar. Secondly, it's not like there's an extensive history of what happens when someone survives the killing curse. So there's nothing to compare it to. And the fact that, even after the soul piece was removed via a killing curse, I still had a connection with him. Could still sense him and feel his emotions when he lost control of them enough for me to hear them. Harry asked, honestly curious. Perenelle spread her hands. Powerful magic forms connections. Even unwittingly. Some are for ill, like the connection you described. Some can be good or bad, like the bond between a lord and his followers. And some bonds can be good. Like the one Nicholas and I have, most of the time anyway. She finished with a chuckle of private amusement. I guess I'm not sure what you mean by your bond being good. Harry stated more than asked. This had puzzled them since he had met them. Well, aside from the fact that it saved my life as my magic became more chaotic, I always know in general where Nicholas is and how he is doing. I can tell you right now. Nicholas is having as much fun as a schoolboy, and somehow managed to burn the back of his left hand last night. Perenelle frowned a little bit at the last bit. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a chipper Nicholas bustling into the kitchen at right that moment. Ah, Harry. Good morning. I was hoping you'd still be here. Harry looked between Perenelle and Nicholas. Do either of you ever sleep past sunrise? Perenelle gave her husband an amused, if long-suffering look as Nicholas shrugged. I haven't been to bed yet. I was making you something. Harry tilted his head curiously and almost dropped his mug when Nicholas tossed a large vial of it at him. He was distracted momentarily by an obviously fresh burn on the back of Nicholas's hand, and only barely managed to catch the vial on reflex and then held it up to examine it. The vial was filled with something resembling a liquid that was a bright blue when Harry caught it. That blue was slowly shifting between different colors. However, it wasn't just the colors that caught his eye, it was the fact that the vial contained liquid in only the loosest sense of the word. It seemed more like bottled energy of some sort. It didn't settle in the vial like liquid would do. It just continually moved within it. Harry looked at Nicholas with a raised eyebrow. What's this? Nicholas frowned a little bit. That might be, Harry, is the invention I am most famous for, at least in the magical world. That is the elixir of life. Harry examined the bottle thoughtfully. I thought you said that it didn't actually hold the secret to eternal youth. It doesn't, but that's still what it's called, and has allowed us to live publicly by these identities for this long. Nicholas replied a little testily. Harry nodded solemnly. Of course, calling it the elixir of life, but not really, sort of takes the shine off of it, doesn't it? Nicholas seemed to deflate at that, but Perenelle couldn't help herself, and sputtered out laughing, managing to keep herself from drinking tea at the last moment, though the cup almost spilled anyway from the shaking of her hands. Nicholas huffed in mock indignity. Fine, call it a vitality elixir. The point is you have someone who has spent more than a decade in hell. This will help him a great deal. Harry looked at the vial again, the liquid inside now a bright purple, before he nodded and slipped it into his pocket and right into the moleskin pouch. Thanks. I appreciate it. Nicholas nodded and then grinned. So does that mean you could see your way clear to sharing what it is I'm going to find so amusing? Harry stared at Nicholas for several seconds. You made the elixir of life in trade for me telling you a few days early. Nicholas looked abashed and looked away. Maybe. Perenelle grinned again. He's like a child with surprises sometimes, he hates not knowing. Harry chuckled softly. I wouldn't want to ruin it for you. Given the wizarding world's complete inability to keep secrets, I'll just say keep an eye on the Daily Prophet. Nicholas frowned. Daily Prophet. Harry blinked and then nodded a little bit. I meant the Daily Herald, sorry. Nicholas nodded but still pouted a little bit before a grin crossed his face. Well, I'm assuming we're going to be front page today. Harry nodded a little bit. Yeah, giving the students a day to write home and another day for it to reach the paper and get printed. The story ought to break today. Nicholas grinned and rubbed his hands together. Finally, a chance to stir things up a little bit. I can't wait to see how many people come out of the woodwork to congratulate us or request to meet. Harry frowned a bit. That reminds me. I need a note from you to get out of history class. Perenelle and Nicholas both frowned at that. What's wrong with learning history? Harry sighed a bit and settled in his chair to explain about the complete and utter uselessness that was history class at Hogwarts. It was over an hour later, after much swearing from Nicholas and speculation on the likely animal parentage of the people who ran the school, its governors, and society in general from Perenelle, that Harry flamed out of the Flamel house and back to his room with a strongly worded letter firmly in hand. Daphne woke up with a start, fear in her mind and self-recriminations on her tongue as she looked around her room to ascertain her current safety, only to see Tracy sleeping quietly. She cursed a little bit internally. She had fallen asleep reading a book. Normally this wouldn't have been a problem, because her wards would have managed to wake her up. But the public embarrassment caused by Aries' wards the night before had pissed off a lot of the upper years, and set everybody on edge. Daphne had seen the groups of older year males several times the day before huddled together and glaring at other members of the house. For someone who could read people like Daphne, it was elementary to determine that the second night of this term was going to be far less relaxed than the first. The older students were very displeased at what had occurred the night before. The first night was always about setting a tone and teaching a lesson to the younger years. A lesson that stuck with them through 7 years of school and into the real world. On the smaller scale, it was a clear message to respect the hierarchy of Slytherin House. The older students generally held sway, usually led by 1 or 2 7th-year males. Occasionally a 6th-year male might take the reins of power in the house. Though Daphne had never seen that personally. According to rumor, Voldemort had controlled the house far earlier, though she never could get it confirmed. However, it was also used to send a much broader message, one that would be reinforced for 7 years. Respect and fear those with more power. Daphne had a feeling last night was going to be bad. The Slytherin house hierarchy had been not only stopped in sending that message to the first years, but flat out humiliated in front of everyone. The only option the upper years had in their minds was to retaliate. Daphne could tell they hadn't tried to figure out who or what was responsible for the wards, they had just been concerned with regaining their authority over the general populace. That meant that the normal second night of activity was going to be far worse. Daphne had been uncertain if anyone would be safe, but her worry primarily focused upon her sister. She had pondered staying out in the common room the night before, because neither Malfoy nor Aries Flamel had returned when people started heading to their rooms for the night. However, Daphne decided not to draw attention to herself by risking it. On one hand, Daphne found herself very surprised that she was waking up on her own and not interrupted by one of her own spell alarms during the night. On the other hand, Aries had been so sure when he told her that her room was protected. She would have called him arrogant if it hadn't looked like he had zero concern about using his skills to establish himself. Daphne was certain that when the older Slytherins put some thought into it, that his stance would change, whether he intended it or not. Right now, the focus wasn't upon him specifically. Once the hierarchy shifted its gaze towards him, Aries' lack of fear would need to change fast. Daphne stood up and stretched, then glanced over at Tracy again with a sigh. Daphne had warned her that there might be problems tonight. Despite her warnings, Tracy was BPD and tangled up in her sheets. Not that Daphne was overly surprised, Tracy's preference was to sleep nude. It was one of the causes for the rumors about their relationship in Slytherin House. Rumors that had run rampant that time the previous year on the second night, when older years had attempted to assert their dominance over them. While they had rebuffed the attempt, all that anyone talked about afterwards was Tracy firing spells as BPD as the day she was born. Daphne was always more circumspect in her behavior. What mostly annoyed Daphne was that Tracy's wand was clearly out of reach, having rolled from the bedside table to the floor. She was tempted to use a cold aguamenti to wake Tracy up, but elected against it, instead tossing a pillow firmly at her roommate. Tracy roused herself with a groan, well aware that if Daphne had to wake her a second time, she'd be waking up soaked. Tracy looked around fumbling for her wand. When she couldn't find it on the table, she scrambled to the floor, grabbing it and pointing it toward the door, careless of her nudity. When she realized that there was no danger, she glared grumpily at Daphne. Thought you said we should be on our guard. Daphne shrugged. I was wrong. Get dressed. I have a feeling you don't want to miss a show in the common room. Tracy hesitated a moment, since she generally did not enjoy being up early on a Saturday. However, it was a much worse proposition to be faced with the possibility of being out of the loop on something that seemed to have brought the hierarchy to its knees. She quickly moved to get dressed. What's happening? Daphne shrugged, a small smirk playing over her face as she watched Tracy's nude form quickly dressed. I have no idea, but considering we weren't bothered at all last night, I'm willing to bet something happened. Tracy hesitated, and narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, before she got dressed in record time. She pushed past Daphne, who waited patiently at the door, since she had already been mostly dressed. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's g. Her voice cut off mid-word as Tracy opened the door and came face to face with a seventh-year Slytherin. Tracy started backwards against Daphne, who had been following her out. Daphne was fishing out her wand. She had slid it in her pocket, having assumed the danger from the night had passed. However, she stopped when they both realized that the guy in front of them was completely unmoving save for wide and blinking eyes. And he was completely BPD. Once the two girls got past their shock, they realized that he wasn't the only one. There were 3 boys outside their door, 2 of which were BPD and 1 of which was clothed. Daphne blinked in surprise, and then a rare wide smile broke across her face for just a moment before she schooled her features. Tracy, however, wasn't as composed. After the shock passed, she burst into giggles and asked loudly, "What? Is this some bizarre new tradition?" She glanced deliberately downward, and seemed to school herself a bit, or just a way to convince witches that pureblood superiority is a joke. Daphne said nothing to the crude humor, well aware that Tracy was actually restraining herself. She gripped Tracy's arm and pulled her past the 3 males outside her room, noting that it was like pushing past statues. Thankfully, there was an opening they could escape through without being forced to press up against any of the frozen boys. Tracy practically bounced as they headed to the common room. One look down their hallways showed that their room wasn't the only one that had been visited the night before, though none of the other rooms in the 4th floor corridor had more than one person outside. As the two made their way to the common room, the implications of what Daphne had just seen began to set in. Aries. Wards were there. The consequences of running afoul of them couldn't be stated more plainly. When they got to the common room, they discovered that the common room was uncharacteristically crowded for a Saturday morning, though Daphne noted that the ratio of males to females dipped decidedly towards the female gender as the ages of the people went up. Daphne saw several other 4th years gathered on one side, and Tracy made a beeline for them, while Daphne's eyes sought out her sister. By the time she found Astoria, her sister had almost made her way to Daphne. At first glance, Astoria looked nothing like her older sister. Where Astoria's hair was owned like their mother's, Daphne's was a raven black like their father's. Their eyes were the reverse. Daphne got her deep dark blue from their mother, while Astoria's eyes were hazel like their father's had been. It wasn't until someone had a chance to see the two side by side that the resemblance in the facial features stood out. They both took strongly after their mother when it came to facial structure. Daph. Did you have people outside your room too? Astoria blurted as soon as she got close enough to her older sister. Daphne regarded her sister with a frown, once more reminded that Astoria truly didn't belong in this house. While she possessed Tracy's habit of blurting out whatever came to her mind, she did not possess Tracy's accompanying stinging sense of humor or self-preservation. Did anyone bother you last night? Daphne asked her bluntly in a much quieter tone than the question that had been posed. Astoria shook her head. No. But there were 2 older students frozen outside my room this morning. A 7th year and a 4th year. They're still there. Daphne froze at that comment and her eyes narrowed dangerously. She might not have been able to do anything about the 7th year immediately, but a fellow 4th year was something else. Who were they? Astoria frowned. The 7th year was Jugson, and the 4th year was Teddy Knott. Daphne nodded her head but didn't say anything. She didn't need any more information to figure out what happened. Theodore Knott Jr. had always had a sadistic streak, backed up by a sharp mind. However, now that his father was head of the Knott family since his uncle hadn't had any sons, that made Theodore the heir. Daphne was relatively certain of what happened. Marcus Jugson had decided to curry some minor favor with Knott in the future by allowing him to take part in the harassment. His arrogance was coming out, and Daphne was sure that Knott would have used the chance to lord it over his fellow 4th years. He clearly was looking to raise his stature among the 4th years and within Slytherin as a whole. Given the change in Malfoy's modus operandi, Knott was pouncing on a perceived opportunity just like any well-bred pureblood would be expected to. Of course he was doing so without questioning the motives behind Malfoy's behavior change, since many times, in the pureblood political game, that would come back to bite him in the ass, which Daphne suspected would happen quite soon. What only Daphne seemed to have grasped thus far, was that Ares Flamel was not playing the game at all. Daphne didn't understand what he was up to, but he was ignoring all the conventional rules of etiquette. It was like he was operating on a whole other playing field. Not only that, but whatever he was up to, was obviously enough to convince Draco Malfoy to shut up. Daphne became even more determined to find out what he was up to. She gave her sister a reassuring smile, but Astoria's attention was already elsewhere as she scampered over to talk to one of her other friends. Daphne would have said something, but her attention was drawn to the common room entrance. It had just opened to admit their head of house, who strode in, cloak billowing with a severe expression on his face. He was followed by Dumbledore, who walked in at a more sedate pace, with a curious expression on his face. Following on his heels was an eager-looking Professor Babbling, who looked like she was tempted to leapfrog Dumbledore in her eagerness to see what had transpired today that may have been different than yesterday. Daphne used the distraction to join up with the rest of the 4th years who were gathered, once again watching this morning's spectacle with clinical eyes. She noted that every one of the 4th years was present except for Knott and for Ares Flamel. Draco was present and watching the events unfold with an intense look of quiet curiosity on his face which matched everyone else present, something which Daphne would have sworn she would have never seen previous to this year from the likes of Draco. Tracy was talking almost as soon as Daphne joined up with the group. Nearly all of the upper-class boys were frozen. We were not the only ones to be treated to the sight of purebloods in all their glory. Blaise snorted a little bit, which was a big reaction from the normally stoic boy. Believe me, I could have lived without seeing that. Especially before breakfast. Tracy giggled softly and continued, there's supposedly at least 2 7th-year girls that are frozen in the 3rd floor corridor as well. Daphne shrugged a little bit, guys are hardly the only ones that try and lord it over the younger years. Draco chuckled softly, but there was no mirth in his eyes. Very true, but it appears someone has finally taken exception to some of the traditions that have been introduced to this house over the past half-century. Daphne frowned slightly, once more reminded of how different Draco was. Before, in a circumstance like this, Draco would be speaking loudly, drawing attention to his opinions, or how he knew what was happening or what the fallout would be. And he would almost certainly be a leading voice outraged that someone was messing with traditions within the house. That was of course if he wasn't riding his father's influence to take part, of course. Now though, he simply made an observation without expecting others to nod and comment how he was probably right. Some things still remained consistent in whatever odd world she now lived, since Crabbe and Goyle both still nodded in unison after Malfoy finished speaking. She idly wondered if they had required training to simply nod when Malfoy stopped speaking. Blaise spoke up, his tone curious, where's Knott and Flamel? When he asked, others around him realized that the 2 4th years weren't present. Daphne was the one that replied first. Knott's caught in the 3rd floor corridor. He's stuck outside my sister's room. There were 2 sharp intakes of breath at that, one from Tracy, and one from Blaise. A small reaction from the former, and a very strong reaction from the normally stoic Zabini. There was silence for several moments as each fourth year there knew that Daphne would likely retaliate against Nott. Not a single one of them wanted to be in Nott's shoes. The silence was broken by Tracy as she semi-discreetly pointed at a group of older girls. I just heard some of the 5th and 6th year girls bargained with the firsties to bunk in their rooms last night for protection. That statement caused some raised eyebrows all around. Daphne had long ago given up on figuring out just how Tracy seemed plugged into all the gossip of both the house and the school. Especially given the fact that she didn't often gossip herself beyond their small circle. Tracy was well aware that gossip was often exaggerated so that she wasn't always accurate on what was actually happening, but she was always aware of what was being said.
"Well, isn't that quite the turnaround?" an amused-sounding Blaze responded. "Well, this is certainly counter to the rumors I've heard. I was told the headmaster is a quite vocal supporter of Gryffindor House, but his presence here 2 days in a row to personally see to our safety is rather contrary to that." "No?" stated an amused voice from the back of the group. The group turned as one to see Aries Flammel, arms crossed and looking relaxed in a black turtleneck and slacks. It was a direct contrast to the rest of them who seemed to wear a scaled-down version of their normal uniform on weekends, mostly because it was easier and out of habit. It was Blaze that replied, "That's twice more than I've seen him in the common room in our previous 3 years combined. He doesn't tend to visit the actual houses, as far as I know." Daphne's eyes narrowed. She had no idea when he joined the conversation, and hadn't even seen or heard him approach the group. What's more, he wasn't letting on at all that he had done this. Of course, doing so would simultaneously make him a celebrity within the house and a target as well. She knew someone would become a target because of this. Yesterday there were attempts by some of the Slytherins to present a bland disinterested facade, but today, everyone in the common room hung upon every word of the professor's. She too wished to hear any tiny detail revealed that could be used to her advantage, and as Snape strode past them back to where Babbling and Dumbledore were standing outside the third-year dormitory corridor, she joined the rest of her house in silent observation.
Professor Snape had checked all 7 corridors for confirmation before he returned to where Dumbledore and Babbling had gathered outside the third-floor corridor where clearly most of the people were. Babbling had already stepped into the corridor and was alternating between scanning the area and scanning the several students closest to the entrance and within line of sight of most of the common room.
"There are students frozen in each of the lower-year dormitories, Albus, except the first-year corridor. That one is completely empty," said Snape in a soft voice that carried to every corner of the common room. "Some of them have been completely divested of their apparel and others were not." Babbling's expression of enthusiasm fell off her face as she turned with narrowed eyes to both Dumbledore and Snape, as she paused in running scans on one of the Beep students. "This isn't an isolated incident for this house, is it, Headmaster?" "So it would seem," Dumbledore said thoughtfully, as he stroked his beard slowly as he watched Babbling's examination of the wards halt mid-cast. Directing her attention back to the wards, he continued, "What can you tell us?" Babbling remained unmoving for several seconds, her eyes narrowed before she very reluctantly returned to her examination. Those few seconds of observation of the headmaster had made her distinctly aware of the near-full common room which watched her every movement. Understanding that everyone was interested, and that there was major ramifications occurring that she didn't quite grasp yet, she made sure her voice was loud enough that it carried to the furthest corner of the room. "It's pretty much the same as yesterday, only it's gotten more complicated, or maybe I can just now see more of it as it activated." Seeing that both Snape and Dumbledore were not quite comprehending, she sighed and walked back to join them a bit away from the entrance to the corridor, and then turned back, waving her wand and murmuring something. The air suddenly seemed to fill with a golden mist, and a mass of glowing lines shimmered into view at the entrance to the dormitories. Lines that shifted and intersected, and seemed to form a moving spider web. A spider web that shimmered around her as well, one that was alive and moving. "Absolutely brilliant, of course," she murmured, which brought the attention of the crowd back to her. When she noticed the attention back upon her, she gleaned that no one truly understood what was happening. For emphasis, Babbling put her hand into the mist, and once she got to a certain point, one of the lines immediately wrapped around her wrist, causing a gasp of shock from all around, but just as quickly the line released the wrist as she pulled it back. "Headmaster, if you would." Dumbledore hesitated only a moment before he put his hand forward into the mist. Once more a line of energy seemed to wrap around his wrist. Dumbledore held his hand in the mist and examined it thoughtfully. I can't feel it at all. I'd be shocked if you could. Babbling replied. It's an active intent ward. Challenging to cast, and actually far beyond mastery level, because of the focus it requires. Right now, it's judging your intent, but not reacting to it. You're only aware of it because I've made it visible. This is just one of a lot of wards that are mixed in here, along with some charms. Were these active yesterday? Dumbledore asked curiously, once more stroking his beard as he looked thoughtful. Babbling shrugged in response. I don't know, I didn't get a chance to examine them in close detail yesterday. Because of the amount of wards in the castle itself, it's impossible to tell how long these have been here. Professor Babbling, can you tell me why some of my students are currently frozen and are completely exposed? Snape asked, his tone hard-edged as he stared down the third-floor corridor. Babbling couldn't keep the excited look off her face as she turned back to the corridor. I think I can. Now that more of the wards are active, they're a bit easier to understand. One of these wards is a marking ward, though not one I've encountered before. A marking ward? Severus asked curiously. Wards were never his area of expertise and he never had gone beyond owls in runes, so he hadn't gotten much into it. It was Dumbledore who spoke up. A marking ward is just what it sounds like. It places a mark of some sort on a person. His curious look had given way to one that was far more serious and his tone had changed to match. Babbling nodding in agreement. It was originally created as a defense against theft. If you crossed over it, it put a mark on you and made it easy to tell if someone had been in a certain area or not. They fell out of favor with most people because the marks they left were able to be erased with a quick dispelling or even some muggle makeup. Snape frowned, and his tone turned speculative again. None of the students made any mention of any sort of marks after yesterday's events, and I questioned several that were involved closely. Babbling nodded and opened her mouth to reply only to be cut off by the sound of music filling the air. The same annoying song that had played the morning before filled the air, and after cycling around back on itself twice it stopped. Moments later there were startled cries of dismay as people scrambled from the second, third and fourth year corridors. They ran out, congregating in the main room as they rubbed their ears and looked around at all the people staring at them. One of the seventh years spotted Snape and Dumbledore and scrambled over to them breathlessly. It was the same thing that happened to the others yesterday, he blurted out, still shivering. Snape cut him off coldly. We can see that, Mr. Judson. We will, of course, be discussing this behavior later. Daphne's eyes had fixed on Nott the instant he had scrambled out of the third-floor corridor. She hadn't even bothered to look for the ones who had been outside her own door. She had her eyes fixated on him. Nott had glanced her way once and was now studiously avoiding her gaze.
There was pure fear in his eyes when he had looked away from her. Babbling raised an eyebrow at the large number of students, mostly male, though a few females, who scrambled from the corridors. She turned an angry expression on both Dumbledore and Snape. Her stare spoke nothing but silent accusations, but she said nothing. Daphne actually wondered if finding a way to eavesdrop on the next staff meeting might be in her best interests.
Maybe Ares could pull that off too. Dumbledore, however, had focused on the students coming from the corridors. It seems like the wards didn't release all of the students this time, Professor. He gestured with his hand back into the corridor where several students remained, all of which were beeped. Babbling frowned. She hadn't expected that. She lifted her wand to look at the wards once more, but before she could, the common room filled with music once more. The song was different this time. A childish voice began to sing, popularized by a large purple dinosaur.
However, instead of the song ending and students scrambling out of the halls, as the song was being sung, students floated out of the three corridors. The students were all BPD save for the odd piece of jewelry or belt here or there. The floating students were all lined side by side in the common room as the song slowly went through 2 repetitions. When the song stopped, all of the students were dropped unceremoniously to the floor. There was several moments of stunned silence as they looked around at all the stairs, and then there was a small shriek, which seemed to cue all of the students BPD and on the floor to go scrambling out of the common room, while futilely attempting to preserve their own modesty.
There was complete silence in the wake of the exodus of the beep students, before Dumbledore broke it with a question. Would you care to finish your explanation, Professor Babbling? He asked, as if they had just observed something as commonly occurring as the sun rising in the morning. I will need a few minutes. Babbling was staring open-mouthed before she turned toward the corridor again. She raised her wand and began casting diagnostic spells again. Silence fell to the common room again, until a small titter could be heard from somewhere. That small titter opened the floodgates and laughter began to emanate from all areas of the room. Several of the seventh years that had only participated the second night and therefore had only been caught by the first ward tried to glare at the different groups of students to get them to calm down, to no avail.
After the laughter subsided, an easier silence descended on the common room as babbling continued to examine the wards. Nobody wanted to be the first to leave the common room for breakfast and miss anything said. Several minutes later, most of the students affected by the second ward slunk back into the main room, not meeting anyone's eyes.
Babbling finally stopped casting with a puzzled frown. She turned to look at Dumbledore. Is it possible for me to scan 2 students, one affected by each ward? After Dumbledore's nod, Snape fixed the room with a stare, and spoke quickly. Mr. Bowl. Mr. Jugson, please join us up front for a moment. The 2 boys came forward. Marcus Jugson was looking around the room nervously, the memory of the never-ending song still in his mind. Lucian Bowl was trying not to look around the room. He had just been paraded out beeped in front of all his peers and couldn't stand seeing all their smirks or the amusement on their faces. However, he was one of the first to slink back to the common room after fleeing.
When they got close, Babbling wasted no time in casting more diagnostic spells on the 2 boys, alternating back and forth before she stopped, with a small murmur. Well, isn't that interesting?
You have found something? Dumbledore asked curiously. Yes, but I would like to test something first if you don't mind, Headmaster. Babbling responded. Getting a nod, she cast 2 quick finite incantatem on the boys before scanning them again. Her eyebrows rose in surprise at the results. What are your findings, Professor? Dumbledore asked, though his tone made it clear that it was more of a demand than a question. Babbling nodded. As I was explaining, there is a marking ward present, and it's placed a mark on each one of the students. I'm guessing that's how the wards knew what to do. She absently gestured towards Jugson. First time offense, no mark, it freezes you and plays that song, and the marking ward puts a mark on the student. If you don't listen to the first warning, then the next time you trip the wards and already have 1 mark, it's worse. You saw our students without clothes? A ward that destroys all fabric, which is why their wands, rings, and belts were generally unaffected. Of course, it also freezes and forces them to listen to another song. And it adds another mark to the student. Snape was looking speculative, but none of the students reported any sort of mark. He turned his head to the 2 students still standing close, and raised his eyebrow expectantly. They both quickly shook their heads, with Bull speaking for both of them. No, there was no mark on me, I'm sure of it. Babbling nodded. That's because the ward didn't mark them physically. It marked their magic. Seeing the concerned faces of all involved, it didn't do anything to their magic beyond mark it. It won't harm them unless they continue to violate the wards. Dumbledore was scowling and looking around the room. It might not harm them, but I don't think we should allow students to go around with markings, visible or not. You said a finite would solve it? Babbling shrugged her shoulders. It should, but apparently a simple finite wasn't enough to get rid of it. That's what I tried. Either I didn't have enough power, or something else was required. In which case, these wards are definitely Gringotts level. Dumbledore frowned and removed his wand. Well, let's see if it just requires a bit more power. He removed his wand from his sleeve. Harry's eyes suddenly sharpened as they fixed on the familiar wand. It was over a foot long with several carved representations of elderberries along the shaft. Harry was well aware of the true identity and history of the artifact casually used by the headmaster. He was also very familiar with the wand. It was the same one the Voldemort of his world had wielded for years in their back-and-forth battle. Dumbledore pointed the wand at Lucian Bowl and frowned in concentration as he focused. Finite incantatem. He intoned. A small flash emanated from the 7th year, who flinched slightly but otherwise didn't react. Dumbledore turned to Babbling and gestured wordlessly at the student. Babbling took a second before she raised her wand again and cast another diagnostic charm on Bowl before she shook her head, and there was no hiding the slight smile upon her face. Nope. The mark is still there. Dumbledore blinked in surprise, not having expected that the mark would resist his attempt. His expression turned thoughtful as he stroked his beard again. Should we involve Madame Pomfrey? Babbling gestured to the students. I doubt she'll be able to do anything more than you have. If you can't dispel it. Like I said, these goblin mastery level wards. If I'm reading it right, the mark looks like it will degrade over the course of a year or so. Daphne watched as both Snape and Dumbledore both exchanged inscrutable looks for several seconds. However, before they could say anything in response to that, a soft hissing filled the room. Everyone in the room was looking around, trying to determine where the hissing came from, a futile effort since the hissing seemed to come from everywhere at once. There was a small shriek of surprise from one of the first years as he jumped in the air. Ah! Heads all turned to look in his direction to see that the chair he had been sitting in, one carved with decorative snakes, suddenly seemed to come alive. Before anyone could comment, there were other startled and muttered exclamations, as every decorative snake in the Slytherin common room seemed to come alive, squirming in place. Even Daphne couldn't prevent a gasp from escaping her lips when the banister her hand had been on seemed to come alive underneath her hand. Everyone's attention was drawn away from the snakes and the hissing by the sudden appearance of green fire right in front of the view into the Black Lake. What started as small flame quickly began to sketch in the air, in a font that was clear, if somewhat ornate. It began to spell out words as its audience watched enraptured. You who have dared to disgrace my house have long earned my contempt. Too long have you acted unchecked and unchallenged. No longer will this travesty be allowed to continue. You have now seen the consequences. If you cannot act with honor, then it will be forced upon you. I shall visit ever-increasing punishments upon the worst of your number. Respect will only be given to those who carry my name with honor and pride. The words in fire hung there in the air, and around the words 2 snakes of fire slithered slowly in the air, to emphasize the point. Harry had a very difficult time keeping his face to match the surprise of his classmates. He had worried that he may have been going over the top with this display. He was certain that the snakes hissing the hovering words in Parseltongue would pass unnoticed by anyone who wasn't a Parselmouth, but liked the authenticity they added. He wasn't certain who, or how many would believe that it was Slytherin, or their house, but it muddied the waters and shifted some of the attention from students who might suspect him away and on to other theories. Wizards have a tendency to believe anything. There was also one major bonus. For the first time in his life, Harry had the pleasure of seeing both Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape looking completely and utterly stunned. The only one who had anything other than surprise on their face was Professor Babbling, who looked like someone just told her that not only had her birthday come early but it had brought Christmas along for the ride. She seemed practically giddy at the chance to analyze these newly revealed wards. The words just hung in the air, and once it became clear that they were going to remain there, at least for the moment, excited whispers and murmurs broke out all over the common room. Daphne watched the chaos all around her as people reacted to the words hanging in the air. The younger students chattered rapidly, in excited whispers as they looked up at the words. The older students, the ones who had been caught by the wards, were whispering while looking either very angry or very scared and doing their best not to show it. Well, isn't that interesting? Blaise commented quietly. Daphne resisted rolling her eyes. Nothing ever seemed to rattle Blaise, or get him excited for that matter. Do you really think it's Slytherin's spirit or something? Pansy Parkinson asked the others with wide eyes. This time Daphne couldn't help but roll her eyes, wondering if all the wizarding world was truly that stupid. She turned to quietly say something to Ares only to discover that he was no longer there. She looked around quickly, since she was sure he had been there just a moment ago. She had been keeping track of him out of the corner of her eye. She had just enough time to see him calmly walk out of the open common room entrance without so much as a backward glance. Daphne believed she was the only one who noticed his departure, as everyone else was too focused on talking about the wards. The morning's events had been a fantastic display of magic, and had proved Ares was true to his word. It also convinced her beyond a shadow of a doubt that she needed to get closer to the most interesting person she had ever met. Ares was an enigma, and one she was determined to figure out. Fleur had convinced several of her schoolmates, including her friend Amy, to eat in the Great Hall this morning. Or rather, Amy had acquiesced to Fleur's request with a grin, and another half-dozen of their schoolmates had followed the two of them. Fleur had gone through the motions in her morning workout. Amy had disarmed her during their dueling practice no less than 3 times because she was so distracted and her mind was on other things. Amy's previous high score had been 2 against her.
Amy had called a halt after the third, not because she was tired, but because she could tell her friend was distracted. She didn't say anything to her friend, but the smirk on her face spoke volumes. That smirk had just gotten wider when Fleur had casually mentioned that she had planned to eat in Hogwarts.
Madame Maxine had seen the group leave and nodded her pleased expression at her charges, happy they seemed to be willing to try and connect with the foreign schools.
Fleur had led the group in and joined the Ravenclaw table for breakfast, the same place they had sat for the feast the evening before. All four of the tables were about a third full and were slowly filling up, however one of the tables had only a contingent of Durmstrang students. There were no Slytherin students to be found.
Fleur couldn't help that her gaze constantly went towards the empty space at the table with the Durmstrang students, the table directly adjacent to the Ravenclaw table.
She felt someone sit down not far to her left. She glanced over and found that it was one of the older Ravenclaw boys. However, he just sat down and immediately got a dazed look on his face. Fleur resisted a sigh of irritation. She had gotten so used to controlling the allure that it usually only required a small bit of attention to keep it mostly restrained. It was a sign of just how distracted her mind was, that her control of her allure slipped so badly.
Fleur couldn't deny that her thoughts and focus were on Aries Flamel, especially after she saw him appear in flame the night before. Several puzzle pieces fell into place just with that one image. The traveling in flames and the eyes he had, which were the same color as the flames that were the eyes of the person who saved she and her sister at the World Cup.
The only true mystery, beyond why he hadn't stepped forward as her savior, was how in Morgana's name he had known her name. Her family certainly was well known, but that certainly did not mean that the Flamels, who were almost eternal political juggernauts, would have spoken of her family, and specifically about her.
She knew the evidence was hardly ironclad, but Fleur was certain. Despite her certainty, Fleur hadn't said anything to her parents yet. There were too many unanswered questions. Why did he step in? Why didn't he stick around for credit? How in Merlin's name did someone so young possess that much power and skill? Fleur swore that the fact that he seemed to be immune to her allure, and did not end up a dazed and drooling mess like the Ravenclaw who sat next to her, had absolutely nothing to do with her interest. No matter what her best friend seemed intent on insinuating every other sentence. Fleur's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of mass hooting signaling the arrival of owls bearing mail, packages, the daily newspaper, and other odds and ends. Nothing arrived for her, not that she had expected it. Her friend Amy received a copy of the paper, to which she paid the owl before letting him fly off. An owl landed in front of the boy sitting next to her, something the boy ignored despite several hoots and a peck on his hand. It wasn't until Fleur concentrated further and pulled back more of her subtly leaking allure, and an elbow to his side, that the boy finally seemed to shake it off to pay the owl. Fleur promptly returned to ignoring him and focused her attention on her friend when Amy suddenly giggled softly. "It seems like your young paramour has made the front page," Amy said in French, humor evident in her voice. Fleur narrowed her eyes at her friend, but was saved from replying when Amy shifted over and angled the paper so that Fleur could read the front page of the paper as well.
It was the Daily Herald, the wizarding newspaper in England. Amy and several other students and staff, including Fleur's mother, had all gotten subscriptions to the English paper while they were in the country. There, as their banner headline for the morning, was the topic of her thoughts. It had even managed to knock mention of the Tri-Wizard tournament off the front page. Fleur had expected that news to linger for weeks.
Immortal Alchemist Reveals Heir, by Rita Skeeter. This year's Hogwarts sorting appeared to most observers to follow the script of the hundreds that had preceded it. That was until after the final first year had been sorted, leaving one person remaining. A major surprise was then unveiled to all present. A young man, several years older than the normal age of 12, was asked to step forward and be sorted. The young man's name is Aries Flamel, and he was enrolled in Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Most of my readers will recognize the name Flamel. The question immediately raised by most wizards and witches who are learned in our great history was whether or not this young man was any relation to Nicholas Flamel, famously dubbed the Immortal Alchemist for his creation of the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life. It apparently didn't take long for someone to pose the question as to whether or not he was any relation to the Immortal Alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, and his wife, Perenelle.
The young man stated that he was in fact the actual heir of the ancient and noble house, and did indeed appear to possess a ring proclaiming that fact. Now, of course, this intrepid reporter could not just assume that a rumor was true, despite several confirmations from students, who might be fooled. No, dear readers, I went directly to the authority on all matters regarding successions and heirs. The sources within Gringotts Bank were able to confirm several things for myself here at the Herald. Nicholas Flamel and wife Perenelle Flamel do indeed have an heir to their house proclaimed in the bank. Of course, the sources could not confirm the name or identity of the heir, but the heir is indeed the sole and full heir to the house name, and all accompanying wealth and assets. That's right, my faithful readers. Full heir to a man who unlocked the secret to eternal youth, as well as all the wealth he and his wife amassed over half a millennium as well. This brings to light many unanswered questions that this reporter is going to pursue. Does the public reveal of an heir at this point mean anything? Is the immortal alchemist suddenly worried about mortality? Or is the heir merely going to exist in perpetuity? Does this sudden emergence of an heir mean that the Flamels will become active once more in the politics of the ministry?
Why was his sudden emergence this year? Does the timing have anything to do with the Tri-Wizard tournament? Is Aries Flamel hoping to compete against others from other schools?
Their Wizengamot seat has sat vacant for over 8 decades. Shortly after the turn of the century, Nicholas Flamel had a very public argument with the then Minister for Magic, one that required orders separating the two, though details were scant and no charges were pressed. However, even before then, the Flamels were rather reclusive. It has been many years since there was any public appearance by Nicholas or his wife. One thing this courageous reporter can say for certain is that there are currently no betrothal contracts active for Aries Flamel, at least none that are registered with the ministry. It's possible that the wizarding world may have a new most eligible. Teen Witch Weekly will be following up in much more detail for all those aspiring witches.
For a brief bibliography on the history of Nicholas Flamel, see page 3. For information on the Tri-Wizard tournament including current Gringotts betting odds for champion representatives, see page 4.
For all information and supposition regarding the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life, see page 5.
Speak the devil's name, Amy said suddenly, catching Fleur's attention, and he shall appear. Fleur glanced at her friend and then glanced up at the entryway where the object of Fleur's thoughts, and the major portion of the Daily Herald, walked through the door. Fleur could tell the way that all conversations seemed to pause the second he walked through the door that he was probably the topic of every conversation currently taking place in the room. However, Aries Flamel seemed to ignore all the stares in the room, or he put on an impressive mask. The only thing Fleur noticed was that he walked into the hall one direction and seemed to pause for ever so slight a moment before shifting his direction to the table with the Durmstrang students who were all looking at him just like the others. The entire hall seemed to watch with bated breath as if Aries was suddenly going to stand up and announce he was taking betrothal applications, giving away free gold, or free samples of Nicholas's famous elixir. Fleur observed for her own reasons as well. Whatever injury he seemed to have last night, there was no sign of it at the present.
Instead, Aries seemed completely ambivalent, as he sat down, taking a moment to give a polite nod to the Durmstrang students at the table, a few of whom even nodded back, before he served himself some breakfast. Fleur saw his eyes flick around the room occasionally but showed no reaction to the stares, and she watched him cast a quick detection charm over his food before he began eating.
The silence was broken as several more Slytherins came into the great hall heading to their table. Fleur noticed the blonde boy that she had seen twice yesterday with Aries sit down next to him. It took her a few moments to recall his name before she remembered that he was introduced as Draco Malfoy. The noise at the other 3 tables seemed to rise again, though from the snatches of whispered conversations she could hear, the topic had not changed. Her attention refocused on Aries when 2 birds landed in front of the blonde next to him. One was easily recognized carrying the Daily Herald, and another, an elegant-looking eagle owl that carried a letter, both of which the boy took quickly. Fleur watched as Draco looked at the Daily Herald and then quickly shifted to show it to Aries. Rather than read the article about himself with interest though, Aries merely glanced at it before rolling his eyes and returning to his food.
Fleur frowned. As someone whose family was in the French paper on more than one occasion, normal behavior in a situation like this would not be to ignore articles that concerned yourself in the paper.
Fleur watched as the Malfoy boy opened up the letter written to him, before he shifted to show it to Ares. Whatever the letter said, Ares seemed to read it with more interest, before an expression of amusement crossed his face, and despite the murmur of voices around her, Fleur could hear the dismissive snort from her seat. Fleur frowned once again. The more she watched Ares, the more his behavior interested her, though in this case it had as much to do with Draco as it did with Ares. There was a weird dynamic there that she didn't understand. Draco Malfoy was acting subtly as if he was completely beholden to Ares Flamel, without making it obvious. Fleur decided she needed to get information about the Malfoy family from her father. She was determined to unravel as much about the mystery of Ares Flamel as she could before confront him.
Fleur was derailed from her thoughts momentarily as she saw a dark-haired girl slide into the seat directly across from Ares. Thankfully, Fleur was sitting at an angle so the new arrival didn't cut off her view. However, that also meant that Fleur didn't miss the way Ares' eyes flicked over the girl's form once, and Fleur had to tamp down a brief but unfamiliar surge of jealousy inside her. The emotion caught her entirely off guard though.
She watched as Ares said something before standing up, taking one last bite of a piece of toast before he headed out the doors of the Great Hall. Fleur's eyes trailed him the entire time. Harry had made his way up to the Great Hall. After the little amusement that morning, he had refocused on what he wanted to get done during the day. He hoped that the headmaster was thrown off enough by the wards that he didn't request another meeting this morning. Harry knew better than to underestimate if that were to happen, and the headmaster had all but accused him of being at fault for the events in the dorms, an astute observation. Harry wondered what the follow-up would be. He had his next major focus, and that was dealing with the foe Moody. Harry knew that if events followed the ones in his timeline, that foe Moody would put Iris' name into the Goblet of Fire, and then would simply bide his time. Harry was determined to change that. Harry didn't want to force someone else to unwillingly go through the tournament. Harry had also considered it this morning and decided that he couldn't just allow foe Moody to be around students all year. He had never been sure how much Dumbledore actually knew about Moody being replaced during his 4th year. After all, Dumbledore was a master legilimens, and supposedly he and Moody were old friends. Yet Dumbledore had no idea that his friend had been replaced for an entire year. Harry had his doubts. Harry had initially planned to try and provoke the anger of foe Moody to see if he could get the Death Eater to expose himself and attack him. However, he realized that Crouch was probably dedicated enough to Voldemort that nothing Harry said regarding Voldemort would get Crouch to break cover publicly. Even if he did manage it, then it was possible, even likely, that if Harry did manage to provoke a confrontation, that it might happen in a room full of students who could end up injured. Harry walked into the Great Hall, only to glance up and find everyone's eyes fixed squarely upon him. Long accustomed to being stared at, Harry simply ignored it. He assumed the silence had to do with him being the first Slytherin before noticing that a great many of the students seemed to be looking back and forth between the newspaper and himself. He ignored that too, switching his natural direction after just a step into the room as he consciously remembered to head to the Slytherin table. Harry sat down at the table after absently nodding at the Durmstrang students who sat farther down at the table. Food was quickly piled upon efficiently, and after quickly scanning it before he began to eat, he refocused on the matter at hand. He couldn't very well follow foe Moody around and hope to capture him or kill him. That would be too easily noticed. Nor could he hope to set up an ambush that would take foe Moody out. Harry had debated the merits of attempting to flame into the trunk, removing the real Moody and then flaming him to Dumbledore's office. He had discarded that idea as the possibility for too many things wrong. Harry didn't know the setup of Moody's quarters, would not put it past Moody to have intruder alarms. Harry had never been able to flame directly into a trunk before. Nor would he be able to explain his presence, and if the Death Eater was alerted to intruders, then by the time Harry made someone understand what was going on, Crouch could have fled, or done something worse. None of those were attractive options.
So Harry's next order of business was to get his copy of the Marauders map working. If he could get it working accurately, then Harry could track the movements of Moody through the school.
Once he could do that, he could hit Moody at a time there wasn't any innocent bystanders nearby. So Harry had resolved to get his map working and go from there. His thoughts were interrupted when Draco sat down into the seat next to him. That was awesome. Harry just shrugged a little bit. He wasn't pleased with the implications of what he'd learned from the Slytherin house politics. He was relatively sure that short of hiring a team of expert goblin curse breakers to come in at exorbitant expense, that they weren't going to be able to undo his wards.
And if people continued to not heed the warnings, then the punishments would continue to escalate. Harry didn't feel guilty about this at all. He had even given them fair warning today.
What's the plan for today? Draco asked curiously, serving himself food, then stopped to take the deliveries of both his daily paper and a letter from his family eagle owl. Both flew off immediately upon delivery, neither making the standard demand of food most normal owls grew accustomed to taking as payment. Harry shrugged and glanced around. I'm going to be doing some work alone. You are going to keep your ears open and start making a list.
A list of what? Draco asked curiously. Harry's eyes narrowed. Everything you can think of. Anything that's different from before. Any potential friends who may have disappeared last time before things really got going, and then absolutely anything and everything you can remember about his plans after the year you lead the discipline squad. Harry's tone was quiet and he spoke in obliques so anyone who might have been hearing wouldn't understand a thing they were talking about.
Draco frowned, looking thoughtful. That's going to take quite a while. Then you better get started, Harry said shortly. Are we still going to start dueling tonight? Draco asked as he unfolded his paper. Harry nodded. After I get some other things done, including a visit to the library.
Draco had asked about starting dueling several times, and Harry could hardly fault him, especially when the alternative was his own death. A few moments later, Draco leaned over and showed him the herald. Harry glanced at it briefly before snorting and rolling his eyes. He didn't even bother reading it, just knowing who it was written by was more than enough. Draco took longer reading the article, before setting it aside and opening the letter from home, clearly from his father. He glanced over it and couldn't stop a sigh before he elbowed Harry lightly to get his attention, then tilted the letter to show him. Look, I've been ordered to befriend you.
Harry glanced up at Draco before letting his eyes roam the letter. The words were written in stylistic and flowing script, and were done in dark green ink. Draco, I trust that school has started well. A matter of interest has come to my attention, though I am somewhat disappointed that I didn't hear about it from you. I expect this was merely an oversight in you informing me, rather than you being ignorant of the situation. A student named Aries Flammel has enrolled in Hogwarts, in your year no less. It seems that despite his father's friendship with Dumbledore, he was even sorted into Slytherin House. If you have not already approached him in friendship, I am very disappointed, and instruct you to do so immediately. However, you are to approach him with respect accorded to his station. The Flammels are capable of wielding a great deal of political power and would make suitable allies for the House of Malfoy. Do not disappoint me. Your mother sends her regards. Lucius Malfoy. Harry glanced at the letter and then snorted in amusement. Well, if your father isn't told by whatever spies he may have, then you can be sure to write and say you have. Draco frowned. I wasn't planning on writing anything to the bastard. Harry sighed and resisted the urge to smack Draco, if only just. Malfoy, have you ever heard of the word subtlety? Teaching Malfoy the fine art of subtlety may be a lost cause, Flammel. You would have a better chance convincing the holy head harpies to take on a male chaser, interjected a female voice who had apparently heard the tail end of their conversation. They both looked up to see Daphne sit in the seat opposite them. She had originally spoken in a voice that actually carried to a few of the surrounding folks, several of whom smirked and one even chuckled at the Malfoy heir's expense. Constant inner-house one-upmanship allowed appreciation of small verbal slights if cleverly said or delivered.
While this happened and distracted those nearby though, she lowered her voice and leaned forward, so it was only audible to Harry while she stared at him directly with her dark blue eyes. Then again, you're hardly one to talk about subtle, when this morning's actions are considered. Daphne had made the motion of leaning forward, naturally enough that it just looked like she was sliding onto the bench seat, across from him.
Harry's eyes flicked over her with an evaluating expression. He merely tilted his head with and before he allowed a smile to cross his face. I've known Malfoy for a while, and it's funny, that was one of the first things I ever thought about him, he said, responding to the first half of her statement. It took Malfoy a second, but before he could express his outrage, Harry turned back to Daphne. You should be more careful with what you say in public, Miss Greengrass. You never know who might be listening. Daphne didn't respond, but simply reached for some toast and began to lightly butter it, but she gave a small nod of acknowledgement at his words. When Harry didn't say anything further, Daphne attempted to continue the stalled conversation after she remembered something. So do you plan on attending any of Bin's history of magic lessons? Harry shook his head. No, I have a permission form stating that learning history from a ghost whose mind is trapped in a cycle focused on one topic is not what is considered as quality education. I'll likely be learning history through self-study. She nodded and stretched, which caught Harry a bit off guard. He had seen her attempt to subtly show her charms privately in their earlier meeting. As much as any conservatively raised pureblood would allow to be shown at least. It had been easy to not react since he had been fully on alert and focused upon their meeting. Now though, a quick flash of the valley of her cleavage quickly drew his eye, and in his surprise he unintentionally let his gaze linger longer than he intended. Daphne seemed not to notice anything, though a small smile crossed her face as she bit into her toast, her eyes regarding him thoughtfully. I wonder if my mother would allow me to get away with the same. Harry seemed at a loss for words for a few moments before he covered his awkwardness by quickly snagging a last piece of toast before standing up. Good luck with that. Anyway, I'm off, I have some things I'd like to get done today.
Without waiting, he turned and headed out of the great hall, once more heedless of the stares that followed him, and sparing only a glance for the last stragglers from Slytherin joining breakfast. Some of them looked quite tired, though Harry was relatively sure that was because there were a few among them who hadn't slept in 2 nights. He tried to get the thoughts that had caused him to leave the Slytherin table out of his head. A few days after he had arrived, and had begun to take stock of just what it meant to suddenly be young again, and be going back to school. It had seemed so simple an idea, being where the events were centered around, and still able to keep himself apart. He thought it would be easy. These were young teenagers, mostly untouched from the horrors of war. Or at least the ones experienced firsthand, since most would have lost family members to the previous war. Harry had always had trouble truly connecting to people. He wasn't sure if it was because of his upbringing at the Dursleys, and the desperation that fostered the need to not to be noticed, only then to be plunged into a world where he was always garnering attention, or the fact that he was constantly the subject of rumors. One day he was a rising Dark Lord, the next he was a savior, then a liar, then insane and dangerous, then the chosen one. Whatever it was, Harry didn't make friends easily, and he ultimately could have counted his total number of friends on one hand. Of course, lack of friends didn't mean that people refused to follow him, and he never could quite figure that one out. He had long ago realized there was something broken inside of him in how he dealt with people in the world around him. He tended to keep people out of his life, unless of course he was busy saving their lives. He tended to be harsh and blunt with people. After the deaths of Bill, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione, he had spent months and months with only Hedwig for company aside from his occasional interactions with an insane Dark Lord. Not the best social outlets. Thus, his ability to properly connect with people had suffered greatly, and he knew this. Daphne's flirting, as harmless as it was, had occurred without any warning or preparation on his end, and he hadn't been sure how to react. So he had left the situation rather than embarrass himself. Also, it didn't help that he had no interest in getting into a conversation about hypotheticals around others at the Slytherin table that would start in hushed whispers. He also had zero interest in hanging around when the sheeple of the wizarding world seemed to have nothing better to do than stare at him. But mostly he had no interest to hang around on the off chance that Dumbledore might try and summon him to his office again. While a minor concern was the reactions of his Slytherin housemates knowing he met with Dumbledore, it might also put a giant flag on him as Dumbledore's man. But mostly on the off chance that Dumbledore tried to make him take down the wards, Harry wasn't sure that he would leave that meeting without the two of them coming to spells. Harry had more important things to do than deal with Dumbledore. He had work to do with the map that he didn't want to put off. He would also need to determine what to do about Daphne Greengrass. The girl, woman, whichever, was very attractive. But the words of Draco echoed in his ears, and he wondered what alternative agenda Daphne now had for her actions after he had already helped her sister and herself with the wards. He was used to analyzing a situation for how some person may try and use Harry Potter for their own fame and benefit. It was a whole new game to now figure out how someone would use Aries Flammel. Harry cleared his mind of the jumble of thoughts by stuffing them to the back of his mind and forgetting about them. He proceeded to an area of the castle he knew was less trafficked and found a classroom that looked like it hadn't seen use for a long time. Upon entering the room, and confirming there were no portraits inside, Harry took the time to seal the door securely. He'd know if someone knocked, and with a bit of time and determination any student or teacher could get in, but it would give him time to hide his work. He pulled the Marauder's map out of his pocket and unfolded it in its unactivated state. Since his father and friends made it sometime between their 5th and 7th years at Hogwarts, Harry assumed it wouldn't take long to work out how the map worked.
More than 3 hours later, Harry was rubbing his eyes, and trying to restrain himself from banging his head on the desk in absolute frustration. There had been exactly one easy part of figuring the map out at the moment. That was figuring out the charm used to connect the map to the school wards. Given that Harry was an expert at wards, it was natural for him to learn how to connect things to wards.
Once he re-established the connection to the wards, he found the map's connection to the castle's protections was almost elementary in its simplicity. However, it was the rest of the map which gave him troubles. There were literally hundreds of charms currently cast on the damn thing. There were some charms that only showed up when the map was passive and a great many more that only showed up when the map was active.
For one of the few times in his life, Harry wished he'd studied specifics of charms. That way he could read the arithmancy that showed when he analyzed the charms on the map. The few times he had tried to understand arithmancy, it had been a complete exercise in frustration for him. It wasn't like wards, which Harry found he naturally understood what he was seeing. It also wasn't like trying to identify curses where a person had to look at the effects of the spell on another person to determine the curse and its properties. Hermione said the best wizards with charms were able to picture and work the math in their mind as they created spells for the first time. Harry never thought about the arithmancy when he was doing spells. Even when he was using magic to charm objects to do things, or tie them into wards, like the snakes in the common room that morning. He had no idea if there was a spell to make inanimate snakes hiss in Parseltongue along with words he created in the air. So Harry focused on what he wanted his magic to do and willed it. That's how it had always worked for him, and something that frustrated Hermione to no end. Whenever she was on one of her rants about it being impossible, Ron had merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's a Harry thing." Harry had no idea how to create charms using arithmancy. For Harry, arithmancy was the same as describing the physics behind flying on a broom. Figuring out, based on speed of descent, how fast someone would need to pull out of a dive, or how long the curve of a turn was if you were flying at a certain speed. Harry didn't know any of that, but he knew how to fly a broom, knew how it would react and knew how it would move beneath him.
In the end, magic was something that was completely natural to Harry, and dissecting it down to its component parts was something that was decidedly unnatural to him. If he actually knew what these charms did, he had no doubt whatsoever he could cast each and every one of them, recreating the map and possibly making it better.
But he didn't, and that left him at an impasse on how to proceed. Harry did have one spell that could help him copy all the arithmetical representations of the charms in the map onto parchment. It was something he learned to do for wards, though he had never been the one to decipher the results. Apparently, he was finally going to be forced to learn how to do just that. He had begun that process almost 2 hours ago and had just finished and was staring at the desk in front of him, where a very thick stack of parchment sat, each one filled with arithmancy formulas for several different charms. Harry sighed and glared at the stack of papers on his desk. Out of the hundreds of charms outside of the few that directly connected the map to the wards, Harry recognized exactly 3 charms by sight. Several versions of the tracking charm, the password charm, and a color change charm. Everything else might as well have been gibberish to him. He had also yet to find if there was a specific charm in there that actually started the map's functions. Harry had even tried asking the 4 marauders that made the map when it wasn't activated, but Prongs, Padfoot, Moony and Wormtail were absolutely no help. Instead of sage advice on how to recreate the map, even when declaring his identity as the son of Prongs, James Potter, the map's 4 inked guardians merely taunted him that they hoped Harry didn't have Prongs' terrible hair or taste in clothes. Well, 3 of them did. The 4th argued with the other 2. He glared at the 6-inch stack of parchment as if it had personally offended him. He was well out of Hogwarts, and had spent years relying on his magic to survive. Despite this, Something Harry's father and his friends came up with in school was proving beyond complicated and extremely frustrating to him. Harry realized that his only options were to give up on the map and try and catch Moody without it, try and track down the map from this world manually, or get this one working. He had already dismissed the first option, had no idea where to start the second option, so it left only the third option for him. It was also extremely likely there was more than one version of the map in this dimension, and that gave even more credence to his need to understand what sat in front of him. Harry glared once more at the stack of papers before he picked up the pile, tucked it under his arm, and unsealed the door to the classroom, rather relieved that no one had tried to get in and bother him.
He was also rather grateful to be alone with his thoughts for a bit without Draco around. While the mostly former Pratt hadn't been a bother for the most part, Harry wasn't used to constant company anymore. He had spent quite a lot of time by himself, that it still generated some level of discomfort around people on occasion.
Harry headed through Hogwarts, ignoring the stares he got from the students, and the whispers that inevitably followed his passing. He had forgotten all about his likely impact on the wizarding news. However, the article he glanced at this morning had reminded him, he really needed to send an anonymous letter to Rita Skeeter today and point her towards the interesting story available at Azkaban.
In his perusal of the Herald archives, he had seen that she was just as much of a gossip columnist as she was in his own world. Harry had decided that if he could use her and get her to direct her articles in the right way, he might not even have to kill her.
He arrived at his destination and entered the library without hesitation, only to hesitate the moment he stepped inside. He froze for several seconds. The smell of books, parchment, and ink brought back a flood of memories. Harry closed his eyes for several seconds, using a great deal of willpower to pull himself from those memories. He forced himself to look around. The library was relatively empty, though he did notice a few other students, though they were huddled and clearly had the air of people who neglected to finish their summer work for some of the courses. Years of enforced study with Hermione had given Harry a unique perspective on the library of Hogwarts. He knew the places Madame Pants would tend to frequent most on her rounds. He knew which tables offered the most seclusion when researching topics best left alone. Harry let instinct control him as he selected a table. He nimbly traversed the open tables in the primary study area, before stepping between some of the stacks at the back left corner of the library. Row after row was passed, until he finally entered herbology section dedicated to lost and extinct plants, as well as areas of the earth almost no sane person would ever visit, let alone go with the intention of gathering plants.
There was a lone table here, which Hermione had long ago discovered back in his world, and this became the study and research table the two shared whenever Ron would ditch them to play chess or exploding snap. It was out of the way, and almost no one ever came to this corner of the library, including Madame Pants, so they had almost complete privacy back here.
The moment he saw the table though, he questioned himself on whether sitting here was such a good idea. Memories bombarded him. The innumerable hours that had been spent here between him and Hermione rushed back to him, and for the first time in years, he nearly lost complete control of his emotions. He viciously clamped down on those thoughts. His Hermione was dead, and losing himself in thoughts about her every time he encountered something that reminded him of her would only likely get him killed now. He had to accept that, more and more, he was going to encounter things that would remind him of her, not to mention running into Hermione's doppelganger in this world. He sat down, and realized he had not actually picked up any books to help him decipher the arithmetic readings his spells had produced. He wandered back out into library proper, and headed over to the arithmancy section. Quite honestly, he had no idea if there would be any books that would help him decipher the charm's output. It only took him flipping through a few of the books, that unless he taught himself arithmancy from the ground up, then these books would be of no help. Harry realized with a sigh that he would have to look them up one by one in the charms section. It would be slow going, but certainly faster than sitting down and trying to decipher arithmancy from the ground up. His path was about to loop around to the rather large charm section of the library when he encountered Draco. "Poe. Flammel," he said in greeting, and once again Harry debated the merits of obliviating the knowledge of his old name from Draco's mind. He wasn't sure he could accomplish such a finely tuned obliviation without Draco suffering permanent injury, but mess-ups like this were going to bite him in the ass soon unless they stopped. "What do you want, Draco?" Harry asked. his emotional control still a bit ragged, enough so that he was being very brusque. Draco looked around and dropped his voice to a murmur. "I figured you'd be here."
Harry looked at Draco blankly. Amazing. How did you figure it out? Was it when I told you I'd be here?
Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, but apparently decided that further inquiry wasn't worth the hassle of ticking off an already annoyed Harry Potter. Instead, he cautiously said, "I just had two things. First, I wanted to know about all that information you wanted me to start listing." What could be so hard to understand? Harry groaned and resisted the urge to bang his head against the side of the shelves. He probably would have too if he wasn't a little bit worried of attracting the attention of the librarian. She had a sixth sense when anything in her library was being abused. Harry took a breath. He realized that the pain of his memories was manifesting itself in his irritation. He took a long deep breath and ruthlessly crushed the emotions and buried them in the back of his mind. When he spoke, he was much more calm, and his irritation was gone. "What part was hard for you to understand?"
Well, mostly gone anyway. Draco frowned. Do you want things I suspected happened, and what about differences I may have noticed between the two worlds?
Harry's eyes sharpened at that, and he flicked up a quick muffling spell that would keep anyone in the immediate vicinity from overhearing. Differences? Like what? Draco frowned further, though this time it was apparent his thoughts were distracting him, as he looked around, things like Lucius seeming like he's already preparing for his master's return. Rather than being surprised by it, like I remember him being on our world. Harry's eyes widened and he cursed. Bellatrix's freedom is having a much bigger impact than just having Pettigrew on the loose. Draco shook his head with a frown. "I don't think so. My memories from this world make it seem that my father was active far earlier. At least I think so." This time, it was Harry's turn to frown. "What do you mean?" Draco grimaced in frustration. "It's hard to explain. I don't remember my father traveling so much growing up as the Lucius here. Nor do I remember him having so many secret meetings, though I know there have been more since last year when Bellatrix escaped. But I don't think father is in touch with her. I don't know about mother though." Draco trailed off with a bit of a shrug. "Those two always had a very odd relationship, and I never truly did understand it." Harry, which had stared off into the distance thoughtfully, focused his gaze on Draco once more. "Yes, things exactly like that. Make sure you include anything you know about Bellatrix as well, be it hideouts the Black family had, or similar things she gained from the Lestranges." Harry trailed off a little bit before continue. "I want everything, no matter how obvious or minor you can come up with."
Draco nodded, and then continued, only more hesitantly, "Greengrass is looking for you."
Harry was entirely unsurprised by this, and his expression must have shown it. "I'm sure she'll find me eventually." Draco tilted his head and looked at Harry with an evaluating expression. "Is she one of the ones you intend to save?" Harry frowned. "What do you mean? Did she become a Death Eater in our world?" Harry was momentarily distracted, wondering if Draco expected him to try and reform Death Eaters. The surprise couldn't be kept off of Draco's face when he started to speak after a few seconds. "No, I thought you knew." His voice trailed off as an expression of puzzlement crossed his face. When he saw that the curiosity was matched in Harry's expression, he continued. "You asked about families that were taken out last time. The Greengrasses were one of the first ones killed. It happened before Voldemort had control of the Daily Prophet, so it was all over the Prophet for about a week." Harry frowned, and shook his head. "When was this?" Draco closed his eyes a moment, clearly trying to dredge up the details. "After that whole mess where Voldemort's return became public at the Ministry. He was very not happy how that turned out." He trailed off at the faraway expression on Harry's face. Harry was briefly submerged in memories, a flight on the back of a Thestral, leading a group of children doing a job the adults should have done. The thrill he got fighting side by side with his godfather, the horror that followed when Sirius plunged through the veil at the wand of Bellatrix. His first unforgivable. The attempted possession by Voldemort. He quickly forced himself out of those memories and opened his eyes to find Draco staring at him warily. Harry focused on Draco once more. He knew he had to get a better handle on the emotional context of his memories so they'd stop jumping on him like that. "I was there, if you'll recall."
Draco nodded. Before he continued quickly, "Voldemort was pissed. It was a big part of how my father fell out of his good graces. He went after the Greengrasses within a week of that. Daphne's mother does some sort of work in the Department of Mysteries as well as managing their family business. I have no idea as to the specifics, but it's rumored to involve enchanting of some kind. That is in addition to the very large amount of wealth the family has accumulated over the years.
And when Voldemort showed up? Harry asked. The prophet reported that the entire family was killed with their manor burned down. Draco shrugged a little bit, looking more than a little bit uncomfortable. Harry scowled a little bit, and what really happened? Draco looked very uncomfortable here. I wasn't there, still too young obviously, but from what I heard later from some of the other Death Eaters, they were at their manor for almost 8 hours. I know nothing for sure, but from what I heard, I think that both the girls and the mother were beeped and tortured. I do know all found in that house were killed that night, and Daphne and Astoria weren't kept around beyond that night for amusements. The family line ended that night. Draco looked down and then back up to meet Harry's eyes. I figured you knew. That's why I figured you were talking to her. Harry scowled and practically spat while he bored holes into the wall of books behind Draco. No, Dumbledore liked to keep me tucked away in a little cage. At least until he needed me to come out and play hero for him. Not to mention save his job and anyone he managed to endanger whenever he screwed up too badly, or whenever he felt like his weapon needed tested. I never received information during the summers. Draco frowned at the vehemence in Harry's voice, but let it pass, knowing that he had already been provoked. Harry shook his head. I was helping Greengrass because it was the right thing to do. You'll notice that she wasn't the only one it helped. I noticed. It certainly caused quite a stir this morning, and likely didn't make any friends with the older years, Draco replied. Harry met Draco's eyes without an ounce of sympathy. I don't care. They don't know it was me. They're not that stupid. They will eventually figure it out it was you, or they'll jump to that conclusion, Draco replied. Harry just stared at him blankly for several moments, before Draco amended his statement. They're not all that stupid. Harry shook his head. Maybe this will make them think of the consequences of their actions. The wards only get worse from here. I don't see them as students. I see many of them as Death Eaters that have killed innocent people. Who knows? Maybe this will prevent me from having to kill some of them again. In the future. Whatever. Draco stared at Harry for several long moments, startled once more by just how cold he could be at times. Before Draco could formulate a reply, Harry continued, focusing back on the original topic. So it won't happen for a while yet, though it's possible things will change the further we go. As long as Voldemort doesn't have a body we're okay. Harry sighed and rubbed his temples. The possibility that the timeline was shifting forward because of Bellatrix acting as a much more competent stooge than Wormtail was extremely troubling. He would need to inform Nicholas and Perenelle of this as soon as possible. He turned his attention back to Draco. Yeah, that's precisely the kind of information we'll need. We need to corroborate and cross-check stuff, like we have no idea if Daphne's mother even has the same occupation and connections here, right? We'll need to do the same with every other family that we can recall that he targeted. The only one I remember specifically from around then was Madame Bones. Draco nodded slowly. I'll get to work, just try not to kill anyone before dinner, he said, at least mostly sarcastically, before leaving Harry to his thoughts. Pondering what Draco said, Harry was wondering if there was something further he could do. That was on his thoughts while continued his route over to the charms section, lost in his thoughts. There were literally whole rows of books from floor to ceiling dedicated to charms. Harry finally had a minor stroke of luck when he found a whole shelf of books that were little more than book after book of arithmetical listings of common charms and their formulas and derivatives. Harry noticed with some wryness that it didn't look like the books had been touched by anyone other than Madame Pance's duster in years. Harry didn't bother with subtlety. In his mind, it wasn't like it was a well-traversed section of the library anyways. One quick flick of his wand and he levitated the entire shelf of books, and then guided them as he wandered back over to his relatively hidden table. The books that sat on the table formed impressive stacks that Harry realized may have even surpassed Hermione at her research worst. Harry took a breath and then sat down with the 6-inch stack of parchment and began to work. Harry was very relieved for once at how large and practically cavernous the library was, otherwise he knew he was likely to draw attention. His plan of attack to decipher the charms relied mostly upon conjecture, at least he preferred thinking of it that way, to guessing and hoping he was right. Harry knew what none of the unknown charms were specifically, but he did know generally what some of them should be doing. Ward queries, ward diagnostic responses, continuous positional updates, and some form of identification. All of these were specific things which had to be amongst the unknown spells. He wanted to get those out of the way first since he hoped they would all be easier to find in the books since he had a category. He knew there was no way they accounted for all the extra spells in there, and many could likely be found amongst these charm books if he looked up a generic kind of spell. He just hoped he could find the one that seemed to make them all work together.
After that, it was simply finding the specific spell in a group of a few dozen or more of each type amongst the other charm books he had checked out. It would involve a lot of tedious matching of the arithmancy of the spell on the map to the book. It was going to be extremely slow work, but nowhere near as slow as trying to learn arithmancy from scratch.
His happiness at matching the first unknown arithmantic gobbledygook up to a genuine spell, a flame-freezing charm of all things, was interrupted by a soft tap on a shelf behind him. He stiffened in surprise, looking up over a pile of books at the interruption. He found Daphne Greengrass standing there cautiously looking at him, with an odd expression on her face. Finally, Harry broke the silence that filled the space. "Is there something you need, Miss Greengrass? Not to be rude, but at the moment I'm a bit distracted."
Daphne looked at him for several moments, an odd expression on her face before she nodded. "You can be really hard to track down. I've been trying to find you for over an hour. Figures I'd find you in some out-of-the-way corner. Do you have a few minutes to talk?" Harry frowned and tilted his head curiously before gesturing at the seat across from him on the table. He made no move to hide what he was doing at the moment, since it was nothing incriminating. "What can I do for you, Miss Greengrass?"
Daphne didn't say anything for several long moments. She just stared at Harry, with a blank expression on her face, before she slid into the seat across from him. Harry had to shift a pile books to see her full face, rather than just her nose up. Harry didn't react to her stare other than to raise an eyebrow. Silence generally made other people far more uncomfortable than it made him. Finally, Daphne seemed to crack first. "I wanted to thank you for what you did." Harry took a moment to cast a quick silencing ward on the area. He didn't anchor the ward on anything, so he simply placed a ward in the air using his magic. The ward would hold as long as Harry continued to feed it magic. "I told you I would take care of it." "You did. I just, honestly wasn't sure what you would do," Daphne admitted quietly. She hesitated a moment and glanced down. "I wanted to take an opportunity to offer you payment again." "It was no big deal," Harry said as he waved his hand in the air, brushing aside the thanks. Daphne shook her head quickly. For the first time, frustration flashed across her face. "It was a big deal. This has sent shockwaves through Slytherin. More than half of the house basically owes you a debt now." "Believe me, they owe me nothing," Harry replied with an eye roll. Harry's apathy seemed to anger Daphne. "You don't get it. You're quite possibly risking your life," she hissed at him through narrowed eyes. She couldn't believe he was either this dim or this cavalier about the whole thing. The idea of him brushing aside the idea of a debt so easily just threw all her thoughts out of whack because she just couldn't understand his mentality. "Risking my life how?" Harry asked, with a puzzled expression. Daphne glanced around and her voice dropped. "The boys of Slytherin aren't all stupid. They're either going to figure out you're behind things, or they're just going to want to make sure you know your place and they're going to come after you." "So what?" Harry asked curiously. "This won't be schoolboy pranks or jinxes. If they find out you've humiliated them, they'll probably try and kill you." Daphne practically growled, trying to emphasize her point. "They would hardly be the first." Harry shot back with a roll of his eyes, though his own tone had more than a little heat in it. "Yeah, but this time your parents won't be there to keep you hidden and protected," Daphne responded, frustration mounting in her voice. "You know nothing about my life," Harry snapped, as his eyes flashed for just a moment. Daphne had to prevent herself from reflexively taking a step back. She paused a moment, letting the atmosphere cool a little bit. "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to imply anything. Just express my concern that you could be in danger from our housemates." Harry took a breath of his own. He hadn't intended to snap at her like that. He had just barely managed to hold his tongue, before he snapped that his parents died a long time as well. "I appreciate the warning, and I will be careful." "I'm sorry I snapped. I'm just a bit frustrated with a project at the moment. Daphne's eyes sharpened at that statement, looking around at all of the books. What project are you working on? You did the transfigurations perfectly. I know for a fact we weren't assigned homework in herbology, and you didn't attend history. Daphne frowned as she turned one of the books to look at them. Some sort of arithmancy project? Arithmancy hasn't even had a class this year. Daphne's expression was puzzled as she looked at the large stack of books. Harry sighed. Another long story, but you see this stack of parchment? Harry said, resting his hand on the 6-inch thick stack, and waiting for a nod. It's filled with the arithmetic formula of hundreds of charms and spells, and I'm trying to figure out what they all are. Why? Daphne asked, frowning curiously now. So I can get an artifact in my possession to work here. Harry replied dryly, irritation once more making it into his voice. But I never studied arithmancy, so I'm having to search book by book for every charm, Harry said, pointing to the current charm he was working on. Daphne tilted her head far to the right, trying to read the arithmetical representation he had indicated. She spoke softly, password. Harry frowned and tilted his head. What? That's a charm to set a password of some sort. You use that charm on an object you want to use and then give it a password. Like the charm on our common room entrance. Daphne said, pointing at the formula.
Harry just stared at her for several moments. It didn't happen often, but occasionally his stupidly horrendous horrible luck occasionally led up for a stroke or two of good luck. Though he had discovered it usually only happened when his life was in direct jeopardy. You know charm arithmancy? He asked quietly. Daphne nodded. Last year I managed second in the class, behind Granger but ahead of Iris Potter. There was a bit of irritation in her voice at that. What about this one? Harry asked, ignoring the irritation and mention of Iris as he slid his finger to the next formula down on the parchment. Daphne tilted her head again, before taking the parchment and turning it around to examine it, a frown on her face. I'm not sure what exactly the charm is, but I can tell you some of what it does. It's some sort of measuring charm, though I'm not sure what it's intended to measure. I don't recognize half the equation there. She finished her statement by pointing to a particular part of the math. Daphne glanced up at Harry's furrowed brow and then looked at all the books on the table, noting their arithmetic symbols on the outside. Finding a specific one, she reached out and pulled the book out from under 4 others with some effort. It's likely that you'll find the exact charm in this book. Harry stared at her for several moments before he let out a sigh. She had just accomplished more in a minute than he had in the past 3 hours. Literally. After an internal debate, he slowly nodded. What would it take to get you to help me identify all of the charms in this stack of parchment? Daphne tilted her head and regarded him thoughtfully. She opened her mouth to say something and then stopped before starting again. Nothing. I already owe you, remember. This would help in return. A frown crossed Harry's face, but he wasn't going to try and argue her out of helping him. He knew he was stubborn, but he wasn't going to cut off his nose to spite his face. When she saw he wasn't going to protest, Daphne briefly smiled before she frowned and stared at the paper. I am curious though, why are we doing this? Harry hesitated a moment. This will hopefully get an insanely useful magical artifact to work. Daphne frowned. Artifact. Can I see it? Daphne obviously wondered what sort of ancient artifact that the Flammel family would have that Harry was attempting to figure out. Harry hesitated a moment, considering that request, and then he nodded. Without her help it might take him months to search for all the charms. And her knowing about it likely wouldn't endanger anything. He reached into his pouch and removed the Marauder's map. He set it on the table, and after a moment's pause in which she just watched him expectantly, he murmured quietly. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. He had his eye on the map as it sprang to life, and completely missed the look of surprise on her face, one that got bigger when she saw the cover, introducing the Marauder's map and its creators. Daphne covered up her shock and at least mostly, as she stepped forward to examine the document. She glanced up at Harry with a puzzled expression carefully in place. It's a map of the school. Yes, but not just a map. Harry nodded. If I can get it working right again, then it has the ability to show the location of everyone in the castle at any time. How do you know it actually works? She asked carefully. Because I've seen it work before. Harry responded. Daphne huffed slightly at the careful answer. How did it break? Harry shrugged a bit. I have some guesses, but I don't know for certain. He wasn't lying. He wasn't 100% certain why it didn't work in this realm. Daphne regarded him for a few moments before she nodded slowly, keeping her frustration hidden. A sly thought crossed her mind. It's obvious that you were never trained in arithmancy. Harry snorted a little bit. That was a major understatement. If you try to decipher everything on your own, it will take months. I already agreed to help you, but I would like to ask a small favor. Daphne gestured at the map for emphasis. Mischief managed. Harry murmured, tapping the map before folding it and putting it back in its pouch, as he regarded Daphne with a suspicious expression. What small favor? I want to be there when we get it working and get to see it in action, she said firmly. Harry considered that, not really seeing a downside, she would help him and see the fruits of her labors. Only if you share the existence of the map with no one. Daphne nodded in agreement. Deal. Harry and Daphne worked for another 3 solid hours. Their progress was slow but steady. It sunk in for Harry just how long a project this might have been. Harry was impressed that Daphne didn't once stop to complain, nor did she pry further into what they were working on. She worked through the charms with him, with a competency that reminded him vividly of Hermione from his world. Harry, on the other hand, found himself frustrated with how slowly searching each one of the charms was taking. Daphne being there was vastly speeding up the process. But after another 3 hours, Harry realized they had only gotten through the top few parchments. Even with Daphne's help, at this pace it might be longer than a week before they checked every charm. Some of the charms made absolutely no sense to Harry. What the hell did a map need with a diagnostic charm used by healers to detect broken bones? He hoped they came across the charms that would start the map, and allow it to connect to the wards and activate all the other functions. This is going to take forever. Harry sighed after he folded up the parchment and put them back in his pouch. Are you sure someone didn't just give you a random list of charms? Daphne asked. She had been the one to point out that dinner was in progress, and that if they wanted any they should probably head to the Great Hall. No, though I'm certain that some of the charms don't actually work, but we'll just have to wait and see, said Harry as he shook his head. He knew his father and friends had made the map when they were in Hogwarts. The more he saw of the charms that were in the parchment, the more he was forced to assume they made it 6th or 7th year. Are you going to be back in here after dinner? Daphne asked curiously. Harry was impressed that she didn't seem to have dread in her tone at that thought while he considered the question. After a few moments' hesitation, he responded, No, I don't think so. I need to get some fresh air, and clear my head. I'll probably be back in here right after breakfast. Daphne nodded. Then I will be back in here with you. She looked around at the piled books, but before she could move to gather them, Harry waved his wand, and every book on the table lifted up. Harry slipped the stack of parchments back inside his pouch and then briefly checked the table and surrounding area to make sure he wasn't forgetting anything before walking the books back through the maze of bookshelves to where he got them. After putting the book back on the shelf, Harry headed out of the library and Daphne fell into step beside him. He didn't seem to feel it compulsory to talk as they walked. Daphne's mind was awhirl as they walked in silence. Silence that she noted didn't seem to bother him in the least. She added another little fact to the puzzle that was Aries' Flammel. She had gotten several more pieces of the puzzle today, though it didn't seem to make the picture any clearer. She had observed him cast silent spells with ease, something they didn't even begin to explore until 6th year. Competency with even basic spells wasn't required for newts, though usually it was worth some bonus points on the test. The map had really shocked her. Aries speaking the password told her exactly what it was. Her mother had been dating Sirius Black for almost 3 years. It was an interesting relationship. Her mother was fiercely independent. After the death of her father when Daphne was very young, vultures had begun circling over her father's import and export business, expecting easy pickings. They had definitely not expected Helena Greengrass, all of 20 years old, to step in and take the reins. Not only had her mother kept the business intact, she had actually expanded it. She had done this despite several hostile actions against the business, and even a few directed against the family. Those actions had not gone without retribution. People quickly learned not to mess with the matriarch of the Greengrass family. She was not someone you wanted on your bad side. Something which she passed on to her daughter. Which had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Theodore Knott was now in the infirmary after somehow accidentally tripping down a full flight of stairs. He had only suffered a broken leg, he'd be out before dinner. Though his life had just begun to get miserable. At the same time her mother was protecting the business and the family, she still worked freelance for the Department of Mysteries in her interest area of enchanting. These days she kept east of the family business but had a few people she trusted implicitly who ran it and only brought her problems. This left Helena time to indulge far more in her interest in enchanting. Helena had been single for several years, and Daphne had been aware of several attempts to court her mother. However, Helena made no secret of the fact that she valued her independence far too much to lose that freedom to a suitor. It was something that pushed away almost all wizarding suitors. Almost. Sirius Black had been different. Their interactions did not start out as courtship. At least not as Daphne understood it. Apparently they were at a social function at the ministry. When Helena's undergarments had disappeared from beneath her dress. Rather than raise a fuss immediately, Daphne's mother had quickly figured out the likely culprit. Sirius Black was long known as a prankster, though his social standing as the head of the noble and most ancient house of Black allowed him to get away with more pranks than he might otherwise. Helena had told Daphne that his knowing smirk had just confirmed her suspicions. She had of course retaliated subtly, later in the evening with an obscure and subtle spell that threw someone from their seat a minute after they had sat down. He was thrown from 3 seats before he realized the spell was on him and not the chairs. That had started off a miniature war of sorts between the two of them at social events. The rules were unspoken but mutually abided by. Nothing too humiliating. Nothing that would endanger or actually cause harm. Their game had evolved from those impromptu pranks at social events to courtship. Daphne had no clue how that had happened. Her mother wasn't forthcoming with the specific details either. The relationship had surprisingly worked out very well. Sirius spent a great deal of time with the Potter family. Something he had been upfront to Daphne's mother about from the start. Helena had been equally as upfront, telling him that she had no interest in someone coming in and taking over her or her daughter's lives. Sirius had earned points with both Helena and Daphne when he hadn't attempted to ingratiate himself with them by showering Daphne and Astoria with gifts. He had merely treated them friendly and politely, and had continued to do so as he got more familiar with them. Daphne was well aware that society gossip circles were probably all but taking bets as to when a marriage would happen. However, Helena and Sirius seemed to be content with things between them as they were. Daphne shook her thoughts off her mother and focused on Sirius Black for a moment. One thing that was obvious about Sirius for anyone who spent more than a few minutes around him was his friendship with James Potter. Sirius' loyalty to the other man bordered on the fanatical. One thing that was also obvious was that Sirius liked to tell stories, and he had talked extensively about his experiences at Hogwarts with Helena, Daphne and Astoria. When Ares had used the phrase to activate the map, Daphne instantly recognized it for what it was. The silly nicknames on the front just confirmed her suspicions. Sirius had said that Filch had confiscated it and it had disappeared. Now the question was how in Merlin's name Ares Flamel had gotten his hand on it with less than a week here. The confusing and complex mystery that was Ares Flamel just continued to deepen. Dinner had been a quick affair. With Harry eating quickly. Harry had been aware of gazes from all over the school on him. Clearly the article from that morning had an impact on everyone's minds. Harry was equally aware of the looks from all of the professors, most notably Dumbledore and Snape. Though Dumbledore and Snape seemed to gaze at the whole table as much as just at him. Harry ignored the looks and had left the Great Hall. Draco had gotten up to follow him. After making sure they weren't being followed, Harry had led the two of them back to the bathroom in the 3rd floor corridor. Returning to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Harry hadn't been much in the mood for conversation as they made their way back to the second entrance to the chamber. Master Regulus. Creature's voice cried out when the door opened. Other master is back. Harry blinked in surprise and saw Regulus stir on the small bed Draco had conjured for him the night before, when Harry was arguing with the snake. He was sitting up a little bit in the bed and wiping sleep from his eye. He watched Harry warily, though Harry could see he had no intention of attacking. So good of you to join us. Please, pull up a seat. Regulus' voice was tinged with sarcasm. How are you feeling? Harry asked curiously. Regulus met Harry's eyes for a few moments. I spent 12 years in hell. All things considered, I think the fact that I'm not in hell anymore is a significant step up. Though, the decor here isn't a huge improvement, there are no dementors. Harry nodded and glanced down at the picnic basket he had brought down here. It was open, so Harry assumed Regulus had eaten. He saw Regulus watching him warily. Harry sighed. You look like you have something on your mind. Regulus nodded, a trace of nervousness on his expression, though he didn't get up from the bed. I may have a few questions. Regulus stated dryly, sounding like it was a massive understatement. Ask. Though understand I may not answer. Harry replied dryly. Who are you? Regulus asked immediately. I told you yesterday. Harry started to reply but was interrupted. Why does Creature call you his master? Regulus interrupted the obvious answer and asked bluntly. Harry blinked in confusion at that statement. What? Regulus gestured at Creature, who was next to his bed. Creature says he can't leave here because his other master told him not to. Harry turned to Creature, who was looking at him. Though there was suspicion, there was no outright hostility in the expression. Creature, why do you say I'm your other master? You is master. Creature's voice was puzzled. Creature has to obey your commands, like Creature would have to obey the mistake. Huh. Harry blinked again, before his eyes widened in surprise as it hit him like a bludger to the face. Fan F. King-tastic. Care to explain? Regulus asked dryly, his suspicions set to the side by the honest surprise and reaction on Harry's face. Harry glanced around the chamber. I can tell you, but understand that without an oath never to reveal anything we talk about, and possibly a loyalty oath as well, I'm not going to let you out of here. The threat wasn't much, since Regulus would be an escaped convict, and needed the protection of Hogwarts wards as much as he needed to stay hidden. So I've exchanged one prison for another. Regulus spat. I'm not doing a loyalty oath, those are far too restrictive. Even the Dark Lord didn't demand it. It was too easy to trigger the betrayal part, especially if the person you were swearing to got truly angry and decided you had betrayed them. After the Dark Lord is destroyed forever, you're free to do whatever you want. Harry replied blandly. He glanced at Malfoy after Regulus described the loyalty oath. Regulus crossed his arms, obviously not prepared to give the oaths. It's not like I can go anywhere, so I'm still waiting on an explanation. Harry regarded Regulus for a few moments before responding, while holding up his hand and flashing through the Potter and the black rings that still adorned his finger. My name is Harry James Potter Black. Regulus frowned a moment, as a puzzled expression crossed Harry's face as he mused. I'm not real sure where the names Aries and Flammel falls in there. Draco snorted dryly. I'm not sure there are specific rules that apply to these circumstances. The expression on Regulus' face showed that he had absolutely no clue what Harry was talking about. Harry was about to explain when his thoughts were interrupted. Mommy. Harry groaned and turned around to see the 10-foot-long snake slithering up, in what he could only interpret as pure excitement. He closed his eyes and internally counted to 10 before opening his eyes to find the basilisk upright in front of him and even bouncing a little bit. Harry felt a sense of exasperation. You know what? No. I'm not dealing with this. Draco. You explain everything. I'm going to look around the chamber. He didn't even wait for a response, simply marched off down the long pathway, to begin examining the room like he had intended to do the first time. Of course he was followed by an eager, almost puppy-like snake. Over the course of the next hour, Harry explored the chamber. He completely ignored the conversation between Draco and Regulus, and did his absolute best to ignore the snake who followed him like a puppy wherever he went. It took Harry less than 10 minutes to discover his first major shock of night. He had been walking around hissing the word, open, at regular intervals. He got no response until he rested a hand on one of the large snake heads, more because he was looking around to see if anything was inside the mouth. However, when he hissed the word, open, this time there was a reaction. The snake's partially open mouth opened very wide, forming a door of sorts. Harry saw that he had immediately drew both Regulus and Draco's attention. He waved them off with a firm expression. It only took him another 15 minutes to discover that heads opened when he was touching them and whispered the command, and they seemed to lead to different areas of the castle. Harry got a nasty shock when he hissed open to one of the heads and found himself staring at two prefects from Hufflepuff that Harry didn't really recognize at first. Their faces weren't the primary thing on his mind, as both were in the middle of a rather intimate embrace. Harry had his wand in his hand ready to stun them before they turned to face him, when the female prefect opened her eyes briefly in his direction without showing any signs of surprise or even awareness. Harry realized they weren't reacting at all to his presence. He raised a surprised eyebrow when he truly took in the state of the two. Both of them were bare from the waist up, while the male had the female's skirt up hiked up to her hips while his hands were clearly all over her exposed ass. A glance at the floor saw her yellow house-colored clothes casually thrown in a corner. Harry took just a moment for an amused smile to cross his face, both at the situation at hand, as well as the idea that Perenelle was right and that Salazar was a bit of a pervert. Movement from the corner of his eye drew his attention. Despite the eyeful he had just received, which he had to admit he certainly appreciated, he had the presence of mind to hiss at the basilisk, "Stop!" as the basilisk was eagerly slithering forward to inspect these new people. The basilisk immediately stopped, and Harry actually thought he heard it whimper in disappointment. His attention returned to the prefects who still hadn't reacted at all to his presence. He waved his hand wildly, determined to see if it would attract their attention. However, both of them, still deeply lost in carnal lust, glanced his way over the next minute without showing the slightest hint of surprise. Harry wasn't sure if they couldn't see him, or they were confounded not to react somehow. When no response was forthcoming, he whispered quietly, "Hello." Getting no response, Harry tried again at progressively louder intervals. On his fourth try, he was practically shouting. That seemed to get a response from the two prefects, and Harry was once more prepared to stun them, when he clearly heard their conversation, and realized their illicit embrace had drawn to a close. "We should finish our rounds, otherwise we'll be late." The female prefect, who he now realized was a chaser from the Hufflepuff team, Heidi something, said breathlessly, as she worked to button up her blouse. "Besides, if we don't stop now, we'll be at it for hours." The male prefect seemed more than a little put out with that statement, but he nodded and began to fix his own clothes. A minute later they both left the broom closet without either of them even acknowledging his presence. He frowned a little bit and stepped forward into the mouth of the snake and felt a small wave slide over him. Much like someone stepping out of a wizarding tent. He found himself in the broom cupboard that had just been vacated by the two horny teenagers. He turned back to look the way he came and was surprised when he saw a plain stone wall. Harry frowned, murmuring to himself, "There's no way it's that easy." He reached out and felt the wall to discover it was completely solid. Harry frowned and ran his hand over the stones. He hissed, "Open." To the wall again and felt no change under his hands. The wall remained as solid as before. Harry examined the wall carefully and noticed in the very corner of the wall there was a small inscription of a snake. He hissed the open command at the snake and still felt no change under his fingers as he pressed against the wall. "There has to be a reason you're there," Harry murmured thoughtfully to himself as he stared at the small snake engraving. On a hunch, Harry reached down and laid his hand on the small snake inscription. He felt a very subtle connection to his magic, but there was no change to the wall. Harry hissed the open command once more. There was no visible change to the wall, but Harry felt his hand sink through the suddenly unsubstantial wall. Harry stepped forward and found himself stepping back inside the chamber, facing two very worried people and a still happy snake. "Huh, that's convenient," Harry murmured. He had never discovered that function in the first timeline. But within Hogwarts it was incredibly convenient being able to have what was essentially a shortcut hub. "What happened?" The mouth closed. "Where did you go?" Draco asked, unable to keep the concerned note out of his voice. "Ah, I didn't know you cared, Malfoy," Harry replied mockingly. "Piss off. If you disappear, I'm probably as stuck down here as Regulus is," Draco snarkily replied with a roll of his eyes. Harry waved his hand, just discovering shortcuts and other ways in and out of this place. Have you explained everything? Draco glanced at Regulus and shook his head. No, I have to catch Regulus up on the history of the last 13 years here too. They didn't exactly provide Daily Herald subscriptions in Azkaban. Regulus interjected somewhat defensively. I'm sure you can register a complaint sometime. Harry said dryly. He gestured them away. Continue, I have several other heads to explore. Harry watched as Draco nodded immediately, and Regulus somewhat slower. Regulus turned and shuffled back toward the bed as Harry remembered Nicholas' gift from earlier that morning. Wait. Harry reached into his pouch and quickly felt the vial come to his hand. He pulled it out and held it out to Regulus. Here, drink this. He held the large vial to Regulus, who looked at it, his expression turning to surprise at seeing the not quite liquid inside it. What is it? Nicholas Flamel says it's the elixir of life. It won't keep you young forever or anything like that. But he said it would help you recover from your stay in Azkaban. Harry replied. Regulus stared suspiciously at the vial he was holding as if inspecting it for traps. Harry rolled his eyes. If I wanted to poison you or something, I would stun you and force poison down your throat. Of course, if I wanted to kill you, I would have just done it last night. Regulus regarded Harry with a raised eyebrow before he nodded, slowly working the stopper loose from the vial. After one last glance at Harry, and then at the bubbling vial, Regulus braced himself and tilted the vial back and down the entire contents in one long gulp. All three of them watched Regulus for almost a full 30 seconds, expecting some sort of change. Harry was the first to shrug, not surprised it's not instantaneous. Let Draco finish explaining. I want to continue exploring. Harry turned and headed to the next snake head, ignoring the other two as they headed back toward the conjured bed. Harry explored every head, finding them open to different areas of the castle. It didn't take much for him to recognize areas of different houses, when he recognized a bedroom of Gryffindor colors. He also noted that after about 2 minutes open, the entrances closed themselves of their own volition without any command. One entrance opened up into an area that he was sure was the Forbidden Forest, though he didn't step through to explore for certain. He got a very nasty shock when the second to last snake head opened, and Harry found himself looking at a side view of the headmaster's office, complete with Dumbledore sitting in a chair behind his desk, working on some parchment. Harry blinked in surprise, and snapped his wand back into his hand when Dumbledore suddenly looked around with a furrowed brow. Harry saw Dumbledore's gaze rest on him, and felt for a moment that Dumbledore was staring right at him before he continued his survey of his office before turning back to his work. Harry said nothing as the snake head slowly slid shut. He shook his head slightly. That had been quite the shock to his system. Dumbledore obviously hadn't seen him, but Harry realized that could have been very problematic. He moved on to the last snake head. Only this snake didn't slide open when Harry hissed the command. Harry frowned in puzzlement as he tried again, to no avail. Harry spent the next 20 minutes casting diagnostic spells and trying to figure out the one unmoving snake head. Harry was sure it leads somewhere, but nothing he tried could get it to work. Ultimately, realized he shouldn't be disappointed, as the snake heads had been there for 1,000 years, and to have all but one in working condition was likely very unlikely. He had no doubt the snake likely lead to a collapsed tunnel, or a room in the castle that no longer existed. He had just thrown his hands up in exasperation when Draco approached him. At Harry's raised eyebrow, Draco shrugged. I finished explaining. He sorta drifted off to sleep before he could ask more than a handful of questions. Harry nodded and glanced at the one incooperative snake head left, promising that he would determine how to open it before looking around the chamber and nodding toward one end of the pathway between the statues. Still want to start work on those lessons, Malfoy? Malfoy nodded firmly, already moving off toward the end of the length of the room. Creature saw what was happening and with a push of his magic made sure his master's bed was definitely out of the way. Harry stood after hanging his cloak on the convenient tongue sticking out of the giant snake. What are the rules? Draco asked, his voice rising to carry the length of the platform. Harry rolled his eyes. No rules. Malfoy looked startled at that. What if one of us hurts or kills the other? Malfoy, I'm going to try and help you get better. I want you throwing everything you can at me. You take me down in this duel and it means that I have nothing to teach you. Harry shook his head. Malfoy held his wand at the ready, while Harry stood there with his arms at his side, just waiting. After nearly a minute, when Draco realized that Harry was letting him make the first move, he jabbed his wand forward, stupefied. Harry tilted his shoulder back to allow the spell to sail past him harmlessly. He wasn't attempting to be arrogant, he just truly wasn't all that worried. If he wanted Draco to ever be competent enough that he was anything but a liability, Harry needed to pound some lessons into his head. 6 stunning spells later, Draco still hadn't come close to hitting him, and Harry was getting irritated. "Come on, Malfoy. Is that the best you can do?" Harry asked as he began to goad him. When that didn't work to move him beyond stunning spells, it turned to outright taunts. Stupefy. My God, are all Slytherins this worthless? The spells continued to fly at Harry, but he continued to move out of the way of them. Stupefy. Wow. Would it help if I turned my back? Harry said with an exaggerated roll of his eyes. Expelliarmus. Harry once again sidestepped the spell and then narrowed his eyes. Draco was getting frustrated, but Harry could tell that he needed a giant push to get him past this initial block. His voice turned cold and mocking as he went right for a spot he was relatively certain would set Draco off. No wonder your parents wouldn't try and protect you from Voldemort. As pathetic as you are, can you really blame them? Harry loudly mocked. Draco paused for just a moment as he snarled, "How dare you?" His spells immediately changed to more powerful and more likely to damage. Defendos Reductos, Confrigos, and an Expulso were all shot at Harry in quick succession. Harry dodged them all, inwardly puzzling as either the spells seemed to move slightly slower than he remembered, or his physical reactions seemed to be even better. Moving to avoid the curses was just plain easier. After Draco shot the Expulso at him, Harry decided to actually begin instructing. 3 quick spells later, all without saying a word. Draco was wandless, petrified and floating in the air. Harry sighed inwardly as he approached Draco. While Draco had more power than the people he had worked with, and possibly an extended amount of spell knowledge, despite what he had just shown. Comparatively, his skill level was barely above the people Harry had helped teach during 5th year when they got competent defense instruction for only the 2nd time. Harry unpetrified Draco and let him fall to the ground in a heap. He looked down at the glaring Draco unsympathetically. "We've got a lot of work to do." Sunday had many similarities to Saturday. After Harry had practically dragged Draco back to the common room in a state of near exhaustion. Harry had literally tossed Draco into his room before heading towards his own. They had dueled for over an hour. Though Draco had cast the lion's share of the spells. The list of things Draco needed to do to improve was a long one, but steps had been taken. Harry basically split the lesson into 3 sections. One on offense and one on defensive magic, and one on purely dodging. Draco needed work on all of them. In the offensive part, Harry just started him working on casting speed and accuracy. In the defensive section, Harry had Draco working on shield strength to stop spells. Harry wanted to work on transfiguring the ground to different protections, but there was so many enchantments into the ground and foundation of the chamber, that it would take an insane amount of power to transfigure walled extensions from the ground. Harry was relatively certain that would be taxing on himself. It was something he knew he'd need to work with Draco with outside. The dodging part was much like the rubble movement. Harry fired stinging spells at Draco and Draco had to dodge them as Harry ramped up his speed. Harry told himself that he worked extra hard in this area because Draco really needed to learn to dodge. It was not because Harry enjoyed flinging stinging spells at him. Not at all. Harry hadn't even bothered attempting to wake Draco the next morning. He'd gone on his morning swim on his own. When he returned, he did note that no one had seemed brave enough to trip the wards in the different corridors. Harry doubted they had all learned their lesson yet, but assumed they were tired. Harry managed to rouse Draco before they headed down to breakfast. Draco didn't even bother asking Harry how he had gotten into his room. Breakfast brought another Daily Herald, with more speculation on his existence and political ramifications, and possible alliances. As well as estimation of the wealth of the Flamels. Really all just wild speculation in order to fill up their paper. His attention was drawn away from the Daily Herald when Hedwig landed in front of him with a letter. "Hey girl, What have you got for me there? He took the letter from her ankle. A glance left and right let him know that only Draco was close enough to read the letter, so he opened it up. He could instantly tell by the flowing script that it had been written by Perenelle and not Nicholas. Dear Aries, as you no doubt saw, you were a rather big event in the paper yesterday. Overshadowed even the tournament announcement. Since then our mail service has been overwhelmed with letters and post. It's a good thing for the redirection ward on yourself to our post office box. You got lots of mail as well, not all of it benevolent. No less than 3 pieces of cursed mail. The box caught all of the spells. There were even 2 portkeys. Idiots. Would you like us to keep any of the mail? Toss it. Pull out anything interesting. Nicholas was ecstatic. He won the bet on how many betrothal proposals you would receive. By quite a wide margin. I assumed that people would at least extend invitations to meet, and assumed you would get half a dozen, certainly no more than 10. He put the number at closer to 25. There were 32 in the end. We fully expect that there will be more today. That's not including the polite invitations to drop by and converse. You know you have nothing to worry about. Nicholas is having a lot of fun. But he's also getting rather irritating about what your surprise is. I sent a message to that reporter you mentioned yesterday via a postal owl. I received confirmation of delivery this morning. I did not tell Nicholas, but I assume that has something to do with your surprise. I admit I'm curious now as well. No mischief today. I hope you're enjoying the weekend. Perenelle Flammel. Harry had chuckled a little bit and folded the paper and slid it into his pocket. The little note at the end told him there was no secondary message in the letter. After taking a moment to feed Hedwig, and stroke her feathers. That action was something he had missed. The simple act of sitting down, eating a meal, while he read a letter while Hedwig cheerfully barked at him while she gorged herself on bacon. It had been years since such a scene had been commonplace to him. Memories once more threatened to overwhelm him, until forced them into the back of his mind. Harry spent the rest of the day exactly the same way he had the day before. Spending all morning and afternoon in the library, joined by Daphne, who was painstakingly helping him identify spell after spell. Their progress was slowly but steady, and he could definitely imagine their task could potentially be completed within 2 more weekends. Daphne made a few subtle attempts to flirt as they worked. It was nothing blatant, just enough to distract Harry for a few moments from time to time. While Daphne offered him nowhere near the eyeful of cleavage that Heidi McAvoy, as he had later recalled her full name, offered him when he spied her and her boyfriend in the broom closet, it was just enough to cause his mind to wander. They were only interrupted once while trying to identify the charms, and it occurred when Hermione Granger and Iris Potter came back to the table carrying half a load of books between them. They were talking quietly and were halfway to the table before they realized it was occupied and they were brought up short. Harry stared at the 2 newcomers, for once uncertain what to say. In class or at meals he could prepare himself and separate himself as much as possible from the ghosts of the past and the temptation to interact with their doppelgangers here. It was harder to do when they came upon him and surprised him. It was Iris who broke the ice. Daphne, I didn't expect to see you back here. Daphne's attention had only briefly focused on the 2 new arrivals, because she was distracted by the reaction of Aries to the new arrivals. He seemed shocked, far more than new arrivals would indicate, and for the first time she thought she saw his face in an unguarded moment. There was some sort of pain, regret. What was equally interesting to Daphne was that the stare was as much for Hermione Granger as it was for Iris Potter. Iris. Words brought her out of her own introspection. Hello Iris, we're just working on a little project. Daphne responded politely. She and Iris were not best friends, by any stretch, but given her mother's relationship with Sirius Black, and the mutual classes they took, a friendship of sorts existed. She certainly didn't feel her house's antipathy for the girl. Daphne repressed an amused smile. At the word, project, Hermione had gotten distracted and tilted her head to the side looking at all of the books piled on the table. What interested her far more was that Iris' gaze was fixed on Aries. After a few moments' too long pause Daphne spoke up. Iris Potter, this is Aries Flammel. Aries Flammel, this is Iris Potter. That seemed to break the 2 out of the odd days that had come over them. Iris balanced her pile of books on one arm and offered her hand in greeting. After a moment's indecision, Harry reached out and took her hand. Iris was more than a little surprised that Ares didn't immediately go for her forehead. In fact, she was surprised in that he didn't once glance toward the area where the scar that was obscured by her bangs remained. Harry stiffened in surprise at the rush of warmth that occurred the instant their skin touched. He could feel his magic surging, though it wasn't in the same way that it had been when his anger was rising. His eyes met hers, and in that instant he knew she was feeling it too. He could see the questioning in her eyes. Working on an arithmancy project, Daphne. You have every volume of the arithmancy charm formulas here? Hermione asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Harry dropped Iris' hand immediately and immediately felt his magic drop, in what could only be described as disappointment. He could only wonder at the reaction. Daphne chuckled a little in amusement, and this is Hermione Granger. She's very good with arithmancy, and quite possibly born with a book in her hand. Hermione laughed a little. You working on a project to try and take top in arithmancy this year? I missed it last year by half a point. I took top in astronomy though. Daphne groused. While Hermione's statement had sounded arrogant, the three of them were the few in their age group who were in all the more academically rigorous classes. Though where Daphne was taking Muggle studies, there were in care of magical creatures. They had a competition of sorts in some of the classes. Arithmancy and charms both. By half a point. Hermione countered, with a grin, before turning and holding her hand out to Harry. Hello. As she said, I'm Hermione Granger. Harry had to bite his tongue at the familiar sound. Hermione's statement was more teasing than he'd remembered her being, ever. Though the confidence and the sound of her laughter was the same. The way she introduced her name brought back a rush of memories that he once more ignored as he took her hand briefly and shook it. Nice to meet you both. I'm Ares Flammel. Harry replied, internally cursing himself for the near slip before he took a breath and forcibly settled himself. Iris nodded. I know, I was hoping to talk to you. That caused Harry to raise an eyebrow. Oh. Iris nodded and looked down guiltily for a moment. I wanted to say I was sorry for your parents. Harry blinked in surprise. Okay, why? Iris sounded even more contrite. Well, they expected Dumbledore to protect their Philosopher's Stone and it got destroyed when Quirrell shot a spell at me and I dropped it. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. Harry said, sounding unconcerned. After a moment's pause, another difference in this world. In his own, Dumbledore had destroyed it after the fight. But, your parents. Professor Dumbledore said they had enough elixir to put their affairs in order and then they're going to pass on, and it's my fault. Voldemort would never have gotten past the final protection without me. Iris protested, saying the last bit softly. Harry couldn't stop the frown that crossed his face. It seemed that Iris Potter had a similar mentality to himself, taking responsibility for things that weren't always his fault. He wondered if Dumbledore had done anything to encourage that. Well, Professor Dumbledore doesn't know everything. Harry couldn't help a smirk at that statement. Iris frowned at that, looking confused and still bothered by the whole thing, and that caused Harry to interject further. First of all, if you got past all the protections, then what makes you think that the Dark Lord wouldn't have figured the last protection out? Hermione and Iris both looked at Harry in surprise, whether it was because he didn't show any doubt at Iris' version of events, and the existence of Voldemort, or because they'd never considered that before, he wasn't sure. Harry pressed on. Further, you think Nicholas Flamel wouldn't have a backup? He'd give away his only stone. Iris looked stunned at that. But, Dumbledore said he gave it to him for protection when he heard Voldemort was after it. Harry rolled his eyes, wondering if he were ever truly that gullible, and then with a bit of guilt as he realized that he had been. Right. Because 600 years after its creation, Voldemort is the first dark wizard to get it in his head that a stone that could grant unlimited wealth and immortality would be kind of handy to have. They always had at least one in reserve, and have protected and hidden them for centuries. They didn't farm out protection. No, they lent it to Dumbledore for study. Harry replied flatly. That seemed to surprise all three girls there as they considered those implications. It was Hermione who broke the accompanying silence. So what is it that you're working on? Hermione asked curiously, looking from the books to the scattered parchment on the desk. Daphne glanced at Harry for a moment before replying, "We've got a long list of charm arithmancy equations that we're trying to identify." Oh, that piqued both of the girls' interest, though Hermione followed up with the next obvious question. "What is the list for?" Daphne frowned a little bit. "It's a bit of a long story, but we're trying to identify all the charms on an artifact." "Oh, what artifact?" Hermione asked, with interest. Harry shook his head. "It's just something I received from some old friends." His tone was evasive. Hermione looked like she wanted to ask more, but refrained as Iris peered closely at the stack of papers. Harry gestured to. "Would you like a hand? Hermione and I were just going to do some extra work on our history assignments." Daphne turned to look at Harry with a raised eyebrow, knowing that this certainly wasn't going to be her call. Harry was frowning. He desperately wanted nothing to do with Iris or Hermione. His very existence had been cause for his entire family's death, and Hermione's as well. He didn't want to go through that again. However, blurting out, "Hell no," might come out the wrong way. However, if he accepted their help, things would move much faster, making it far more likely he could get the map activated sooner, and therefore get rid of Foe Moody sooner. After several moments' indecision, he replied with a negative shake of his head. "Thank you for your offer, but Daphne and I will be okay with this." "Are you sure? It's really no problem. It's a heck of a lot better than finding extra information on goblin rebellions when it's going to make no difference in our grade." Hermione huffed in irritation at the professor. Despite himself, Harry smiled in fond amusement at the familiar mannerisms despite the differences he had noted. "I'm certain. Thank you for your offer though." Iris and Hermione both nodded, and Harry noted that Iris tugged at Hermione's sleeve before the two of them headed off for another library. Harry noted that Daphne seemed relatively pleased at the idea that Harry turned down their assistance but didn't say anything. And she certainly seemed pleased that he hadn't seemed to pick up a dislike for Iris Potter, something that was the majority feeling of the Slytherin house, or at least the most vocal opinion. When the two of them finally stopped for dinner, they still hadn't found any charm that might be preventing the map from working. After they went their separate ways at dinner, Harry and Draco had returned to the Chamber of Secrets. Regulus was looking much better than he was the last time they had seen him. His face had seemed fuller and he didn't tire as easily. Instead, he spent the next half an hour watching as Harry proceeded to work Draco once more into exhaustion. It wasn't really improving Harry's skills as he helped Draco, but Harry had yet to develop a way for himself to improve. He hoped the Regulus had some idea as his recovery continued. When they left the chamber that night, Harry permitted Creature to very quickly pop away to get some clothes and other toiletries as well as a few books for Regulus. He was specific in instructing the elf not to try and communicate with anyone else or make anyone else aware of his presence. Harry also promised to bring Regulus more food the next day. As he left, Harry wondered how long it would be before Regulus asked for a wand. Harry wasn't sure what he was going to do when that happened. He had a huge supply of wands that he picked up from Azkaban. One of them almost certainly belonged to Regulus. Of course, why wizards were dumb enough to store the wands of Death Eaters at the actual prison where their owners were kept was yet another bit of wizarding idiocy that Harry hadn't figured out. But giving Regulus a wand without any insurance other than the fact that he hated Voldemort was not something Harry was keen on doing. While he felt that Draco was more than a bit rash in his oath, a former Death Eater was still a major risk without some sort of way to ensure that there wouldn't be another betrayal. After a brief stop in the common room, where Draco went off presumably to shower and then pass out in bed, Harry left the common room. He knew it was close to curfew, but no one who noticed him walk out made any move to stop him. He wanted to head to the astronomy tower and clear his mind in the cool fall air. That plan lasted for about 5 steps before he sensed that he was being followed. He turned a corner. Out of the corner of his eye he caught the 3 Slytherin members who had trailed him out of the common room. He quickened his stride slightly, turning another corner, and in one move his wand was in his hand and he was disillusioning himself before stepping to the side and into the shadows. A few moments later, his 3 followers came around the corner, taking several steps before stopping and looking around in confusion. It was easy for Harry to recognize the leader, Lucian Bowl. The other 2 looked like they were 7th years, though Harry wasn't really certain of their names. Where did he go? asked one of the unnamed ones, a taller wiry student, with a pug nose and a flat face. Must have gone into the classroom, Bull said, pointing to a nearby door. The group moved into the empty classroom looking around. A few moments later Harry heard one of the boys say, "I don't see him, he's not here." After a moment's indecision on whether or not to confront them, or to leave them in confusion, Harry cancelled the disillusioning spell on himself and moved to stand in the doorway of the classroom. "You're looking for me?" Harry asked dryly. He watched as all three jerked in surprise as they spun around to face him. Harry's tenseness was eased a little bit by the fact that none of them had wands out, and only one reached for his wand, though it seemed more an instinctual reaction than something that was going to end up with people in the infirmary. Lucian Bull, clearly the leader here, coughed a little bit, as he regained his composure. Yeah, we were. We hoped to talk to you." Harry raised an eyebrow, wordlessly inviting him to continue. Lucian met the raised eyebrow and gestured toward the still open door. Harry hesitated for a moment before he stepped inside and kicked the door closed with his heel. "I'm listening," he said cautiously. The closed door seemed to bolster Lucian a little bit. "Yeah, we've been wanting to talk since the first night, Flammel. But we've either not been able to find you, or you've been in the company of others." Harry shrugged his shoulders lithely. "Well, you have my attention now. I see you have made friends with Draco Malfoy," Lucian said. When Harry only shrugged noncommittally, his eyes narrowed slightly. "The Malfoys are a good family. His father is a powerful man." "If you say so," Harry replied blandly. In his world, Lucius Malfoy was conniving and malevolent, though without much actual cunning. But he had also been a bootlicker for someone far more powerful than him. Harry kept that to himself. That seemed to irritate Lucian as his stance shifted slightly from conversational to confrontational. "The Malfoys may be a powerful family, but you must have more allies than just their family." Harry snorted. "Who said I was looking for allies? Everyone needs allies." Lucian frowned, his confident air broken slightly by confusion. "Why?" Harry asked, amusement still on his face. All these teenagers playing political games when in the end it hadn't saved them any more than it had saved those who weren't part of the games. Lucian allowed an almost feral grin to cross his face. "Without allies, you never get anywhere in life." Harry chuckled softly, a dark emotion entering his own voice. "I have to admit, you have a point there." A superior smirk began to develop on Lucian's face, but it was cut off as Harry continued. "From what I've seen, it doesn't matter how useless a wizard is, if they're born into the right family or know the right people, then they get things handed to them. No matter how pathetic they are." That comment caused all three Slytherins to sneer, and Lucian snarled for a moment before getting himself under control. "I admit, I was less than pleased with you during the first night," Lucian said, his voice turning slightly darker, a more vicious tone to it. "I thought about singling you out to teach you a lesson. I decided to give you a reprieve." "You decided? Or you were too busy doing your best impression of a statue all night and then screaming like a little girl in the morning?" Harry asked, his lips curling into a slight smile. Lucian growled with a scowl on his face, but Harry wasn't done. "Of course you seem to have enjoyed it. The second night you did the same thing, only you did it BPD. I had to ask Draco if that was a normal morning around here. Thankfully he assured me it wasn't." Lucian drew up to his full height to look his most intimidating. His two minions seemed to have the same idea, one of them speaking for the first time. "You better be careful, Flammel. It's not wise to antagonize us." Lucian nodded in agreement. "I went over the actual rules of Slytherin, but there are several unwritten ones you should learn. Chief among those is that you should never challenge those more powerful than you." Harry blinked, and then blinked again before an amused laugh escaped his throat for several seconds. Yeah, that's not gonna work for me." If anything, Harry had spent his entire life doing just that, and that this moron had tried to cow him into submission just irritated Harry. It was obvious by this point that Lucian didn't intend to attack Harry. If they were going to lose their tempers and it devolve into a fight, it would have happened by now. Those without allies can always end up having tragic accidents, Lucian Bull stated in as threatening tone as he could manage. Harry's eyes narrowed and he could feel his magic flare slightly. The three in the room blinked at the sudden change. Suddenly they were feeling nervous. All three took a step back, and one of the nameless ones actually let out an audible swallow from the expression that appeared on Harry's face. Harry was tempted to just blast them. But they hadn't drawn wands yet. More importantly, 3 dead Slytherins might tip off Foe Moody before Harry was ready to deal with him. Harry's voice was cold and flat. If that pathetic piece of drivel was supposed to be a threat, then let me explain something. Anything that you try to do, you better hope is fatal. Because I promise you that you'll only wish my response was. Harry let that hang in the air a moment before adding one parting comment. And then I'll go after your families. He didn't even wait for a response, merely turned and left the room. He was tense just in case they tried to curse him, but when no spells were incoming, he disappeared into the depths of Hogwarts Castle. Harry spent several hours on the astronomy tower that evening. The night was clear and unseasonably warm. He hadn't been much surprised by Lucian and his cronies. Several years of dealing with Malfoy had taught him people that were long on talk and short on action. It did mean though that he had attracted the attention of purebloods extremists far quicker than he had thought would occur. Harry was the first to admit that he had no head for any sort of politics. He never had been any good at it. It was one of the reasons that the night's events surprised him so much. He had initially expected to be approached by some of the more tame, right-wing conservatives, and not ones who adhered to the party line as deeply as the children of Death Eaters who had accosted him earlier. It didn't really matter to him that he had already cast his lot against them. That is how they viewed the world. A strict interpretation of, if you're not with us, you're against us. What he didn't think they would ever be able to comprehend is that Harry flat out didn't care. He wasn't here to make friends after all. The day had been very uncomfortable for him. Daphne was useful and he was honest enough to admit that he appreciated the eye candy. He had desperately wanted to stay away from Iris and Hermione. It was kind of them to offer to help, but Harry knew that Hermione wouldn't give up until they knew what artifact they were looking at, and Daphne would wonder why he wouldn't show them, and Iris might recognize the map. Despite their kindness, however, he had no intention of being friends with them. Draco's presence was unexpected. Harry was forced to concede that Malfoy's presence alone had seemed to act as a buffer between he and the rest of Slytherin, otherwise he was sure he would be fending off enticements and propositions from all corners. Harry wasn't sure how he would have reacted to people pressuring him. He had also apparently learned to at least keep his mouth somewhat shut after dying, and the looks of surprise the Malfoy heir received by finally acting like a true Slytherin provided amusement to Harry. But none of that really mattered to him. If Voldemort poked his head up from wherever he was hidden tomorrow, Harry would do everything within his power to destroy the bastard. Once that was done, Harry was done. The corrupt and stagnant wizarding world wasn't his problem. That's why he didn't care what chaos his actions caused, except that they might impact Voldemort. If Voldemort was taken out of the equation, Harry wasn't sure what he would do. He would probably just disappear into the Muggle world, or find a cave to hide in away from people. Harry had initially thought that on the off chance he survived to see Voldemort's destruction, he would step through the veil. When he had realized, if they were in a new dimension, there was no guarantee that dying would let him see his real family and loved ones. Harry tried not to think about that. The ultimate hell for him, everyone else he knew being well and truly gone. And he was left with Hedwig, his first real friend and familiar but whose companionship couldn't replace a human's, and Draco. Harry was certain that last fact was incontrovertible proof that fate hated him. Harry was aware that classes resumed the next day, and they honestly felt like a complete waste of time. He was only in Hogwarts because it was the center of so many actions over the years. Voldemort's attention focused here for so long, that Harry was sure to be in the center should something happen, or should the Voldemort from his world arrive. As it was, he was here doing fourth-year magic, all of which he had long surpassed, except in such combat-useless fields like herbology, history and divination. His eyes looked across the grounds, bathed and lit by the moonlit night sky. It felt odd to be back here at Hogwarts. It felt like home, and yet it was extremely uncomfortable. The others might be oblivious, but the castle felt like a powder keg, ready to go off with only slightest nudge and spark. And Harry was a walking torch. The feeling that Nicholas considered the entire thing a great prank wasn't lost on him. Once more, Harry decided not to wake Draco up in the morning. He didn't want the boy exhausted before classes, and Harry found his morning swim becoming somewhat easier. Though he wasn't sure why. Either he was still adjusting to his younger body faster, or his younger body was adapting far faster to the work than it should. He returned to his room for a shower and found Draco waiting for him as he left. Draco didn't say anything about Harry not waking him up. They proceeded to breakfast without incident, though Harry noted that Lucian Bowl glanced over his way and then quickly looked away. Breakfast, however, was interrupted by the delivery of the Daily Herald. Harry was eating normally when he heard a strangled gasp from Draco sitting right next to him. He turned with a raised eyebrow to Draco, but before Harry could say anything, Draco turned the morning paper to show him the day's headline. Black escapes Azkaban. Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy responsible. Last night Aurors at Azkaban discovered that there was another missing prisoner from the infamous prison. Death Eater Regulus Black seems to have slipped out of the believed inescapable prison. Aurors officially claim to have no clue how Black might have escaped. When Bellatrix escaped, it was obvious how she got away. There was a giant hole in the side of the prison. There is no sign of how Black managed to escape. That may be the official word. However, several sources within the Auror department have claimed that Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge himself came to release Black. He apparently did so at the urging of Lucius Malfoy and his wife, Narcissa Malfoy née Black, cousin to escapee Regulus. Sources further say that Fudge talked to Black about signing a pardon. Narcissa Black has already stepped forth and sworn a magical oath that she had no part to play in the release of her murderous cousin. When Fudge was reached for comment, he had this to say. I certainly never authorized the release of Regulus Black. Unlike other upstanding members of our society, he was not under the influence of the Imperious Curse. Our ministry will be taking swift action to ensure the capture of Black. For those of you who don't remember, Regulus Black was imprisoned in the killing of another wizard, almost a month after the downfall of He Who Must Not Be Named. Upon his arrest, he was exposed as a Death Eater. Regulus Black made no attempt to claim Imperius. He said nothing in his own defense. Instead, he defiantly showed his dark mark during his in-depth trial. Aurors confirm they have no idea how Regulus Black may have left the island between the wards and unforgiving sea. The entire island has been searched from top to bottom, and no sign of Regulus has been found. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has placed Senior Auror Sirius Black on paid leave while the investigation is ongoing. Amelia Bones was very vocal in her defense of Sirius Black. Sirius Black voluntarily testified under truth serum that he has not spoken to his brother in over a decade. The minister's office has requested the leave to be safe. We here at the Herald are forced to wonder if the minister is searching for people to blame for this latest mishap. If anyone has any information regarding the whereabouts of Regulus Black, they should contact the ministry at their earliest convenience. Rita Skeeter. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he just managed to contain his rage to a near silent F.K. He managed to restrain himself otherwise and once more quashed his emotions. He folded the paper and handed it back to Draco. While glancing around the Great Hall, it was obvious that it was all anyone was talking about. His tip to Rita had at least had some of the intended consequences. However, his actions had also just royally K'd up Sirius Black's life. Even unintentionally. Harry knew he wasn't a political maven, but Amelia's comment made it pretty obvious that the minister was the one behind the actions taken out on Sirius. We have to be seen doing something. Harry could almost see Fudge taking that exact approach. He probably hoped it made him look like a minister of action, even though the article was fairly effective at undermining him. Harry was incensed that his actions had already managed to hurt someone he intended to protect. Well, I got my Sirius killed, not really surprised I managed to get this one in trouble. Harry thought with a scowl crossing his face. He wondered who else's life he might manage to screw up before he was done. The rest of Harry's day didn't improve his temperament very much. He sat in Charms class, and despite his fondness for the diminutive Professor Flitwick, Harry had to refrain from smashing his head against the desk, in irritation. They did a review of third-year Charms. They were reviewing the line of sight-based, seize and pull, charm, Carpe Refractum, which Harry knew was the precursor to the blind Accio summoning spell. One of the few spells he could do wandlessly. They also were doing the freezing charm conjuring ice from the tip of the wand. While he absent-mindedly performed spells that he had mastered years previously. He wasn't thinking about hiding his abilities and he performed Accio spell wandlessly and silently. Of course without the incantation there was no way to tell the difference between the two spells, so it appeared that he did the seize and pull charm wandlessly, which absolutely delighted the professor. Though thankfully the professor didn't linger after awarding points, and he genuinely seemed to be excited by the successes of all of his students. Harry gazed casually around the room. He studiously avoided the gazes of the others in the room. They were once more paired with Ravenclaw, and Harry did not want to be caught staring at his counterpart or Hermione. His eyes kept wandering that way despite Harry's best attempts otherwise. The setup of the classroom didn't help, sitting directly across from the other half of the room while the professor taught in the middle. He had greeted them politely when they arrived at the room, especially after the offer of help they had given him in the library, but he had no desire to befriend them, or to be caught staring at them. He knew why his attention was regularly drawn to Hermione. Out of all the people in Harry's life, she was the one he missed the most. He had to consciously and repeatedly remind himself that the girl sitting a few tables away from him was not his Hermione. She wasn't wearing Gryffindor colors. She wasn't sitting next to him. She wasn't his best friend. Harry was more out of a loss to explain why his attention kept drifting to Iris Potter. At first he thought it was because he was trying to compare the differences between the two of them. He quickly realized that wasn't the case. However, he was unable to put his finger on why his gaze was constantly drawn to her. He idly wondered why they seemed to have so many classes with Ravenclaws. He recalled that Gryffindors had most of the classes with Slytherin. That didn't seem to be the case here. He wondered if that was intentional or not. What interested him, far more than the students, were the various books and objects around the room. Flitwick was a powerful wizard, in addition to being a dueling champion. In his own quest to further his dueling prowess, Harry felt it may be wise to get to know some of the advanced or rare objects Flitwick so casually displayed around his room that had not interested Harry the last time around. Unfortunately, he didn't see any books or items that stood out to him as rare. Then Harry realized that shouldn't be so surprising, considering some of the damage that could occur on accident inside the charms classroom. All of the displayed objects were quite well known, even to a wizard who tended to be oblivious to subtleties such as Harry. If it didn't have any special value in his survival or memories, or involve runes and warding, he was clueless. He resolved to personally ask Flitwick more at a later date when the situation presented itself. Harry had a free period next, but it was diverted when a Slytherin prefect handed him a note from Snape requesting his presence in Snape's office immediately. Once more Harry wondered if fate truly hated him. Harry made his way to Snape's office, after he conspicuously asked Draco where it could be found. He suppressed a shudder as he left the hall, since the last time he had been there had been during the occlumency lessons in 5th year on his old world. A firm knock on the door produced the short, barked response, "Enter." Harry made sure to take a steadying breath before entering a moment later. If Snape, for some reason, decided to deliberately provoke him, then this meeting could go south very quickly. Though Harry resolved that he wasn't going to just accept any insults or abuse. He would return those in kind. "Ah, Mr. Flammel, have a seat," Snape said brusquely, gesturing at the chair across from him. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied neutrally, sitting in the chair, stiff-backed. "I wanted to speak with you about a couple of things, Mr. Flammel, and with the normal chaos that comes with opening the year, I hadn't had a chance before now," Snape said, his dark eyes focused on Harry. Harry met his gaze unflinchingly, though he knew if Snape chanced legilimency, this meeting would definitely turn out poorly. He didn't say anything, just raised an eyebrow in response. "Yes. Firstly, how are you settling in? Any problems finding your way around?" Snape asked. Harry shrugged lithely. "Once you have an idea of where you're going and the layout, finding your way around isn't too difficult." Snape nodded, though his expression didn't change. "Any issues I should be made aware of with your housemates?" "I've had some conversations with some of the students. I'm sure there will be some I don't get along with." But that's life, isn't it? Harry asked obliquely. Young Mr. Malfoy is not one of that group, I take it. I see the two of you seem to be friendly. I confess it is rare to see him speak with anyone as an equal, he said offhandedly. Harry frowned briefly for just a moment, wondering just how closely Snape was watching Draco. Then again Draco's personality practically screamed, "Look at me. Look at me." At least it had before Draco had grown up, or gotten killed. Harry felt that it was likely the latter. Heir Malfoy seemed like a competent ally. On the train he offered his assistance getting me acclimated to the castle. He's quite intelligent when he's actually speaking his mind and not parroting drivel and dogma he's heard from others. Harry replied. Snape looked briefly surprised at Harry's comment, but he covered it up quickly. Yes, Draco has been silently making waves this year. Professor McGonagall mentioned both you and him in passing at Friday's dinner. Like I said, he's intelligent, when given the right motivation or opportunity. Harry said, then smirked. It also doesn't hurt that his presence seems to keep at bay the many people in Hogwarts in general, and Slytherin specifically, who have designs on getting close to the Flamels for reasons, monetary or otherwise. Snape nodded once more, looking thoughtful for a moment. And your thoughts on Hogwarts thus far? I'll admit the productions that occurred the first 2 mornings in the common room were not what I was expecting when I came. Harry replied, a small smirk crossing his face briefly despite his best efforts to stop it. Yes, those events were quite surprising. Is there anything you wish to share, or can tell me about what happened? Snape's expression had sharpened at the brief smirk that had crossed Harry's face. It seemed to me that some of the members of Slytherin were misbehaving. Harry kept his face carefully neutral, but after a moment's too long pause, and someone chose to punish them. Someone. Snape parroted into a question. Harry shrugged a little bit, or a spirit, if the message left yesterday morning is to be believed. Snape examined Harry's expression for several moments, before changing the subject. How are your classes so far? Have you found the transition from homeschool difficult? Harry considered that question, tilting his head thoughtfully. Truthfully, the classes have been rather simple for my skill level. There was a slight narrowing of eyes from Snape at the display of bravado or arrogance. His eyes flashed. I have heard you perform third-year charms very well during review classes. Do you think all of your classes will be so simple? Yes, Harry thought, but outwardly he just shrugged. I don't know. Though I don't foresee struggling. I assure you that my potions class has never been described as simple. Snape responded. I also assure you that I do not accept incompetence from my house when it comes to my subject. My skills aren't really in potions. But I would like to say that I am competent, so that shouldn't be a problem at all, Professor Snape. Harry replied evenly. He kept his expression blank, but he could almost read what was coming. I think a small test is in order then. Tell me, what does the Alahosti draft do and why is it especially dangerous? Snape asked immediately, his expression intent. The Alahosti draft causes hysteria, and it's exceptionally dangerous because it does not need to be ingested. Merely breathing in the fumes is enough to infect a person. Harry's eyes flickered for a moment, reminded of the first time he had been in Snape's class and the professor had drilled him with questions. The fact that he expected it when the conversation went in this direction didn't stop the irritation. That potion was one of many he was familiar with. It had been weaponized by Voldemort during the assault on Hogwarts. It had helped break the defense when the battle had reached a stalemate between the two opposing sides. Snape's follow-up was quick and sharp at the response. What color is the dog breath potion and what does it do? Harry frowned. Having to dredge that one up, he remembered the twins using it as a prank at one point. It's purple and it causes the drinker to breath fire. If I were to give you Gregory's unctuous unction, what would the result be? Snape asked. A stay in Azkaban or a casket and gravestone for you, for attempting to make me believe you were my best friend. I do not take well to manipulations, especially those of a chemical nature. Harry replied immediately, though his eyes narrowed somewhat. There was a slight quirk of Snape's mouth at Harry's response, but it didn't stop the follow-up question. Name a potion that uses salamander blood, lionfish spines, flobberworm mucus, and honeywater, and its use. Wiggenweld potion, and it's used to wake people up from a deep sleep, or from something like the draft of living death. Harry replied with only a moment's hesitation. They had brewed that while on the run, after dosing a Death Eater with the draught of living death. Snape regarded Harry for several more seconds before nodding slowly, his dark eyes glittering a little in the light. If you brew as well as you know facts, then perhaps you won't be blowing up cauldrons in my classroom. Harry shrugged a little bit, that was the closest to a compliment that Snape was likely to give. Snape was surprised when there was no follow-up assurance or boast from the student. Most students would assure their teacher that they had no intention of blowing up a cauldron. I heard from a few of the other members of the house that the headmaster requested your presence on the second day of school. Is there anything you wish to discuss with me concerning that? Snape questioned. He is friends with Flamels, and thought it would be appropriate to welcome me to Hogwarts. Harry replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Harry continued before Snape could reply or interject, though, that reminds me. Harry broke off and checked his pockets for a few moments before withdrawing a small piece of paper and passing it to his head of house. What is this? Snape inquired as he took the note, opening it to read even as he asked. That's a note, signed by both of the Flamels, stating that I don't have to go to History of Magic. Harry said plainly, despite the fact that he knew Snape was reading it as he spoke. Snape frowned as he looked at the note, before shaking his head slightly. I'm afraid I cannot excuse you from the class. It is a required course up until 5th year and after you take your owls. What is your specific complaint with the class? Harry nodded. The teaching is so poor as to be non-existent, and I informed my guardians of such. They told me in a separate letter that they are not sending me here to attend a substandard class. I've had experience with substandard teaching before and I'm not doing it again. That spiked Snape's interest. You've had substandard teaching in the past. I thought you were homeschooled. I've had different instructors in different subjects. Some of those instructors haven't been worthy of the name. Harry replied blandly. How so? Snape asked, intrigued. He had assumed that almost all of the transfer students' instruction had come from his parents. Otherwise he expected news of a Flamel heir would have spread much farther, much sooner. Harry's eyes narrowed and flashed in momentary anger, recalling old hurts. Well, one instructor I had, hated my father. He was a bitter man who was jealous of my father and tried to take it out on his son. Why would your father hire such a man to teach his son? Snape asked curiously. I think it had to do with a lack of options. It was thought that perhaps this man, who was admittedly very good at his craft, would act like an adult, and not a schoolyard bully. But no, he decided to take years of jealousy and anger out on the son. Harry replied, keeping his voice even. May I inquire as to what subjects you have bad experiences with? Snape asked curiously, though his eyes were narrowed as he searched the blank face across from him. This time Harry failed to resist a smirk. Well, take your own subject for example. I once had a potions instructor whose idea of instruction was, the recipe is on the board. You have 2 hours. He never demonstrated how to properly prepare ingredients, explained why the ingredients were prepared that way, or showed how to ensure a previous potion doesn't contaminate a future one. Snape's eyes widened slightly for a moment before returning to their narrowed, searching look. You think you know the appropriate way to teach potions? Harry shook his head, though he thought he saw a subtle twitch in Snape's face. He had to restrain himself to just a smirk, to keep from outright laughing at Snape's reaction to his statement. Not at all. As I told you, my skills don't really lie in potions. Then criticizing a teacher's method without understanding it just shows ignorance. Snape replied. Harry raised an eyebrow, though Snape's tone didn't have the sneer he expected in it. Of course it does. I didn't do the questioning though. When Nicholas Flamel, who I'm sure you'll agree has some minor talent in potions, claims that the instructor was worthless, and possibly attempting to kill me by instilling gross incompetence into my curriculum, it tends to carry a bit more weight. Snape seemed to weigh Harry's words as he looked at him. There was no way he could disagree with Harry's assessment of Nicholas Flamel's expertise. Why then didn't your father teach you himself? Harry chuckled. The immortal alchemist is many things, but a teacher for a student learning basic potions, he is not. Hence, why he hired outside instructors for such things until he felt I was at the point where he wouldn't be frustrated as he took over my studies. Snape's eyes were piercing as he regarded Harry for several long moments. Harry was surprised at the play of emotions that crossed Snape's face as he was surveyed. Harry wished that he could risk a bit of legilimency, but the Snape of his world had occlumency skills that were second to none before he died. Harry didn't want to risk this Snape's mental skills being the same. He was relatively confident he could breach the defenses if he had to, but even skimming emotions would be risking Snape detecting him. Harry shrugged a little bit, as he brought them back to topic. Well, I'm not going to the class. I have the permission of both of my guardians. You are welcome to contact them to confirm the note. I am not doubting the veracity of the note, I am simply unable to excuse you from the class. If you skip the class, you will lose points or earn detentions. Snape replied, a frown on his face. His argument was partially distracted. Harry was surprised that Snape didn't seem to be getting upset at being challenged, rather his tone sounded interested. Well, I won't serve detentions I think are unjust. And as you have notification from my guardians that I won't be in class with their full blessing, I won't serve the detentions for not going. As to the point system, I'm completely apathetic to all of that silliness. Silliness. Snape once more parroted a word into a question. Though his tone sounded intrigued. Of course. It's stupidly subjective. You could award me 1,000 points for sitting in this chair properly. Or you could take off 1,000 points for breathing too loud. Both would be fine within the rules. Harry couldn't resist another smirk that crossed his face, remembering Snape having taken off points for that exact offense in the past. Interesting perspective, Mr. Flammel. However, your housemates might be very upset if you were to lose them points in such a manner. Snape replied. Harry hesitated a moment in his reply, not because Snape's statement had thrown him, but because the professor actually seemed to be amused by Harry's argument. Possibly. I admit it's quite the clever social system you have there. Forcing students to follow the crowd. Or risk derision or worse. Heaven forbid they have original thoughts. Such a wonderful lesson to teach them. For one brief moment Snape actually looked surprised at Harry's statement, before a brief flash of amusement crossed his face. And the note from your guardians is genuine. It's genuine, and they're both rather unhappy about the whole issue. Harry said, the smirk once more on his face. Why is that? Snape felt compelled to inquire. Harry replied bluntly. The class should be a history of magic, its richness, and the history of wizards and the other races. Instead, we're treated to mind-numbingly boring descriptions of goblin rebellions. A recitation of the minutiae of those goblin rebellions and the particular and specific actors in them isn't teaching history. I'm not disagreeing with you, Mr. Flammel. However, I am not a history expert, nor am I in charge of the history curriculum. Snape replied, a touch of defensiveness in his voice. That's my point. No one is a history expert because history isn't taught, especially important things like recent history. Harry retorted sharply, just another bit of irritation he'd long held rising in his mind. Oh, Snape replied. He was more than a little off balance, as this is not how he expected a conversation with a student, even a transfer student who wasn't part of Hogwarts for years. And a stark realization had completely thrown him off his game. Harry's eyes narrowed in frustration for the first time during the conversation. Tell me, Professor Snape, what do you know about a student who went to this school some 50 years ago named Tom Marvolo Riddle? Snape let out a hiss of air before he bit out, why are you asking about him? This time there was no hiding the shock on Snape's face at the mention of that name, his hand even twitched as if he wanted to draw his wand from his robes. Harry's expression was sharp. Don't you think it's an interesting story? Born the son of a muggle and a near squib of an old pureblood line who died in childbirth, leaving young Tom to grow up in an orphanage. Of course, from such lowly beginnings he would make something of himself. He was invited to Hogwarts at age 12, where he would go on to be a prefect, and a headboy, and even win an award for services to the school. Snape was staring at Harry with a stunned expression, but Harry didn't stop. Of course, that's just in school, it's what he did after that was interesting. He fashioned himself a name from an anagram, Lord Voldemort. Snape flinched slightly at the name and derision in Harry's tone. Harry's tone turned mocking. Bloody stupid too if you ask me, go to the trouble of creating a name, only to then go around making people afraid to say the name. Seems rather pointless. Harry met Snape's eyes once more. Imagine that, a half-blood bastard son of a muggle becoming the champion for pureblood beliefs. How do you know all of that? Snape demanded sharply, finally shocked out of his reverie. That was the wrong question. Harry shook his head in genuine disappointment. Standing from his chair, he turned and headed toward the door, stopping just a moment to turn and look back at Snape. He was smirking again, but his eyes were deadly serious. The question you should be asking is, why doesn't everybody know that? Harry left Snape's office without another word. Snape watched his student leave his office without a word. Normally he would have assigned detention scrubbing cauldrons for a month for such impertinence, but he was too completely stunned to do anything. When Dumbledore had talked with him about the conversation with one of his Slytherins, it had been quite startling. Dumbledore had said that Ares Flamel was polite and cordial, and while he didn't seem to actively dislike the headmaster, he was also not his biggest fan. A fact Snape was somewhat shocked and more than a little intrigued by. People tended to fall into two categories regarding Albus Dumbledore. Either they hated and loathed him with a passion, or they deified him. Snape fell in the middle, but that had only come from close interaction with the headmaster. He was a powerful wizard and a brilliant mind, one who wanted what was best for the wizarding world. However, anyone that saw him through the last war knew he liked to be able to control everything he possibly could. He could be utterly ruthless in the manner he aimed for his goals, and adhered to his vision of the world. It was obvious to all that Dumbledore opposed Voldemort and his goals to dominate the wizarding and muggle worlds. But the headmaster's methods of opposition did not always inspire blind devotion to all who had joined his cause. Beyond his core group of followers, there were a very small, yet powerful, minority of wizards who loosely allied with Dumbledore in the last war, mainly because there was no one else willing to stand and be the face of the opposition against Voldemort's ideals. He wasn't the ideal choice, but unfortunately for those who had earned the ire of the Dark Lord, he was the only choice. After the conclusion of the war, Dumbledore had continued to work to remake as much of magical Britain as he could in his own image, not wanting a repeat of Voldemort. There were plenty who then questioned the man's ability to maintain the peace his soldiers had paid for in blood. However, that only made opposition slightly more vocal. After it all, Dumbledore was still the most powerful wizard in the world, and there were many that feared him just as much as Voldemort. In Dumbledore's favor, he never seemed bothered when people questioned him. He sometimes presented the thought that he encouraged it. However, it still meant that he didn't always explain his logic or reasoning. And there were many times that grandfatherly smile and eye twinkle managed to convince someone to change their opinion or to give Dumbledore what he requested. At least he didn't crucify people for asking a simple question. Though when that statement was a comfort, Snape had to concede there was reason to be concerned. Dumbledore had told Snape that Ares had admitted to being adopted, though Dumbledore didn't know from where, and the boy had refused to say more than his parents had died during the war. That more than anything had been what Dumbledore wanted to know about. He had asked Snape to try and find out a family name from the boy. When Snape had asked why, Dumbledore had replied that he had some suspicions about the boy's parentage but nothing he could prove yet. With Snape looking for it during their conversation, he could tell that Ares didn't call the Flamels by parental names, further proving Dumbledore's point. Dumbledore had warned Snape that anyone who had been adopted by Flamel was likely at least competent in occlumency, so using legilimency was out. Something Snape suspected that Dumbledore did with far more regularity on students than anyone was aware of from his seat in the Great Hall. Snape was understandably curious when speaking with the boy. He had found the student very self-possessed and careful with his words and very well spoken. He was certainly competent with knowledge of potions, though Snape would have to wait and see how he brewed. However, halfway through the conversation, the boy had made a comment about an incompetent style of teaching, one that Snape was well aware was mostly similar to his own. Ares Flamel had smirked when he said it. It had taken every bit of control that Snape had not to let his jaw drop. Ares Flamel was a Potter. He had the confidence and even arrogance that Snape attributed to a young James Potter. No one else would have the confidence to laugh off detentions, mock the way the entire school was run with the points system, and even have the nerve to say the Dark Lord's name without hesitation. Ares wasn't an exact clone of James. His build was far more wiry and lithe, and the longer hair didn't go up in random spikes everywhere. He also didn't wear the wire-framed glasses James was known for wearing. Snape could easily see how people missed the resemblance as anything more than passing with all the differences. However, Snape had spent the majority of his Hogwarts career having that same smirk that had been on the face of Aries Flamel, directed at him by his rival James Potter. Despite Snape's level of control, he almost blurted it out right there. But something drew him up short. And the eyes. They were the exact same shade as Lily's eyes. The very unique color that was purely Lily. They were shaped the same, and the color was the same. It was something she had passed on to her eldest daughter. However, where Lily's eyes were vivid and full of life, Aries Flamel's eyes were cold and empty. Except when he got angry. Then they flashed with a very small bit of life. Snape was willing to say he was biased when it came to Lily, but Aries Flamel showed fierce stubbornness and his intelligent and cunning side with his arguments, along with a flair for the dramatic qualities Lily had in spades. Snape wasn't sure how, but somehow Aries Flamel was related to both James and Lily Potter. He had no idea how it was possible. He was well aware that James and Lily never had a son. He knew the Potters well. Lily was his best friend to this day, and while he would never be best friends with James, they were at least friendly now. He was close to the family and was well aware that Lily had never had a secret pregnancy of any sort. Nor did they have any stillbirths or miscarriages. And given the age group, Snape was sure that Iris never had a twin, though now that he was looking he could see a little bit of resemblance. Severus was also certain the Potters would never abandon any child. Sometimes Snape thought that it was only the fact that Lily was busy with teaching and her own children that she didn't make an attempt to adopt any orphan that came through Hogwarts. The two boys had been horrible antagonists of one another throughout their years at Hogwarts. Pranks and duels. It had all come to a head during one memorable year. The Marauders had cornered him 4-on-1, not unusual, and their pranks had escalated further, and Severus had ended up humiliated, hoisted in the air and stuck upside down with his underwear on display for all of the students around. After almost a minute of enduring the taunts, there had been a flurry of spells from behind the Marauders and Severus suddenly found himself on the ground. He snarled as he managed to get to his feet and had been ready to explode on anyone and everyone to regain what he could of his tattered dignity. His diatribe was cut short as he came face to face with James Potter right next to Sirius Black. A very upside-down James Potter and Sirius Black who were staring in shock. Snape took a moment to step back and find that the four Marauders were now the ones upside down with their underwear also on display. It took him a second to realize the upside-down Marauders were not staring at him. Severus Snape had turned around and almost swallowed his tongue. Lily Potter was standing there, wand still sparking dangerously and a look of utter rage on her face. Snape couldn't even think of what to say, when Lily had stormed past him and after a moment's hesitation slapped the upside-down James Potter. Before turning around and storming away without a word. That event had pretty much ceased hostilities between James and Severus. Though Sirius Black and Severus had one more run-in where he almost got Snape killed by Lupin during a full moon. Snape was honest enough to admit that his own curiosity and need to know what was going on was partly to blame, but Sirius had pointed him at the Whomping Willow and how to get through to Lupin's secret. James Potter had managed to save his life, and probably Lupin's as well. He has also very publicly threatened Sirius that if he ever tried something like that again he would no longer be welcome at Potter Manor, and the only contact they would have was at any sort of official function. Apparently that had been enough of a wake-up call for Sirius, because then Sirius Black of all people had publicly apologized for any and all offenses to Severus. Much like Potter, now Sirius and Severus were on friendly terms at least. Snape reflected back on that day regularly. In the present, James Potter and Sirius Black were considered two of the best duelists alive, and together they were nigh unstoppable. Lily Potter could wipe the floor with both of them. It was no surprise that she was one of the few people alive who could duel Bellatrix Lestrange to a standstill. Severus shook his head slightly, clearing it of the memories as he considered Aries Flamel. One thing was certain, he would not be running to Dumbledore with his thoughts. His loyalty to Lily superseded everything else. And while he wasn't certain how Aries Flamel could be related, Snape was certain that he was. He was determined to figure it out. When Snape did, he was certain that he and Aries Flamel would be having quite the follow-up discussion. He also couldn't shake the last words presented to him by the boy before he left. Harry had left the meeting shaking his head in irritation, and headed toward the library. He once more was supposed to attend History of Magic today, since it was a Monday and Friday class. But he had no intention of going. He knew he had potions afterward, and wondered what the class would be like after the confrontation he just had with Snape. He had to admit that he'd rather enjoyed throwing some of the faults of the Snape from his world out at the Snape of this world. Petty. Maybe, but also a little cathartic. Harry skipped lunch and used the time and his free period to continue to work on the list of spells in the map. He managed to identify exactly one during that entire period. Harry continued to be frustrated by the Marauder's map. What the hell was a map doing with a spell to check wakefulness in someone? Not long after discovering that charm, Harry headed down to the dungeon for potions. When Harry arrived outside the classroom, there were two clusters of students. It only took a moment to identify them as Gryffindors. Draco glanced up as Harry arrived, and shifted subtly to give him space to lean against the wall. He didn't say anything in greeting, just raised his eyebrow. Harry idly noted that Daphne was once more watching him. It was Theodore not who spoke up first though. Where have you been, Flamel? You missed history. Snape was at lunch, so your meeting didn't run long. Harry shrugged a little bit. Not that it's any of your business, but I was perusing the library. You think you're going to get special treatment by not going to class? Not stated. I outgrew nap time several years ago. Not. Once again, not that it's your business. Harry sighed a little bit. It only took him a moment to realize that Not was just trying to throw his weight around after being embarrassed on Saturday morning. Not stepped forward, narrowing his eyes, his voice dropping to a murmur so that it wasn't heard beyond the circle of Slytherins, especially with the group of Gryffindors watching. It is my business if you embarrass Slytherin. So you just watch yourself. What is it with people and trying to intimidate me? Harry couldn't resist the urge to roll his eyes. You're kind of grumpy though, what's the matter? Didn't get a proper nap today. Maybe if you ask Snape really nicely, he'll let you bring your blankie to class. Besides, you're the one embarrassing Slytherin now, or are you just looking for another reason to visit the infirmary? It was true. Not seemed to have acquired a sudden run of bad luck and had visited the infirmary 4 times in the past 3 days. Twice for tripping downstairs, one because of a stomach bug, and once because one of the statues had inexplicably fallen on him and shattered his shoulder. Not's nostrils flared, though before he could say anything in response, Snape arrived in a swirl of his robes. Potions class wasn't quite as bad as Harry remembered it. Like many of the other class, Snape announced that it was a review and that would be brewing pepper-up potions, that they were to follow the instructions in the book and he would be around to answer any questions. More than once Harry felt Snape's eyes on him as they worked, though nothing was said to them as he and Draco worked together to brew a pepper-up potion that was damn near flawless. It was only with great reluctance that they vanished the remainder after their vial was made, as Snape would never let them keep their own private stock of a potion, even one as useful as the one they'd just brewed. After they turned in their vial, Snape dismissed them without any comment or glance in their direction, which was just one more thing new for this class for Harry. As he was leaving, out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw a flash of red. Instinctively he glanced over and found himself staring at Ronald Weasley. Only this Ronald Weasley was giving him the same sort of glare he had given him after Harry's name had emerged from the Goblet of Fire. Though Harry could see that the glare was more meant for Malfoy and Harry was just given it by association. Harry missed a step for just a moment before stumbling slightly to recover. He steeled himself resolutely as they walked away from the dungeons. He viciously pushed down all his memories before they managed to consume him. When they were in the hallway headed back to the common room, Draco spoke up. See, I told you he wasn't so bad. Yes, it's amazing how a teacher can seem competent when he's not snarling at you, insulting you or actively attempting to sabotage you. Harry replied dryly. The evening dueling session with Draco went better than the rest of his day had. Draco was getting better at moving out of the way of the stinging spells Harry sent at him. His casting was also improving under Harry's tutelage. Regulus offered comments and insight on improvement, comments that proved to Harry that he was at the least competent with magic. Regulus was clearly feeling much better and looked a lot healthier, losing a little bit of the gaunt look and his skin losing the gray tinge it had acquired from his extended stay in Azkaban. He felt well enough to ask Harry about the possibility of acquiring him a wand so that he could help. "I'm not sure I can give you a wand," Harry replied, a statement which seemed to anger Regulus. "Why not? I thought you said I wasn't a prisoner," he demanded. "You know way too much about us. I can't risk compromising that right now," Harry responded with a sigh. He should have expected this argument. "Why did you bother freeing me then? Why not just kill me and dump my body somewhere?" Regulus demanded. "Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'm sure the basilisk wouldn't mind a live meal," Draco replied in an irritated tone. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. The fact that Regulus was being petulant and demanding enough to get on Draco Malfoy's nerves was telling. But he cut off the argument before it could begin. "I may not be the boy hero anymore," Harry said, ignoring the snort that came from Draco. "When I can, I still try and do what is right, not what is easy. I brought you here and didn't just kill you and dump your body somewhere because it was the right thing to do. You tried to do the right thing in destroying Voldemort's soul anchor," Harry said before his eyes hardened. "That being said, you are still a marked Death Eater with questionable loyalties." Regulus pointed to Draco. "He served Voldemort on that old world. He was a marked Death Eater and all." Harry nodded. "Yes, but the Prat surprised me and gave me a loyalty oath. Before I could decide whether I should wipe his mind or just kill him." Regulus frowned. Draco mentioned that oaths of that nature are incredibly dangerous. All it would take is you thinking that Draco betrayed you in some way, and that would be it. I'm surprised anyone allowed it at all. "Who was your binder?" I had my wand pointed at Draco's eye. "There was no binder," Harry replied with a puzzled frown. Regulus frowned. "That's not possible." "Yes, it is," Draco replied, looking serious. "No, it's not." Regulus shook his head. "Any loyalty or non-betrayal oath that is beyond a standard secrecy oath required a bind. Unless," his voice trailed off as he stared at Harry. Harry tilted his head curiously and returned the look. "What?" "I tried explaining it to him and he didn't listen to me," Draco replied. "The only way a loyalty oath of any sort works without a binder is if that person is an actual lord," Regulus replied seriously. "Voldemort was a lord. As far as I knew, his family didn't have a seat, or at least he didn't claim it. But his power left no doubt that he was a lord. I thought that he was one in name only. Just because he was bored in class and playing around with anagrams doesn't suddenly grant him peerage," Harry replied. A confused expression crossed Regulus' face, but he shook his head after a moment. "No, he definitely wasn't one in name only. If Draco was actually able to swear an oath to you, and not somehow fool you with a light show, that can only mean—" "Wait a second," Harry said, cutting off Regulus, and frowning at that point. "I was under the impression that he didn't demand loyalty oaths. As far as I know, he didn't, though I heard that my insane cousin swore one to him," Regulus replied. "There has traditionally been an expectation that any pureblood who swore a loyalty oath would receive a reciprocal oaths in return. Generally about defense, protection and some sort of share of success. I could see why Voldemort wouldn't want to do that. Then he couldn't crucio his followers on a whim. Or shoot a killing curse at one because he was having a bad day." Draco interjected with a definite tone of bitterness to his voice. Regulus frowned at Draco. Voldemort, especially at the end, wasn't always the poster boy for sanity. But he didn't often punish his followers with a crucio. Not unless you really screwed up. I can only recall him killing one Death Eater after he tried to betray the group. Maybe being a spirit for 13 years loosened an already tentative grip sanity. He practically crucioed people for fun, or to relieve boredom, or whenever Potter did something to upset him, which he usually did by continuing to be among the living after any sort of altercation or confrontation. Draco replied with a snort. Regulus shook his head, turning his attention back to Harry. "If Draco could swear an unbonded loyalty oath to you, then you have to be a lord too." Harry frowned at Regulus and opened his mouth to reply when he stopped for several seconds before slumping slightly. "Bugger. What?" Draco asked. Harry scowled and reached up to tap his forehead deliberately, marked as an equal. Draco and Regulus both looked befuddled at that comment, so Harry sighed. Long story short, a prophecy regarding the two of us, explicitly stating that he marked me as his equal. That's what that business in the Department of Mysteries was about 5th year, wasn't it? Draco asked, already guessing the answer. Harry nodded again and then shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry about. Other than the oath, it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. Regulus sputtered. Voldemort, Dumbledore, Grindelwald. The last three lords. Look at what each one of them did. F. Ked over the world with their visions of how things should be. Harry replied steadily. They changed the world. Dumbledore stopped Grindelwald. Afterward, they practically put him in charge of everything. Regulus replied. When he saw the blank look on Harry's face and the confused one on Draco's, Regulus continued. They did that, because the amount of magical power Dumbledore wields is staggering. If he ever truly went off the deep end, he would cut a swath of destruction through the wizarding world. It would take a hell of a lot of wizards or a hell of a lot of luck to bring him down. And while it happened, you'd have a war that would probably shake our world to its foundations, just like Grindelwald. What do you mean? Draco asked curiously, a frown of puzzlement on his face. I would hope you were aware of the Great War. Seeing Harry's puzzled expression, Regulus clarified, I believe the Mudbourne term it World War II. Harry's eyes narrowed at the slur, but he didn't say anything, preferring for Regulus to get to the point. He gestured for him to continue. The Great War went on for almost a decade when Grindelwald began his bid for power. Countries and ministries from all over Europe, Asia, and Africa didn't just sit by and let things happen. They actively tried to stop him. They couldn't. It is not exaggeration to say that Grindelwald killed tens of thousands of wizards on his own. Without adding the tally of his reapers to the count. The addition of the magicals from the Americas didn't change that. Just added to the body count. Regulus' voice was grim. He quite literally couldn't be stopped. Then Albus Dumbledore entered the war. Dumbledore was recognized in England as skilled, but had only gained acclaim as a brilliant potioneer, and a very good transfiguration teacher. People started pushing for him to get involved to help out, but no one had the slightest clue as to how powerful he really was. Regulus said, his brow furrowed slightly as he remembered facts. Regulus frowned a little bit, and spread his hands. As far as I know, I've never heard quite why Dumbledore entered the war. There is speculation that an attack on a Muggle home he was visiting was the cause. But again, no certainty. Harry was listening attentively. This was something that no one else had ever talked about before. I'm not exaggerating when I say Dumbledore and his order changed the course of the entire war. Wait a second, his order. Harry frowned and glanced at Draco. The Order of the Phoenix. Regulus nodded. Yes. I thought Dumbledore formed it to help combat Voldemort. Harry frowned. Regulus shook his head slightly. No, a lord always has his followers. During the Great War, Dumbledore had the Order, a very small group that worked with him. Though I think only 2 of the members were ever known for sure. Gervase Ollivander, and Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus' brother. Though there were at least another half-dozen members. I'm not sure I ever read about that. Draco said, sounding thoughtful. I'm not surprised, it wasn't the big story. And I'm not sure it was referred to as anything more than the Order during the Great War. But Dumbledore and his order made big waves, and made them in a very short time. Reaper attacks were thwarted, offensives that Dumbledore participated in, resulted in victories. He was using magic people had never seen before, and using so much of it. Then the infamous duel between he and Grindelwald occurred. I obviously wasn't there, and the official story is that the two of them fought for over 3 hours. Though I have heard several people swear it was easily twice that. Regulus paused in his telling to take a drink from a small glass. I'm sure you know what happened. Dumbledore emerged victorious, into a magical world that had been devastated. Suddenly there was a wizard whose power and skill meant that if he wanted, could step right into Grindelwald's shoes. And this time there might not be anyone to actually stop him. Instead, he went right back to teaching without comment. Regulus' tone turned musing. He wasn't back to teaching for a month before he was quickly pushed into the role of Grand Sorcerer, Supreme Mugwump at the ICW and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot here in Britain. They were afraid of what happened should he look around and be upset with the wizarding world he saw. That's when things started downhill though. The campaign against dark magic was because Dumbledore disapproved. People were afraid of going against his wishes. Regulus' tone turned bitter. Other than Voldemort and his lackeys, I don't know anyone that feared Dumbledore. Harry said, a frown on his face as he considered what Regulus was saying. Are you kidding? Regulus looked astounded. I will grant. Dumbledore knew how to wield the power granted to him. Most of the time with a genial touch, so a lot of people saw it as respect, which converted to awe. They do things he suggests because he's a great man and powerful wizard. You'll notice that he has all those positions and is so completely unchallenged. No one attempts to force him out. Contest some of his visions, yes, but actively challenge him. Not a chance. Regulus said with finality. On our world, he was forced out of several positions or at least, reviewed for those positions during our 5th year. He even went on the run from the ministry at one point. Harry frowned, trying to make sense of it. If they were so afraid of him, why did that happen? Regulus opened his mouth, but Draco beat him to the punch. Because Voldemort was back. With my father manipulating things, and with a restored Voldemort supporting him and directing him. The ministry pushed him out. Regulus nodded in agreement. It was the same with Voldemort. He could crush Europe under his heel, and I have no doubt he would have too if Dumbledore hadn't stood in his way. If Voldemort had downed Dumbledore, I'm not sure there would be anything he could ask for from the wizarding world that he wouldn't be given. And you've gone spell for spell with him dozens of times in the past years. Draco summed up, looking at Harry meaningfully. Yes, my predetermined jaunt to challenge one of the most powerful wizards and psychopaths of all time. Bloody brilliant, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. Regulus on the other hand looked excited, getting caught up in the moment. You know, if this insane idea you have really works, and you actually manage to defeat him, there's probably nothing they wouldn't give you. Yeah, I'll pass on that. Harry replied dryly. Regulus frowned. Why? Why the hell would I want that? The wizarding world thought I offed him as a baby, and what good did that get me? Dumped on my muggle relative's doorstep like a bottle of milk. To suffer for 10 years. Then when I'm brought to the wizarding world, it's like a yo-yo. One day loved, one day hated. Hero, attention seeker, liar, delusional. Whatever they feel like on any given day. No thank you. Harry practically spat, turning away. No, my job is to kill Voldemort. Full stop. Assuming the prophecy by the quack was true, it ensured that I was the only one who could. After that the wizarding world can off and lie in the bed it made. It will never hear from me again. Harry said icily. Regulus opened his mouth to reply, but Harry had already strode away down the center of the chamber and Regulus was cut off by a warning shake of Draco's head. Regulus deflated slightly, whether it was the silent admonition from Draco, or he realized just what the chances of the defeat of Voldemort, by someone who had already failed to beat him before. Harry remained facing away, taking a few deep breaths. He wasn't really angry at Draco and Regulus specifically, more just irritated at the wizarding world as a whole. He was lost in his thoughts, when he felt a spell heading toward him. He spun out of the way and had his wand up instinctively. The only thing that kept him from shooting spells back was the looks of amazement on both Draco and Regulus' face. How did you do that? Draco demanded. He had cast the stinging spell silently, there was no way that Harry should have been able to dodge it. Harry frowned. He didn't have to play stupid in the conversation. I don't know. I just knew to dodge out of the way. I've spent my entire life being attacked. I've developed a sixth sense about these things. Turn around again. I'm going to have Draco do it again. Regulus said. This time, with Harry concentrating fully, when Draco fired a silent stinging hex, Harry was able to sense the incoming spell and didn't move a muscle as it zipped past his shoulder. You missed. He said blandly. Harry turned back around and was somewhat surprised to see the undisguised glee on Regulus' face. We do have something you can actually practice. Shortly after, Harry found himself trying to dodge Draco's stinging curses with a blindfold on. It was more instinct than anything, And he definitely wasn't perfect at it, but he managed to dodge more than he allowed to hit. Though as the exercise went on he found that he actually could sense the spell when he was focused. Draco was quite pleased that he wasn't the only one headed to bed with some soreness. Harry didn't have the heart to tell him that the stinging curses were barely an annoyance. After you'd been crucioed a dozen or more times by an insane Dark Lord, one learns to bounce back. Still, Harry went to bed pleased at some visible progress on something he'd worked on magically. He'd already started to brainstorm ways to keep practicing while on his own. Tuesday morning started no different than almost any other day for Harry. His morning workout had gone off without a hitch. He'd not only completed his swimming, but had added a running afterward. He didn't quite understand it, but he reveled at how quickly his body seemed to positively respond to the workouts thus far. His spirits were high, and he almost didn't notice as nearly blundered into a Bobaton student who had apparently been observing his training. He looked up to once again find himself face to face once more with Fleur Delacour. "Good morning, Mr. Flammel." Fleur greeted politely once he had regained some of his composure. "Good morning to you as well, Miss Delacour," he replied automatically, as he began to walk to the school, albeit at a much slower pace than he originally had set off at. Fleur matched his gait, and said nothing as she looked at him appraising Ly. "How long have you been training like this?" she asked quietly. He glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. "You were watching." She blushed a little bit before regaining her composure. "The morning is a quiet time. Few people are up this early and I notice when someone else is up as well." "You didn't answer my question." Harry frowned a little bit and gave a sad smile. "Sometimes it feels like I have been training in one way or another my entire life." "Why swimming and jogging? Most people choose only one. Most wizards do neither," she asked, and there was just the tiniest hint of a smile on her lips. Harry shrugged slightly. "Swimming and jogging are fundamentally different. It keeps me from getting too complacent. I am pushing myself." "Interesting. I have a similar philosophy," Fleur replied. Harry hummed non-committally in response, wondering why Fleur was expressing such an interest in talking to him now. "Would you be interested in a duel sometime?" Fleur suddenly asked as they headed up the path. Harry frowned and turned to look at Fleur with a curious expression. "Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll need to decline." Fleur frowned in response to that, getting caught slightly off guard, before she persisted. "Please. It's hard to find people who will get up this early to duel. And other than my best friend, none of my fellow students will duel me anymore. They don't like losing. Unless, of course, you're scared of losing too," Fleur challenged. Harry tilted his head and gave Fleur a flat look, and she seemed embarrassed at him not rising to the obvious challenge. She looked abashed for a moment before she tried another tack. "Please. I'm looking for some dueling differences beyond my best friend. It becomes too easy when you know all of your opponent's habits and preferences." "Not always," Harry muttered. He shook his head at Fleur's puzzled look in response. He regarded her thoughtfully for a few moments before he conceded, almost grudgingly, "I suppose we could duel sometime. I won't commit to a specific time yet though." Fleur looked pleased at that, her stride slowing as they approached the Hogwarts doors. "Can I ask you something else?" Harry nodded briefly in response after a momentary hesitation. "You can ask, though I won't promise to answer. Have we met somewhere before? You seem familiar to me," she finally asked bluntly. She didn't want to confront him with her information yet, but Fleur wanted to at least ask the question to see what he said. Harry hesitated a moment before he shook his head slightly and gave her a sad smile as he pushed open the Hogwarts door. "In another life perhaps. Have a good day, Miss Delacour." He didn't say anything else before disappearing into Hogwarts to return to the Slytherin common room. Fleur watched him go, with an inscrutable look on her face, pleased that she'd made a little progress, but also frustrated at the seemingly flippant responses and answers to her questions that didn't really tell her anything. At breakfast, Harry realized that he had forgotten just what the outcry had been like when Sirius Black escaped from prison on his world. The outcry in the Daily Herald seemed to be just as bad, if not worse. Questioning everything from the prison to the Fudge administration at the Ministry. The paper still had some focus on how Regulus had escaped, and cast a few aspersions at the Fudge administration. But far more focus was the danger he posed to society and what the ministry was doing to find him, especially with such important guests as the schools from the Tri-Wizard tournament. If that wasn't enough to make Harry want to stab something, or someone, he found himself sitting in class, and doing everything humanly possible to restrain himself from deciding that losing his cover would be worth it to obliterate Foe Moody. However, he restrained his actions by reminding himself that the map would be ready in a week or two, and then he'd be able to surprise the Death Eater disguised as an Auror. But now he was sitting in class with the man, with all four houses in attendance and watching as the man enlarged a spider and then proceeded to imperious the poor animal into jumping from student to student, and then dancing it around the room. Harry had a front row seat to the entire spectacle and saw the delight in the impostor's eyes. The imperious curse takes away all free will, and every action the person does revolves around completing whatever they've been commanded with. Foe Moody stated in a dramatically soft voice. He pointed at a student behind Harry, and as soon as the student started to speak, Harry knew it was Neville. "There's the Circa Cruciatus curse," Neville said in a quiet and timid tone. Moody nodded. "Precisely. Come here." He directed Neville to the front of the class. Neville was about 10 feet in front of where Harry and Draco were seated. Foe Moody pointed dramatically at the enlarged spider and said firmly, "Crucio." Immediately the spider began to squeal and writhe under the onslaught. Neville flinched and squirmed as if held in place. Harry idly noted that Draco flinched too. Probably bad memories for him too. Harry scowled, knowing the manic glee on the Death Eater's stolen face was for the pain he was causing Neville. Harry recalled from the papers that while Neville hadn't lost both parents in this universe, he'd lost one to the Cruciatus curse. Harry clenched his jaw, expecting Hermione's voice any moment. Instead, movement out of the corner of his eye drew his attention. He found his attention drawn to Iris Potter as she stepped forward and tugged Neville's sleeve backward and away from Foe Moody. It took a moment before Foe Moody realized his immediate audience had been stripped away. He released the channeled Cruciatus curse to turn and face the class, a scowl on his face. Harry could hear the fury in Iris Potter's voice as she pointed at their professor with a finger that was shaking with rage. "I don't know who you are, but you are not Alistair Moody." Iris practically snarled at the man. The only thoughts that flashed through Harry's mind, as he observed his tentative plans on how to deal with the Death Eater's plot for the year, crash and burn, was, well, F.K. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.